Chapter 974. The door to the battlefield slowly opened. All the martial artists on the Falling Star continent witnessed it. This day had finally come. The high priest outside the altar had a bitter expression. The opening of the battlefield meant that the continent would send in 2,000 experts. Although it was called competing with the other planes, it was actually sending them to their deaths. Yuan Gongzi, who was in a forbidden area, covered his face and laughed. He had been waiting for this day. He had been waiting for the elites of the various sects to be sent out. Then he would make a big scene. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streams of light flew from the top to the bottom and stopped in front of the bronze door that had just been opened. These dozens of people were all old, and their bodies were emitting a holy aura. Clearly, they were either half-saints or martial saints. City Lord Han was here. Mu Changhong was here. Situ Haoyin was here too. Whoosh! Whoosh! Close to 2,000 Emperor-level experts from all over the world also flew up and hovered below the Saint-level experts. The first batch of people to enter the battlefield. 6 Wusheng, 14 half-step Wusheng, and the rest were all emperors. Some were from large sects, some were from large families, and some were lone cultivators. They gathered in front of the bronze door. Although they didn't deliberately release their auras, they still emitted a terrifying aura. Patriarch Li Qingyang stood in front of the hall and said, "There are many experts on the Falling Star continent." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "At most they'll be in the 9th echelon, let alone the Scarlet Sea continent. Even the 8th echelon will beat them to a pulp." Heavens, there are so many experts. They must be Wu Huang to be able to fly in the sky. All the martial artists on the Falling Star continent looked at the sky with deep respect. After Jun Changshao announced the matter of the planar battlefield, they already understood that these people were fighting for the continent, and they deserved to be respected. Father, in a certain family, a young man who had just taken over the position of the family head looked at the sky and clenched his fists. "Your son will revive the Qin family and not disappoint you. Master." On the mountain peak, the man with a sword on his back swore, "This disciple will definitely bring glory to the ultimate Sword Dao." Similar situations were happening all over the continent. The younger generation that had been arranged by the older generation turned their grief into strength, vowing to bring glory to their ancestors and continue their glory. Inside Miaohua Palace, Shi Jingxian adjusted her retro glasses and prayed. Grand Elder should also be in the first batch. I hope she can return safely. A bitter smile appeared on Zhongsun Fanghua and Leng Xinyue's faces. Just from the aura emanating from the gate, the planar battlefield was definitely incomparably terrifying. If the Grand Elders and the others were able to return alive, that would only be a dream. Under the bronze gate, an old man with a transcendent air said solemnly, "No matter how dangerous it is to enter the planar battlefield, we must do our best." The gazes of the various experts turned solemn. During this period of time, they had already mentally prepared themselves. Once they entered the battlefield, they had to expand their territory. Even if they died in battle, it didn't matter. The wind is bleak, the water is cold. The warrior leaves and never returns. Everyone. The old man waved his sleeve and said, "Go in." Wait. At this moment, a voice came from behind. The various experts who were about to move turned to look. Jun Changshao hovered in the distance, holding a loudspeaker in his hand as he said, "If you pay now, it will only cost 10,000 natural spirit stones. If you pay after you enter, it will be 100,000 natural spirit stones. So, this opportunity must not be missed. It will not come again." City Lord Han, Mu Changhong, and Situ Haoyun's mouths twitched. "My great patriarch Jun, everyone is preparing to sacrifice themselves. It's fine if you don't encourage them, but you dare to scam them of their money? Is this something a human should do?" "Brat," a bad-tempered expert said angrily, "do you think we are 3-year-old children?" "Humph. The expert beside him said coldly, if it weren't for the delay in entering the planar battlefield, this old man would have gone to your esteemed sect as a guest. The sect of all times patriarch is such a bastard. Does he really think that this group of experts is stupid? Why would they give him 10,000 natural spirit stones for no reason? F***CK. If I were stronger than him, I would definitely give him a good beating. The cultivators in the various cities cursed angrily. All right. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, this seat sincerely wishes all of you brave warriors that enter the planar battlefield and spread the might of my falling star continent. If he didn't mention the matter of money first, this sentence would definitely win the favor of the various experts. But now they felt that this kid was deliberately mocking them. Jun Patriarch, an elder of the Radiant Light, Holy Sect, said coldly, we are the first batch to enter, and you are the second batch. I hope that when the time comes, you won't find any excuses. Don't be a coward. Jun Changshao said, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. If you need Jun, I will definitely climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames, even if I have to die 10,000 times. However, he paused and said, there is no need to enter. The last sentence was definitely not understood by the crowd, but the old man in the lead said, everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's enter. After saying that, he walked towards the bronze gate and disappeared into the vortex. The experts didn't hesitate and entered in order. Jun Patriarch. When it was Mu Changhong's turn, he stopped in front of the gate and solemnly transmitted his voice. I'll leave Red Lotus in your care. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, City Lord Mu, take care. System. Entering the planar battlefield was clearly nothing, but he had to pretend to be separated by life and death. This was simply too despicable. Who knew if City Lord Mu would beat him to death after going in and learning the truth? Father, Master, the experts of the continent entered the planar battlefield one after another. The juniors couldn't suppress their emotions anymore and knelt on the ground, roaring at the sky. Their cheeks were already covered in tears. On this day, 2,000 experts of the falling star continent and above entered the planar battlefield for the sake of the world without hesitation. This touched everyone and was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. 2,000 people, 100,000. 2,000 times 100,000 equals. Jun Changshao returned to the sect and stood in front of the planar battlefield teleportation gate. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, I'm going to be rich. At the falling star continent stronghold, the empty space below the floating mountain suddenly distorted and then gradually converged into a vortex. Shwa! After a while, a sage-like old man walked out from inside. He stepped on the limestone floor. After getting used to everything, his fingers trembled violently as he said, This is the planar battlefield. His voice suddenly stopped, because he saw a wide road, saw buildings, and neatly lined up in front of him, the disciples of the sect of all times. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Li Qingyang and the others shouted loudly with their hands behind their backs. Although the sage-like old man had reached Wu Sheng's level, at this moment he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. His mind was filled with thoughts. Wasn't he the first to enter? How could the disciples of the sect of all times be the first to enter the planar battlefield? Shwa! Shwa! More martial artists entered through the planar battlefield gate. They didn't even have time to feel the chill of the planar battlefield before they heard the welcoming voices. Without exception, they were all stunned. The ones with the most interesting expressions were Mu Changhong and Situ Haoyun. After all, the two of them were very familiar with the sect of all times. They immediately recognized that the people welcoming them were all core disciples. And Huiling and Chu Xianan. Wait, Mu Changhong suddenly saw Mu Honglian in the crowd. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, am I dreaming? Shwa. At this moment, Xiao Ziji stepped forward and arranged a chair. Jun Changshao flew down and sat down. He crossed his legs and lightly placed his hands on top of them. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the planar battlefield and the stronghold of the falling star continent. I am the first stronghold master, Jun Changshao." Chapter 975. 2,000 warriors had entered the dimensional battlefield and were prepared to face death with equanimity. However, when they entered through the bronze door and saw the limestone floor, the various orderly buildings, and the disciples of the sect of all times, they all stood rooted to the ground as if they had been struck by lightning. At this moment, they really wanted to ask loudly what was going on. And Jun Changshao, this guy was clearly talking to them and didn't enter the dimensional door. How did he appear in front of them? Go Sheng leaned back and clasped his hands together. Everyone must be very confused right now. Jun will explain in detail. Everyone hurriedly pricked up their ears. The cause of this is that the sect of all times inherited an ancient inheritance and accidentally obtained a treasure that allowed us to enter the dimensional battlefield in advance. Jun Changshao said, "Good." The system said, "He's bragging again." City Lord Han calmed down and said, "Jun Patriarch means that your sect relied on a treasure to enter the dimensional battlefield in advance." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "It's been almost 2 years since we entered." The corners of the experts' mouths twitched. If they were in the falling star continent and Jun Changshao said this, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, they had no choice but to believe it now because they really couldn't explain how he had entered before them. When Jun first entered, the falling star continent stronghold was only a few feet in size. Now, it's infinitely close to the size of a city. It was the sect of all times who fought for it, Jun Changshao said. This sentence made all the martial artists suspicious. They could accept that the sect of all times had relied on a treasure to enter. But what power did they have to expand their territory in the dimensional battlefield? Moreover, according to the high priest, killing warriors would only increase the size of the dimensional battlefield by a little. Based on the number of people they were in, how many people would they have to kill to achieve that? Wait a minute. Wasn't the requirement to enter the dimensional battlefield Wu Huang? The warriors suddenly came to a realization and carefully sized up the dozens of disciples behind Jun Changshao. They exclaimed in unison, "They're all Wu Huang." Everyone. Jun Gosheng smiled and said, "Please look up." Raise my head? Everyone was stunned. They subconsciously raised their heads and saw 7 intertwining mountains floating in the air. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Seeing their expressions, Jun Changshao felt a little smug. The reason why he had spent so much money to build the floating mountain was to show off. Now that the martial artists of the falling star continent had been shocked by his masterpiece, he was definitely going to show off. Everyone. Jun Changshao said, "Every inch of land in the falling star continent was built by the sect of all times. Every tile on the house was built by the sect of all times. It's not too much to ask you for spiritual stones, is it? Not too much. Very reasonable. Jun Patriarch." However, one of the Wu Sheng members frowned and said, "You have no proof. How can we believe you?" They already believed that he had relied on a treasure to enter. However, they were strongly doubtful that the sect of all times had built the stronghold. After all, such a large area, and the scale of the city, couldn't have been built in a day. Damn you! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. He was also very conflicted. How could he prove that the stronghold was built by himself? If he had known earlier, he would have recorded it with an impression formation and played it back for them to see. "I think so," an expert said. An expert said, "Before Sect Master Jun came here, the Starfall Continent's stronghold was already this big." Bullshit. Jun Changshao slapped the armrest and roared. The sect of all times built this stronghold step by step with blood and sweat. Otherwise, it would have been a wasteland when you came in. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurriedly transmitted, "Calm down." calm down. June Goshing had fought with the planar battlefield so many times, and he had been hunted down by tens of thousands of planar cultivators because of a fortuitous encounter. He had also been punished by the lightning tribulation and the battlefield specters in exchange for the current scale of his stronghold on the falling star continent. In the end, he was questioned by them. Everyone, Jun Changshao said with a sullen face, if you want to leave the planar battlefield safely, you have to pay 100,000 natural spirit stones. If you don't pay, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Angry, irritable, swoosh, swoosh, the Purple King and Ding Xingwang hurriedly flew down from the main peak. Their auras erupted as if they were ready to fight at any time. June Patriarch, Mu Changhong said with a firm gaze, I believe that the falling star continent's stronghold was built by your sect. I believe it too, City Lord Han said. The cultivators didn't say anything. They were all considering whether this kid's words could be trusted or not. Actually, it didn't matter to Jun Changshao whether they believed it or not. Since he had done it, he didn't care about their approval. He just needed to hand over the money. Me, Stronghold Master Jun Changshao. Hurry up and transfer the money. Jun Patriarch. The sage-like Wu Xing said, this Stronghold Master can be self-proclaimed. Why? Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, you don't approve of me? It's not that I don't approve of you. It's that the Stronghold Master needs to be elected by everyone. Self-proclamation alone won't do. The falling star continent's population has reached more than 2,000, and it meets the size requirement. It's officially classified as a town-level stronghold. This announcement is hereby made. Suddenly, Desolate's heavy voice sounded in the sky. Dear participant, 2,000 cultivators entered the stronghold, and it automatically expanded to meet the size of the town. Therefore, it has been recognized by the upper realm, the female system said. I see. Desolate's voice sounded again. According to the upper realm settlement, the martial cultivator named Jun Changshao has received a total of 63,000 merit points. He's the highest among the cultivators in the falling star continent and has been appointed as the first stronghold master. This announcement is hereby made. F***CK 63,000 merit points. That's too scary. All the cultivators' eyes widened when they heard the announcement. Many people would be overjoyed if they had 300 to 500 merit points. It was unimaginable for one person to receive 60,000 merit points. Of course, the cultivators knew that the reason why that guy had so many merit points must have something to do with the crazy massacre earlier. Although the cultivators from the falling star continent who had just entered the dimensional battlefield did not know anything about merit points, their expressions became interesting when they heard that Jun Changshao had been appointed as the first stronghold master. This was especially true for the martial saint with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had just said that everyone needed to be elected, but the upper realm had already made the decision. It was a slap in the face. Whoosh! At this moment, a red light flew out from the sky, bypassed the 7 floating mountains, and hovered in front of Jun Changshao. When the light dissipated, a gold-rimmed token with the words Stronghold Master of the Falling Star Continent engraved on it was a token. City Lord Han and the others were shocked. Although the token was not big, it emitted an aura that made them tremble in fear. They could not help but think, is this item from the upper realm? Swoosh! Jun Changshao grabbed the token and said calmly, now, does anyone have any doubts? Everyone fell silent. Jun doesn't like to talk nonsense. Jun Changshao glanced at everyone and said, hurry up and pay up. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he held the Starfall Continent's Settlement Master's token, but his words carried an inviolable authority. Of course. Jun Changshao pointed to the sky and said, those who pay can not only return safely, but they can also live up there and enjoy the experience that only Xinyue's high-level users can have. Jun Patriarch. A powerhouse said with an ugly expression, 100,000 natural spirit stones is a bit expensive. Can you give us 10,000? Jun Changxiao put his hand on his leg and said coldly, this is a small business. No bargaining. Chapter 976. After entering the dimensional battlefield, they had to pay 100,000. Jun Changxiao wouldn't back down when it came to money. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't warn them. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. The experts' expressions turned ugly. Not to mention 100,000 natural spirit stones. Even if they were converted into man-made spirit stones, it would still be a huge sum. Everyone, Jun Changxiao said, according to the rules of the upper realm, once a dimensional stronghold reaches the size of a town, you can freely enter and leave. Now that Jun completed it ahead of time, you can leave as you wish. 100,000 natural spirit stones isn't a loss, right? Not a loss. City Lord Han stepped forward and said, I'm willing to pay 100,000 natural spirit stones. It wasn't an act. He was really willing to pay. Before entering, he was already prepared to die. Now that the stronghold had reached the size of a town, he didn't need to go out to fight at all. It was definitely a great thing. What was the point of spending some money to get out of this place safely? City Lord Han, Jun Changxiao said, one look and I can tell you're an understanding person. City Lord Han waved his hand and threw a spatial ring over. There are 100,000 natural spirit stones inside. Jun Patriarch, please check. No need. Jun Changxiao took the ring and snapped his fingers. Swish! 10 steps in front of them, a flowing light array appeared out of thin air. City Lord Han, Jun Changxiao said, this is the teleportation array to the floating mountain. You're now a high-level user of Xinyue. You can stay here permanently or return to the falling star continent immediately. After the stronghold reached the size of a town, a bronze gate appeared on the main peak. There was one at the bottom and one at the top, representing entry and exit. Jun Changxiao hadn't expected that they would be separated and even divided into top and bottom. However, he was also very happy to see it. That was because the top was supported by a formation. If any martial artist wanted to go out, they would have to pay him. Swish! City Lord Han didn't hesitate and walked over. Then he was teleported to a floating mountain. City Lord Han. A disciple walked over and pointed at the courtyard hidden in the bamboo forest. He smiled and said, this is your residence. City Lord Han nodded and set off. Along the way, he observed the magnificent buildings around him as well as the pleasing scenery. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The treatment of paying is really different. Jun Patriarch, Mu Changhong said awkwardly, 100,000 natural spirit stones. City Lord Mu. Jun Changxiao said, you don't have to pay. Mu Changhong was a little stunned. However, since the other party had said so, he thickened his skin and walked towards the teleportation array. When City Lord Mu was teleported to the floating mountain and saw the surrounding buildings, he said with certainty, it's very similar to the architectural style of the Sect of all times. It must have been built by Jun Patriarch and the others. Father, Mu Honglian landed beside him with a smile on her face. Mu Changhong said bitterly, daughter, did you come in earlier? Okay, Mu Honglian said. Mu Changhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been so worried that he didn't even have the appetite to eat. Sigh. He sighed and said, Jun Patriarch kept saying that there would be a miracle. It turns out that he was already confident. Mu Honglian said, the Patriarch's stronghold on the falling star continent was once besieged by tens of thousands of warriors. Tens of thousands? City Lord Mu's eyes widened. The lowest cultivation level to enter the battlefield was Wu Huang's level. Tens of thousands of people at that level was very shocking. Mu Honglian said, although the Patriarch killed more than 20,000 in the end, he was punished by the upper realm. Killed 20,000? Mu Changhong's eyes almost popped out. Whoosh! At this moment, another person walked out of the teleportation array. It was obvious that he had paid 100,000 natural spirit stones to become a Xinyue VIP. Whoosh! 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 Many more falling star continent experts were teleported to the floating mountain. These people came from big families. Although 100,000 natural spirit stones was a large number, they would be willing to pay as long as they could leave the battlefield safely. They could earn more resources, but they would lose everything if they lost their lives. The various cultivators below also gradually realized this point. Thus, they all handed over 100,000 natural spirit stones and were then transported up. When they arrived at the majestic floating mountain and saw the magnificent buildings, they were all deeply shocked. What kind of place was the dimensional battlefield? It was a terrifying hell where people could die at any time. But in this hell, their stronghold was built like heaven. This was absolutely unimaginable. June Patriarch, a white-haired old woman, said, "I didn't bring so many natural spirit stones. Can I owe you first?" June Changshao said, "Senior, from your clothes, you should be from the ingenious flower palace, right?" "That's right." The old woman said, "I am Han Shuhua, the grand elder of the ingenious flower palace." June Changshao hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. The Sect of all times and the ingenious flower palace have been allies for a long time. We are family. How can we take Senior's money? Qingyang, bring Senior Han up and arrange the best accommodation. Yes. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior Han, this way, please." Han Shuhua was brought to the floating mountain in a daze and arranged to stay on the second peak, closest to the main peak. Her residence was also a super luxurious villa. City Lord Han and the others who were arranged to stay not only had their own residences, but they could also leave immediately because the bronze gate was above the main peak. However, the experts who spent money naturally wouldn't leave so easily. After all, it wouldn't be right to leave without seeing the dimensional battlefield. Swoosh! Swoosh! One warrior after another was teleported to the floating mountain and enjoyed the treatment of a VIP. June Goshing's money bag also slowly filled up. Of course, not everyone was willing to spend money. For example, first-rate sects like the Taishan Xingzong and the Luminous Light Holy Sect. Everyone. June Changshao said, "I will only give you 15 minutes to consider. If you don't pay up, you will bear the consequences." The Luminous Light Holy Sect elder said indifferently, "June Patriarch, it's still uncertain whether you built this stronghold or not. It's a bit too much for you to blatantly cheat everyone of their money." "Damn it. And you say I'm cheating you?" "Pa." June Changshao snapped his fingers. Light flashed under the feet of the Taishan Xingzong and the Luminous Light Holy Sect's experts, and then they were instantly teleported out of the stronghold into an unfamiliar environment with dense, killing intent. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of streams of light suddenly flew over and surrounded them. Among these people, there were 5 Earth and dozens of Xian. They were very powerful in terms of strength. Kakik. The old man in the lead laughed eerily and said, "These seem to be warriors from the falling star continent. Kill them, and you will have merit points." The expressions of the Taishan Xingzong and the Luminous Light Holy Sect's experts changed drastically. Their strength was not bad, but there were only 2 Wu Sheng and a few half-saints. Compared to these plain warriors, there was definitely a big gap. Everyone. At this moment, June Changshao's voice was heard. "You are now outside the stronghold and will be attacked endlessly by the plain warriors. Whether you can come back alive will depend on your luck." The other meaning of this was that they would be given money to stay in the villa, but not the graveyard. June Patriarch. The Wu Sheng from the Luminous Light Holy Sect hurriedly shouted, "We are willing to pay." Chapter 977. Taishan Xingzong and the 8 experts from the Radiant Light Sect were sent out of the stronghold and then surrounded by hundreds of existential plane cultivators. The situation was dire. One of the Wuxing didn't care if Jun Changshao heard him and hurriedly shouted, "Jun Patriarch, we're willing to pay." If there were only a few people, he would still have the guts to fight. However, there were 8 Wusheng who wasn't any weaker than him, and dozens of half-sages. If they fought, they would definitely die. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "What about the others?" "Pay up. Take 5 steps back." Taishin Xingzong and the Radiant Light, Sect experts, hurriedly took 5 steps back and then stepped on a hidden teleportation array. With a whoosh, they were teleported back to the stronghold. It was strange. The hundreds of existential plane cultivators watched them leave and didn't make a move. "Everyone," Jun Changshao transmitted his voice, "thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome, Jun Patriarch." The leader of the existential plane cultivators cupped his hands and then led the group away. They came from the Lingyuan continent. When the battlefield specters attacked the stronghold, Go Sheng blackmailed the Crimson Sea continent cultivators. It was this existential plane that cooperated and paid up first. Inside the stronghold, the experts from the 2 sects who were teleported back had terrified expressions on their faces. At this moment, they realized how terrifying the existential plane battlefield was. There was a large group of people comparable to half-sages and Wusheng. "Everyone," Jun Changshao said, "pay up. Pay. Taishin Xingzong and the Radiant Light, Sect cultivators were frightened and hurriedly paid up. The leader compromised. The other sects didn't insist and also offered up their spirit stones. 2,000 experts were teleported to the floating mountain one by one. Jun Patriarch was grinning from ear to ear because he had earned close to 200 million spirit stones. This was a very large number. If it was divided among 70,000 disciples, they would each get close to 3,000 spirit stones. Standing up, Jun Changshao stretched his waist and grinned. "Looks like I didn't work for nothing in the past 2 years." The system said 200 million natural spirit stones are enough to provide the sect disciples with sufficient resources to greatly increase their cultivation. The smile on Jun Patriarch's face deepened. There were already 70,000 people in the sect. The martial arts facilities in the mall alone were far from enough. As long as there were enough martial arts resources, it would be easier to break through to the next realm. With such a large amount of martial arts resources, Wuzong won't be a problem for the entire sect, Jun Changshao said. The system said, as long as the supply of martial emperor pills can keep up, it won't be hard for all the disciples to reach the martial emperor realm in a short period of time. The key is that they can't keep up, Jun Changshao said. This kind of medicinal pill that could raise one's cultivation level required a lot of medicinal herbs and had a long maturation period. It was impossible for every disciple to have one. However, with a few 100 million natural spiritual stones, the disciples would be able to quickly reach the peak of Wuzong and wait for the martial emperor pills. In the past, they could refine a fixed amount of martial emperor pills every once in a while, but the disciples might not meet the requirements. Now, as long as the natural spiritual stones were distributed, the situation would definitely be reversed. Comfortable. It's so damn comfortable. The 2,000 experts of the falling star continent were all settled on the floating mountain. Although they were all happy customers, the treatment was slightly different. Those who were familiar with Jun Changshao lived in the villa, while those who were unfamiliar or had grudges lived in the side rooms. The killing intent here is so strong. Looking at the dark sky, I feel very oppressed. Many warriors must have died here. Otherwise, the atmosphere wouldn't be like this. Many experts gathered to discuss the plain battlefield and shared their feelings after coming here. Everyone. Jun Changshao stood on the main peak and said, "Our stronghold has 2 neighbors. On the left is the Red Sea continent, and on the right is the Lingyun continent." All the experts opened their eyes wide. They had heard from the high priest that these two planes like to bully newcomers. Our falling star continent is next to them. We will definitely be unlucky. The warriors who originally wanted to leave the stronghold to explore all gave up the idea, afraid that they would meet the warriors of the Red Sea continent and the Lingyun continent outside and lose their lives for nothing. These two planes are very unfriendly. When I first came here, I was bullied by them, Jun Changshao said. However, after a pause, he said, there is no threat now because they have been beaten up by the Sect of all times. Everyone's mouth twitched, expressing their doubts. The planes that can enter the battlefield are not friendly. If you want to go out and take a look and don't want to be harassed, you can wear the Sect of all times uniform. Jun Changshao said, snap. He snapped his fingers. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji landed and took out a large pile of Sect of all times uniforms. The Sect of all times uniforms are made of high-quality materials and are purely handmade. Since we are all from the same plane, a set only costs 1,000 natural spirit stones, Jun Changshao said. All the experts' mouths twitched. Entering the floating mountain costs us 100,000 natural spirit stones, and the clothes are extra. Is this guy only thinking about money? Of course. Jun Changshao said seriously, the clothes have my signature. Not only can they be worn, but they are also very valuable. Fortunately, everyone present was an Emperor stage expert or higher. Otherwise, they would have cursed out loud. Outside the stronghold, Mu Changhong was wearing the Sect of all times uniform. He flew in the sky with lingering fear. In the end, he could not help but ask, Daughter, this plain battlefield is very dangerous. Is it really safe for us to come out? Father, Mu Honglian smiled and said, It is very safe. Although City Lord Mu trusted his daughter, he still felt very nervous when he sensed the gradually increasing, killing intent in the air. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, streaks of light flew over from afar. The aura they emitted shocked him. Heavens, they are all half-sages. Mu Honglian smiled and said, It seems like two planes are having a fight. Let's go and watch the show. No, no, no. Mu Changhong hurriedly dissuaded her. Father just came out for a walk. Don't watch the show. Father, let's go. Under Mu Honglian's forceful tug, he had no choice but to fly over. Then he saw nearly 100 people standing in the distance, glaring at each other angrily. It was as if they were about to fight at any moment. Mu Changhong only took a casual glance and found that there were at least 40 to 50 people on both sides who were stronger than him. He thought to himself in fear, The plain battlefield is too scary. Huff, 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 huff. The powerhouses from the two planes released their cultivation bases one after another, and the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive. However, just as they were about to attack, they inadvertently saw Mu Honglian and Mu Changhong. Their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, they are from the falling star continent. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, nearly 100 people from both planes disappeared without a trace. Mu Changhong stood there dumbfounded. After a while, he said in disbelief, Daughter, they were scared away by us. Yes, Mu Honglian said bitterly, they were all scared away. What happened to Mu Changhong was also happening in other places. City Lord Han and the others spent money to wear the Sect of all times uniform and flew carefully outside the stronghold. Once they encountered a martial artist, the other party would be scared away before they could even run. You might not believe it, but I just went out for a walk and arrived at the Scarlet Sea Continent stronghold. I thought I was going to die, but they ran faster than me. Yes, because I encountered it too. Many people spent money to buy the Sect of all times uniform and walked around in it. Only then did they believe Jun Changxiao's words. These 1,000 natural spirit stones didn't buy clothes. They bought a protective talisman, City Lord Han exclaimed. The martial artists, who were originally a little conflicted, heard what they said. After thinking about it, they all bought the Sect of All Times uniform and went out to test it. Indeed, it was true. At that moment, the experts from the Falling Star continent were completely stunned. What did Jun Changshao and his Sect of All Times do on the battlefield to make the experts from various planes look at the uniform like a mouse seeing a cat? P.S. I only have 2 more chapters today. I have something to do in the afternoon. Chapter 978. The Falling Star continent's martial artists were already dumbfounded when the stronghold reached the size of a town. However, when they put on the Sect of All Times uniform, they were like mice that saw a cat. They were so confused that they didn't know where they were. If one were to describe their feelings at that time, it would be as if they were in a dream. If it was a dream, then they would keep doing it. Everyone. On the main peak, Jun Changshao said loudly, "Our Falling Star continent stronghold has reached the size of a town. You can leave at any time now." All the powerful martial artists. After learning about the dimensional battlefield, they didn't eat or drink for the past few years. They even made arrangements for their funerals. In the end, coming here was like going on an excursion. They didn't have any experience at all, especially City Lord Han. He even prepared his coffin. Of course, Jun Changshao added, "Every time you kill an enemy of the same level from another dimension, you will receive 10 merit points. After reaching a certain point, you can buy resources from the merit store. You can also choose to stay here." Everyone was stunned. They didn't care about the merit store. What they cared about was the 10 merit points for killing an enemy of the same level. Then, Jun Patriarch, City Lord Han said solemnly, "You only get merit points for killing people?" "That's right." Jun Changshao nodded. The corners of City Lord Han's mouth twitched violently. Yesterday, the old voice said that Sect Master Jun had 63,000 merit points. Could it be? He paused for a moment before continuing with great difficulty. "You killed 6,300 people?" This sentence was also what all the powerful martial artists were thinking. So they all pricked up their ears. Of course, they definitely had doubts in their hearts. 6,300 people, and all of them were at least emperors. Was this something a human could do? "No," Jun Changshao said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. City Lord Han said, "If that's the case, why did Jun Patriarch have so many merit points?" "Because—" Jun Changshao pondered for a moment before explaining. "This Jun killed more than 20,000 people, and many of them were yellow characters. Later on, I killed until I went crazy and didn't give any merit points. Otherwise, I would have received at least 200,000. This expression, this tone, it fully demonstrated what it meant to be calm and easy to act cool. The various experts who had just calmed down suddenly widened their eyes. This guy didn't kill more than 6,000, but more than 20,000? Heavens, could he be any more ridiculous? Castellan Han asked in disbelief. Killed 20,000 people. "Let's not talk about the past," Jun Changshao said. "The system, you're the one who suggested it, yet you're pretending to be low-key. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, no one would easily believe what Jun Changshao said. After all, killing 20,000 people was beyond their imagination. Of course, Go Xing would not explain in detail. After all, it would seem a little deliberate to show off like this. It was not in line with his low-key, luxurious, and cultured character. Everyone, Jun Changshao said, there are many opportunities on the battlefield. They will appear every once in a while. If you want to try your luck, you can choose to stay. Opportunity. Many experts were tempted. Although there were many experts in the planar battlefield, if he could obtain good martial arts items, it would definitely be very good. Things like fortuitous encounters were truly filled with magic. Jun Patriarch. Castellan Han smiled and said, "Since we're here, we'll definitely stay for a while." Anyway, there was no danger in the stronghold. If they didn't stay for a few more days, How could they be worthy of the 101,000 natural spirit stones that died? The bronze gate is above the main peak. You can leave whenever you want. June will be busy first. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and returned to the main hall. The various experts dispersed one after another. Some cultivated or enjoyed the scenery in the stronghold. Some went out to play. They were all here for a group trip. Inside the main peak, Jun Changshao sat down and took out the 3 experience talismans given by the side mission of eradicating ghosts on the battlefield. He murmured, "Although it doesn't have much effect, it's still better than nothing." Pa, pa, pa. The 3 experience talismans were all crushed. His strength increased slightly, but it was not very obvious. Sigh. Jun Changshao was speechless. When can I break through to Wushang? In the past, there was still the 1st to 9th stage and the peak to determine when the epic mission could be triggered. Now that he had entered the half-step Wushang, there was no corresponding division. He had no idea what the upper limit of the experience talisman was. The system said, the half-step Wushang can control the power of space. In my opinion, the host needs to comprehend this ability to a certain extent before he can enter the Wushang. Ding! The host has reached the upper limit of the half-step Wushang. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. Ding! The host has reached the upper limit of the half-step Sword Saint. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. A prompt sounded in his ears, and the system, which had been speaking with fervor and assurance, suddenly changed the topic and said, "Sure enough, I guessed right. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Space Force." "You guessed right my ass." Jun Changshao was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He hurriedly opened the mission interface and clicked on the first mission. Epic mission, 9th mission details. As the master of the Falling Star Continent Stronghold, the host needs to be in the position and make decisions. Please expand the stronghold to the size of a city within half a year. Mission failure. The Falling Star Continent Stronghold is not expanded to the size of a city within the specified time. Mission reward. Damn. Jun Changshao broke down. Expand to the size of city within half a year. This mission is a bit **ket up. After the stronghold reached the size of a city, he decided to focus on the sect. This was just a copy for the disciples to cultivate. Now that it was related to the epic mission of suppressing one's realm, he could only focus on the battlefield again. However, Jun Changshao was quite pleased. With the treasure detector, expanding to the size of a city within half a year should not be a problem. As he said that, he clicked on another mission. Epic Mission 10th. Mission details. The host. Please declare war on a certain plane as the master of the stronghold within 1 year and lead the Falling Star Continent martial artists to achieve the final victory in the slaughtering Azura field. Mission failure. The host does not declare war within the specified time. The plane does not accept the challenge within the specified time, or the host is defeated in the slaughtering Azura field. Mission reward. Jun Changshao was speechless. Both epic missions are related to the plane battlefield. This is forcing me to not focus on the development of the sect. The system said, the host can choose not to do it. Scram! Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said, develop the stronghold first, then go and declare war on other planes. Shur 9's mission was still acceptable to him, but Shur 10's mission was a bit **ket up. Not only did he have to declare war within a year, but the plane also had to accept the challenge. Hard to Retract Blade had killed tens of thousands of people and directly shocked the major planes on the battlefield. If he issued a challenge to them, those with a bit of sanity would definitely reject it. If no plane accepted the challenge within a year, the mission would be considered a failure, and he would definitely be stuck in the realm for a long time. Damn it. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, this is a bit troublesome, a bit tricky. Chapter 979. Falling Star Continent. At this moment, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. It had been 2 days since the 2,000 experts entered the dimensional battlefield. No one knew what was going on inside. The high priest sat cross-legged on the altar and prayed fervently, hoping that the people who entered would survive and not be bullied by the other dimensions. In reality, City Lord Han was currently on the battlefield, watching the experts fight from the furthest distance. Sometimes he would clap and cheer. Sometimes he would exclaim at their strength. Then, why did they have to fight from the furthest distance? Because as soon as they got close and were discovered by the two dimensions, they would definitely not be able to fight and would have to escape as fast as possible. The current situation was that as long as the warriors of the other dimensions saw the warriors of the falling star continent, they would definitely run faster than rabbits. When they realized that there seemed to be more warriors than before, they would realize that they were invading on a large scale. All of a sudden, all the major dimensions became nervous. The Sect of all times was still illegal, so they were a little afraid. Now that the entire continent could send people in as they pleased, it would probably cause a new round of bloodshed. City Lord. In the main hall of the Nine Heavens continent stronghold, an elder reported, the investigation has been completed. 2,000 warriors from the falling star continent have entered. As expected, Amo Shangxing said, the warriors of this dimension can enter normally. How strong are they? A few Earth characters, a few dozen Shen characters, and the rest are all Huang characters. So weak? An elder beside him said in shock. Amo Shangxing shook his head and said seriously, the patriarch of the Sect of all times also looks very weak. Can you imagine that he could kill tens of thousands of people? The elder was silent, killing tens of thousands of people in a short period of time, going from a level 3 bounty to a super bounty, and even triggering a lightning tribulation. This was something that absolutely could not be imagined. Amo Shangxing said seriously, the Sect of all times is just a sect of the falling star continent. Now that they are invading on a large scale, their strength should not be underestimated. Under the influence of Jun Gosheng's uncertainty, he was already walking on the ancient path under the dusk, chasing after his lost intelligence. City Lord. At this moment, another subordinate came in and reported, according to the information sent from the front line, the martial artists of the falling star continent often go out in groups of 3 to 5 to have fun. Amo Shangxing was not surprised and said, only those with true strength would treat the battlefield as a place to play. He paused for a moment before continuing, pass down my orders. As long as we see anyone from the falling star continent, we should avoid them as much as possible. Do not provoke them no matter what. Yes. Several elders hurriedly passed down the order. The other first-tier material planes had also learned that 2,000 cultivators from the Starfall continent had entered the Starfall continent, so they all issued a do not offend policy. As for the Scarlet, Sea continent, and Lingyun continent, all of them were hiding in their strongholds at this moment, praying that the other party wouldn't target them and wouldn't endlessly come looking for trouble. The two planes that had always liked to train newcomers were completely beaten up by Jun Changshao. If the upper realm allowed it, they would have moved their strongholds away as soon as possible. True love life. Stay away from the falling star continent. Yuan Gongzi. Forbidden grounds. In the main hall of the Demon Emperor's Gate, an elder pulled a long face and said, are we still not going to act? The various major sects have sent out many top powerhouses. If we suddenly attack at this time, we will definitely catch them off guard. Another elder said. Yuan Gongzi said, there's no rush. Wait a little longer. He did not immediately make a move because the 2,000 powerhouses had entered the battlefield to die, igniting the blood of the martial artists on the continent. If he made a move at this time, it might arouse public anger and encounter greater resistance. The Demon Emperor's Gate was only against the famous righteous sects, not against the entire continent. Not only were there sects in the falling star continent, there were also many large families and rogue cultivators. Their strength could not be ignored. Moreover, Yuan Gongzi was very worried about Jun Changshao. Although this guy did not participate, who knew if he would suddenly surround the sects to extort money after the war with the famous righteous sects? For now, if the demon emperor's gate made a move, Jun Changshao might really come to extort money. After all, it was an ATM, sect of all times. Jun Changshao took the time to come back and asked Li Luoqiu about the recent news in the martial arts world. After knowing that there was still no movement from the demon emperor's gate after 2 days of walking, he asked in confusion, "Such a good opportunity. Why haven't they made a move yet?" "Patriarch," Li Luoqiu said, "Xiao Mu sent news that he has been promoted to Taishian Xingzong's inner disciple." "Not bad, not bad." Jun Changshao smiled in satisfaction. For a top sect like Taishian Xingzong, only by becoming an inner disciple would one be considered to have truly integrated into it. Only then would one have the chance to obtain more information and information. Xiao Mu also said that Taishian Xingzong is preparing to organize a group of inner sect genius disciples to enter the perfect spirit defense pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. He asked Patriarch if he wanted to sign up. Li Luoqiu said, "Perfect Spirit Defense Pagoda." Jun Changshao asked, "What is that?" Li Luoqiu said, "This is a cultivation place built by the first patriarch of Taishian Xingzong. It is similar to my sect's training pagoda, and it contains a majestic amount of spirit energy, allowing warriors to quickly increase their cultivation." Jun Changshao rubbed his nose and said, "I never thought that there would be a cultivation place similar to the training pagoda." "Nonsense," the system said. "After all, we have been on the continent for nearly 10,000 years. How can we not have some foundation?" Jun Changshao said, "Tell Su Xiaoma if the perfect spirit defense pagoda can quickly increase his cultivation, he can sign up." Yes. Li Luoqiu used telepathy to pass the message to Su Xiaoma in an extremely short amount of time. He gently put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "Sister Xia, I want to accompany you into the perfect spirit defense pagoda." Xia Shuiyin was startled and said in a low voice, "Who wants you to accompany me?" "If you want to enter the perfect spirit defense pagoda, you must first pass the lava cave test. Can you do it?" "Sister Xia." Su Xiaoma leaned his head over and said in her ear, "No matter what, do not question a man's ability." "Why?" "Because a man can not can." "Ah, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." In an area shrouded in flames, Su Xiaoma stuck out his tongue and frantically fled, with dozens of fireballs chasing after him. Xia Shuiyin, who came to the lava cave test with him, saw this, and black lines appeared on her forehead. "This is called ability." Boom! Boom! In the cave, more and more fireballs appeared. The two of them would occasionally choose to dodge, and occasionally choose to work together to break through. Although the situation was still dangerous, their tacit understanding and cooperation were constantly improving. 2 hours later, the door to the outside world opened, and Su Xiaoma walked out with trembling legs, holding onto the wall. Then he sat on the ground and said with a collapsed expression, "This lava cave is simply hell." Xia Shuiyin indifferently said, "The perfect spirit defense pagoda is even more terrifying than this place. If you can't do it, then quickly leave." "I can do it," Su Xiaoma seriously said. He really could do it, but in order to not expose his cultivation as a rank 9 martial king, he could only appear very miserable in front of this woman. After a short rest, the two of them returned to their residence. However, when Su Xiaoma arrived at his courtyard, he saw a young man with a cold face leaning against a tree in the distance. "So," he said, "Senior brother, are you waiting for me?" Xia Shuiyin also noticed. She stopped in front of the door and looked over. Frowning, she said, "Gao Ingqing." That man lightly raised his head, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. He said, "Senior Sister Fang warned you not to get close to Sister Xia." Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "I forgot." "Forgot?" Gao Ingqing coldly smiled and said, Go to the martial arts practice field. Senior brother will teach you a lesson. Chapter 980. Go to the training field. Su Xiaoma said, Senior brother, are you challenging me? That's right, Gao Yingqing said indifferently. Don't go to the training field. Su Xiaoma said with a smile. According to the rules of the inner sect, disciples can spar as they wish. Let's spar here. There are many people there. Gao Yingqing said. It seems that he wants to humiliate me in front of the Taishan Xingzong disciples. This, Su Xiaoma fell into deep thought. Xia Shuiyin walked over and said, Senior brother Gao, is it appropriate for you, a martial king, to challenge junior brother Su, who has just been promoted to the inner sect? Junior sister Xia, Gao Yingqing said with a smile. I'm only sparring with junior brother Su. If he's afraid, he can refuse. Xia Shuiyun looked at Su Xiaoma, obviously telling him not to accept the challenge. Senior brother Gao, right? Su Xiaoma cupped his hands and said, Junior brother accepts your challenge. Xia Shui's brows furrowed even tighter. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma walked over and gave her an extremely masculine back, saying, I can do it. Xia Shuiyin stood where she was as if she'd been struck by lightning. She only recovered from her shock when she saw that fellow follow Gao Yingqing to the martial practice grounds. She thought to herself in disbelief, he used a sound transmission technique? That's right. The last two sentences were sent through sound transmission technique. Why did the Taishan Xingzong suddenly organize the inner sect disciples to enter the perfect spirit defense tower? Because the sect's experts entering the plain battlefield weakened their overall strength. Moreover, they had to send more people in later, so they had to train the younger generation as soon as possible. The perfect spirit defense tower was the cultivation holy land of the Taishan Xingzong. There were various formations inside, but the opening condition was to burn a large number of spirit stones, so it would not be opened unless there were special circumstances. To put it bluntly, this kind of training ground gathered a large number of resources and provided a channel for a small number of people to become stronger. The worst-case scenario for the 10 elders to enter the planar battlefield was that they wouldn't be able to return. Thus, after unanimous discussion, the upper echelons decided to spend a large amount of resources to nurture outstanding inner disciples in the shortest time possible. Junior brother Su. Son, Inquan once said, I heard my father say that the disciples chosen to enter the Spirit Defense Pagoda are equivalent to candidates for the position of elder. Elder preparation candidate? Su Xiaoma suddenly acted. There were lineal disciples above the inner sect, but he knew that with the aptitude he had shown, he definitely could not be compared to disciples with divine spiritual roots or special constitutions. Instead of that, he might as well be an elder, even if he had the least power. As long as the patriarch agrees to let me register and release my cultivation to the level of a martial king, it shouldn't be a problem, Su Xiaoma thought to himself. During this period of time, he had been pretending to be working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, he often followed Xia Shuiyun to complete high-level missions and had accumulated quite a lot of merit points. Transitioning from a martial ancestor to a martial king should not be too shocking. Moreover, he also had an awesome master. Even if it aroused the suspicion of the higher-ups, they would only guess that he was deliberately hiding his cultivation. After careful consideration, Su Xiaoma decided that as long as the patriarch agreed to let him register, he would release his cultivation to Martial King and fight for one of the 20 spots in the Spirit Defense Pagoda. Jun Changshao agreed. Therefore, in the face of Gao Yingqing's challenge, Su Xiaoma used the sound transmission technique that only martial kings could use. He used practical actions to tell Xia Shuiyun that he was really good. Boom! Boom! On the martial arts practice field, spiritual energy spread out. Oh my God! This is impossible. Senior brother Gao is a martial king, and Su Jintang is only at the level of Wuzong. How can he fight back and forth with him? The inner sect disciples stood outside the martial arts practice field and watched Su Xiaoma fight with Gao Yingqing with ease. Their hearts were immediately filled with shock. 9 spirit seal fists. 9 extremely explosive fist prints pressed down from the left and right. Boom, boom, boom. Gao Yingqing formed a wall of air in front of him, but it was difficult for him to withstand the explosive fist prints. In the end, he was forced to retreat until he stabilized at the edge. He said in disbelief, You are Shua. At this moment, Su Xiaoma had already rushed in front of him. Boom! A left hook directly hit his face, and he was forced to retreat. Not only was there a fist print on his face, but a few teeth also flew out. The Taishan Xingzong disciples were dumbfounded. Senior brother Gao was actually suppressed by that guy. Shua. Su Xiaoma used the movement technique of the outer sect disciples to the extreme and rushed in front of Gao Yingqing again. His cold eyes were full of disdain and contempt. Kid, I am the 3rd disciple of the sect of all times. Although my strength is not as monstrous as the eldest senior sister and Yi Xingchen, I am not someone that trash like you dares to provoke. Boom! Another heavy punch was thrown, and Gao Yingqing's feet left the ground. Then he flew out in front of everyone and landed heavily outside the martial arts practice field. Senior brother, Su Xiaoma cupped his fists and said, Thank you for letting me win. Then he looked at the dazed woman in the distance and revealed a sneaky smile. He said telepathically, Sister Xia, can I do it? Xia Shuiyun did not speak. Her heart was in turmoil. It turned out that this guy had already broken through to the martial king level and had mastered the inner sect martial arts to the extreme. Beating Gao Yingqing was like playing with him. The news of Su Xiaoma's swift and decisive victory over Gao Yingqing spread through the inner sect. The elders also knew about it and were discussing it at the regular meeting. This kid's improvement speed is very fast. It's really surprising. Being able to use 9 fist prints at the same time means that the kid has mastered the Spirit Seal 9 fists. Not simple, not simple. To be accepted as a disciple by a half-saint of sword martial arts, he must be extraordinary. I think that Jin Tang should be given a spot in the perfect spirit pagoda. Elder son, there are only 20 spots. We must strictly screen them. Someone objected, not because he doubted Su Xiaoma, but because he did not want to make a hasty decision. How about this? The 3rd elder, who had been silent all this time, said, Find a time to let Su Jintang spar with the other inner sect disciples. If he can defeat them one by one, we can consider giving him a spot. Sister Xia. In the courtyard, Su Xiaoma smiled and said, Are you angry? No. Xia Shuiyun's face was covered with frost. She had always thought that the guy whose cultivation was lower than hers had suddenly become a martial king. She would definitely be unhappy that he had hidden his cultivation and deliberately acted in a sorry state in the lava cave. Sister Xia, Su Xiaoma said solemnly, Thank you for your help during this period of time. It allowed me to break through to martial king in just a few months. Xia Shuiyun looked at him suspiciously and said, You broke through to martial king in just a few months? Do you think I believe that? Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, To be honest, I already had a cultivation of 7th grade Wuzong. With the help of the sect's spiritual array and resources, I was able to smoothly break through to martial king. So that's how it was. Xia Shuiyun understood. Then she pointed to the door and said, Get out. I want to rest. Okay. Su Xiaoma got up but did not leave. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and kept a close distance with her. He said, My cultivation is higher than yours now. I should be worthy of you, right? Don't say that. He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain. He said, I'll be very sad. Xia Shuiyun avoided his gaze and then turned around. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached over and hugged her. Su Xiaoma's gentle voice sounded in her ear. From today onwards, I will pursue you. Pa. On a mountain peak, Su Xiaoma looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and thought, Patriarch, this disciple will enter the 10 complete spirit pagoda. In the future, there will be a place for me in the elder group. The camera slowly turned to the other side of his face. The bright red palm print was exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 981. Jun Changshao, who was in the Sect of all times, received the news from Su Xiaoma and expressed his understanding of him releasing his martial king cultivation. Li Luoqiu said, If this continues, Xiaomu might become an elder. That depends on his own ability. Jun Changshao said, I'll leave the sect's internal affairs to you for now. I'll go to the dimensional battlefield. Okay. Li Luoqiu was already used to it. Jun Changshao entered the falling star continent stronghold and began to think about how to develop it to the size of a city in half a year. I can only continue to use the treasure detector to search for opportunities. This was the fastest way. After all, finding one could increase the size by 10,000 square meters. Qingyang. Jun Changshao said, I've already contacted the Lingyuan continent. They'll send people to spar in a few days. You'll be in charge of organizing the disciples. It was difficult to find people to fight on the battlefield. They could only invite planes that were gradually building friendly relations for the disciples to spar. After making the arrangements, Jun Changshao flew out of the stronghold and activated the treasure detector. The light spots on the compass were scattered. Obviously, he had found almost all of them. The dimensional battlefield is so big. Are there only so many hidden opportunities? The system, with this kind of cheat-like treasure detector, even if tens of thousands of them were put in, they wouldn't be able to withstand your endless search. Boom! In a certain area, the formation in the depths of space was cracked. A stone door opened. Jun Changshao went in and flew out after a while. The opportunity hidden inside was a wordless stone tablet. Although he didn't know what it was used for, judging from the material, it should be a rare or it might be useful in the future. In fact, when he was searching for opportunities, he encountered many similar opportunities that he didn't know how to use. However, he didn't want to return empty-handed, so he took all of them. There are 2 more in this area. Jun Changshao glanced at the location of the treasure detector and flew over. For a few days, many fortuitous encounters were destroyed one after another. The martial artists living on the floating mountain were stunned. Every time they woke up, they would find that the stronghold had expanded a lot compared to yesterday. How did he do it? Could it be that Jun Patriarch is killing a lot of people every day? They only knew that increasing the size of the stronghold required killing people. How many people would it take to expand the stronghold by so much? Big brother, I'm a little nervous. In the depths of a valley on the battlefield, a cultivator hiding in the shadows said in a trembling voice. More than a dozen cultivators stood beside him. Judging from their attire, they should be from the same plane. Pa. The middle-aged man standing at the front slapped the head of the person who spoke and reprimanded. Look at you! Big brother, we didn't get permission to sneak into the planar battlefield. If they find out, we'll definitely be in trouble. Someone transmitted. Wealth comes from danger. As long as we can find the opportunity discovered by our ancestors, everything will be worth it. The martial artist called Big Brother said seriously. They came from the Green Phoenix continent. Their ancestors had once entered the planar battlefield and found an opportunity through some means. However, they were unable to find it, so they passed it down to their descendants. Every 5 years, the Green Phoenix continent would send a force to enter. If other cultivators wanted to enter, they had to be approved. Otherwise, no one was allowed to enter without permission. The force that this group of cultivators belonged to would take a few decades, so they couldn't wait. They could only sneak in, hoping to find the opportunity discovered by their ancestors to strengthen themselves. Big brother. At this moment, a martial artist standing guard outside the valley transmitted his voice. A few martial artists from other existential planes are flying over. How strong are they? Looks like they're only at the yellow level. At this moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar. They then hovered above the valley and looked down at the group of green phoenix continent cultivators. Have we been discovered? The leader sneered and waved his hand to signal his companions to charge. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen cultivators from the green phoenix continent flew up and surrounded the 4 cultivators. Junior brother Yi were in trouble. Trash. The ones who spoke were Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen. The other 2 were He Wudi and the Purple King. While Jun Changshao was looking for opportunities, they weren't idle either. They wandered around the battlefield aimlessly, hoping to find opponents to fight. The leader of the Green Phoenix Continent group flew up and said calmly, daring to fly around so unscrupulously, "The 4 of you are quite bold." Xiao Ziji said, "What do you mean by surrounding us?" The leader smiled coldly and said, "Take our lives." Take our lives? The Purple King crossed his arms and said proudly, "Are you serious?" After wandering around the battlefield for so long, all the cultivators they encountered had fled like rats. Now they were blocked and even wanted to take their lives. It was really a little unexpected. "Hall Master Z," Xiao Ziji said excitedly, "leave these people to us." It was rare to encounter cultivators who dared to challenge them. They had to fight properly. Clang! Yi Xingchen did not say much as he took out his Truyang sword and attacked first. His eyes were filled with disdain from beginning to end. "Kill them." The leader waved his hand and said. Apart from the purple-haired guy who had some ability, the other 3 were at most Huang level. Killing them would be easy. While they were thinking, Yi Xingchen's cold sword Qi slashed down and took away the head of a green phoenix continent cultivator. When the head and body fell to the ground, the leader and his companions were all dumbfounded. "Die, trash!" Yi Xingchen's wrist turned and the Ling Jian Divine Arts quick step formula was used. Sword shadows filled the sky and shocked the green phoenix continent cultivators. Shwa! 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 Clang! The Truyang sword returned to its sheath, and the 3 cultivators in front were cut into pieces. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the leader burst out with energy and attacked from the side. The strength of a Xian-level cultivator was revealed. He Wudi rushed over and punched out with his fists, creating a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, he broke the murderous aura. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen frowned. This guy surnamed, he was even stronger than before. If he wanted to surpass him, it would probably take a very long time. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Xiao Ziji burst out with spiritual energy and fought with 2 Huang-level cultivators. Because his body was strong, he was not afraid of the opponent's attack and rushed over. "Big brother, these people are a bit strong. Let's retreat." Retreat! The leader saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly left with his companions. But just as he was about to fly out, a wall appeared and sealed the area. "Everyone," Xiao Zueji shook his head and said with a smile, "How can you leave without having a good fight with us?" The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched violently. At that moment, they looked at these people again and found that their bodies had all turned black. Their eyes were red like demons from hell. Half an hour later, the leader and more than 10 Qingwan cultivators fell to the ground in pain. As for the space rings on their fingers and waist, they were all licked away by Xiao Ziji and the others. Big brother, they took the things away. How are we going to find the opportunity? Find my ass. It's good enough that we're still alive. Starfall Continent Stronghold. Jun Changshao returned with 2 fortuitous encounters. Just as he sat on the chair in the main hall, Xiao Ziji came to see him with a yellowed sheepskin scroll and said, "Patriarch, is this a treasure map?" Go Sheng waved his hand and summoned the sheepskin scroll. He found that it had a very complicated terrain. Yes, it's a treasure map. Chapter 982. Nowadays, There are still people who draw treasures on sheepskin scrolls. How vulgar. Jun Changshao held the treasure map, his face full of disdain. Not to mention whether or not there were treasures hidden. At least use some advanced technology, such as setting up a small formation or something. In the end, it was just a piece of sheepskin. He who had a treasure detector did not care about such things at all. After all, as long as he wanted to find, he could find a lot at any time. The system said, "This item is quite old. Maybe there really is something good hidden in it." Is that so? Jun Changshao carefully examined it and found that the outline was very messy. So he shook his head and said, "Maybe someone was bored and just randomly drew it." "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "could there be a secret hidden in this sheepskin scroll?" "A secret hidden?" Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "Very likely." "Qingyang, go get a basin of water." "Yes." Li Qingyang fetched a basin of water. Shua. Jun Changshao waved his hand and threw the sheepskin scroll into the water to soak, and said, "There may be a layer inside, which will appear when it comes in contact with water." Li Qingyang suddenly understood and said, "Patriarch is wise." After a quarter of an hour, Jun Changshao took out the sheepskin scroll and put it on the table. The outline on it was completely blurred. "Patriarch." Li Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly. "There is no layer inside. The terrain drawn with the brush was soaked and disappeared." "Interesting." Jun Changshao kept calm and said, "Since water cannot find the secret, we can only use fire." Whoosh! He raised his right hand and a flame appeared. Jun Changshao took the sheepskin scroll with his other hand and explained, "Qingyang, if I am not wrong, as long as we use fire to heat a little, a new pattern will appear." Li Qingyang was full of admiration. It was the first time he saw using fire and water to find the secret, so he learned from the patriarch. Shua. Jun Changshao placed the parchment over. There really was a change. The ancient goatskin scroll was soon reduced to ashes by the flames. "Patriarch." Li Qingyang widened his eyes and said, "The sheepskin scroll was burned." Boom! Jun Changshao slammed his palms on the table and roared in his heart, "The TV dramas are all lies." In order to find the mystery hidden within, a very old sheepskin scroll was burned just like that. It could be said that it was even more unjust than Dou-yi. It wasn't a big problem. Jun Go-sheng had already memorized the terrain in his mind. Even with his eyes wide open, he could still remember the topography. Of course, he didn't take it seriously. After all, with a treasure-searching tool in hand, there was no need to worry about not being able to find any fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield. Why would he care about a pretentious treasure map? The next day, the Spirit Origin continent had sent dozens of warriors for a friendly visit. The two sides had a friendly competition outside the stronghold and reached a consensus on some issues. Although the planar battlefield was mainly about killing, having a friend was definitely better than having many enemies. Jun Changshao even began to consider whether he should collude with the Spirit Origin continent, deliberately declare war, and then go to the slaughtering Azura field to put on a show. Dear participant, when two planes enter the slaughtering Azura field, the winner must be determined through a real fight. If you cheat, you will be punished by the upper realm, the female system reminded. Jun Changshao said, "I'm just thinking about it." Bullshit. The system said, if it could really be played like that, the host wouldn't just think about it. Although the female system's voice was sweet, it was still the one who understood Jun Changshao the most, so it was irreplaceable. The disciples fought with the Spirit Origin continent warriors. Although it wasn't a life-and-death battle, they still benefited a lot. Therefore, the two sides decided to have friendly competitions every once in a while. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao paid spirit stones and came from the Spirit Origin continent to be a professional sparring partner for the disciples of the Sect of all times. One received experience and the other received resources. Both sides were mutually beneficial. Su Xiaoma, who was in Taixianxing Zone, was also working hard to cultivate. Not long ago, he defeated a few inner disciples one after another and obtained a spot to enter the perfect spirit defense tower. This kind of cultivation, holy land of a top sect, was very good. Not only was there a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, but there were also various methods to improve one's strength. Although Su Xiaoma's realm was gradually being pulled apart by Li Qingyang and the others, being in the perfect spirit defense tower and with the large amount of natural spirit stones given by the patriarch, the speed of improvement might not be slow. More importantly, there were different levels of martial arts experience in each level of the tower. If this was used well, breaking through to the emperor level should not be a problem. Patriarch Su Xiaoma, who was sitting cross-legged on the 6th level, thought to himself, I will continue to cultivate in seclusion here until I break through to Wu Huang. Jun Changshao rarely asked about the matter of his third disciple being a spy. Now that he had come this far, he would have to rely on himself for the rest of the journey. Continue to look for opportunities. The next day, he took out the treasure hunting device again. After it was activated, only 3 light spots appeared on it. It could be seen that the good things in the fixed area were almost all taken by him. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and then flew according to the direction pointed. On the way to a place of opportunity, he suddenly stopped, looked at the crisscrossing mountain forest in front of him, and whispered, It's a bit familiar. Right. He slapped his forehead and said, It's a bit similar to the terrain drawn on the sheepskin scroll. Jun Changxiao's mind transformed into the strange terrain that he had memorized before, and then it gradually merged with the area in front of him. Finally, he said in surprise, It's not a bit similar, it's exactly the same. That's not right. He looked down at the treasure hunting device and wondered, There are obviously no opportunities in this area. The system said, Host, have you found a problem? What problem? Although the treasure hunting device can search for opportunities, the equipment and herbs found, according to the division of the battlefield, are all of the Earth level. You mean that the treasure hunting device can only search for the Earth level, but it can't search for opportunities of a higher level? Yes. There is an opportunity in the sheepskin scroll, and this opportunity has reached the heaven level, so the treasure hunting device can't capture it? Yes. Talking to smart people was not tiring at all. Jun Changshao said with joy, Could it be that in this seemingly ordinary forest there is a higher level of opportunity hidden? While speaking, he hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully browsed the terrain pattern that he had memorized, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. He had to use fire and water to find the mystery, and in the end the sheepskin scroll was burned. Something strange. After thinking over and over again, Jun Changshao found the terrain in his memory. Although the sketch terrain was messy, it was more like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing a big round ball. A round ball? Jun Changshao suddenly opened his eyes, and his spiritual thoughts spread out wildly. Soon he found an independent forest area in the distance, outside the mountain forest. Looking down from above, it just happened to be in the shape of a round ball. Could it be that this is the mystery in the sheepskin scroll? Swoosh! Jun Changshao flew over and then landed in the forest. He walked back and forth a few times, but did not find anything special, so he was puzzled and asked, Why is there nothing? Host, did you notice that the color of the sheepskin scroll is a little dark? The system said. Jun Changshao said, Aren't all things with ages like this, such as ancient books that have turned yellow? The system said, Maybe it was added by someone. Added by someone? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin, then suddenly thought of something and said, Could it be that it represents the dusk period? It's possible. Then let's wait until dusk. Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to leave and found a place to sit down. Apart from nighttime, the weather in the dimensional battlefield was dusk, but this did not mean that there was no dusk period. A few hours later, The sky was obviously darker than before, indicating that night was coming. Sitting in the forest, Jun Changshao kept releasing his spiritual thoughts. But in the end, he still did not find anything, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe someone passed by here and pretended to be mysterious and casually drew a picture. What a waste of time." Swoosh! Jun Changshao stood up, but just as he took a step, the bottom of his feet suddenly flashed, and the entire periphery of the forest was suddenly protruded, enveloping him in a barrier. What the hell? Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly, and a stone door engraved with words gradually appeared. Go Sheng, who had experienced all kinds of big scenes, was definitely not surprised, but when he saw the words engraved on both sides of the door, he raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself in the face. What was written? It was written that only by sticking the sheepskin scroll on the door could the restriction be lifted to enter. Chapter 983. Jun Gosheng had to show his disciple how to decipher the secret hidden inside the sheepskin scroll, and now he lost it. Now he could only stand in front of the stone door and cry, Am I a bitch?" The system added loudly, "Yes." Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and calmed himself down. Then he stood in front of the stone door, clenched his fist, and said proudly, "Without the sheepskin scroll, I can't go in? Naive." Hoo-hoo. Strong spiritual energy gathered in his right fist and punched out with a force of 10,000 pounds. This attack was so strong that even a half-saint might not dare to take it head-on. Boom! Dang, dang, dang! His right fist punched the stone door, and Jun Changshao was also bounced back. He almost fell to the ground. The system remained absolutely silent. In fact, it wanted to remind the host that the stone door was made of a special material or some kind of hard ore. However, it did not say anything because it was afraid of being slapped in the face. After all, it had happened before. It's a bit hard. Jun Changshao stabilized his body and relaxed his right hand's 5 fingers. He summoned the mechanical wings and activated the attack mode. His fist was instantly covered in steel. Ta! Jun Changshao ran up a few steps and stopped in front of the stone door. He raised his fist and punched at it. Then he imitated the main character's ability to shout at the beginning of a fight and roared, "Break for me!" Boom! The ground instantly shook. Dang, dang, dang! Plop! Jun Changshao took a few steps back and fell to the ground. He collapsed and said, "This is too hard. I don't believe it." Red sky flame cut. Boom! Boom! 7 mysterious light break. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao did not use his fist anymore. Instead, he relied on various martial arts to attack from a distance. As a result, his power was bounced back without leaving a trace. The system finally could not help but say, "The stone door's material is extraordinary. The host can't break it with his fist and martial arts." Understood. Jun Changshao stood up and summoned the True Yang set. Then he held the True Yang sword in his left hand and Jade Dragon asks the heavens in his right hand. There was the buff of the armament wings in the front and the buff of the set attributes in the back. Go all out. The system, swoosh, schwa, whoosh, ding, ding, ding. Countless sword shadows appeared, but no matter how fiercely the sword chi bombarded the stone door, it remained unscathed. Plop! An hour later, Jun Gosheng was paralyzed on the ground. Panting as he said, "Are there any items in the mall that can reverse time and space? I want to go back to the past to stop my foolish actions." "No," the system replied. Jun Changshao held his head and roared, "Why should I burn it with fire?" Buzz. After a while, the surrounding light barrier disappeared, and the indestructible stone door disappeared as well. It was already dark outside. The system said, "It seems that this opportunity will only open at dusk." Jun Changshao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let's call Hall Master Z and Old Ding over tomorrow. I don't believe that we can't break this stone door." He, who had always been looking for opportunities, had suffered a setback today. The more it was like this, the more his bad temper was triggered. Regardless of whether there was an opportunity behind the stone door, he had to break it. The next day, Jun Changshao brought the Purple King and Ding Xingwang over and activated the light barrier again at dusk. It's this door. Break it. Yes. Ding Xingwang was about to condense his spiritual energy. The Purple King raised his hand and signaled for him to retreat. He said calmly, "Leave it to me." As a higher realm demon king, other than eating Lu Wancher's cooking, he always maintained the demeanor of a powerhouse. Boom, boom, boom. Violent demon chi rippled wildly in the formation. After a while, Hall Master Z was seen lying in the distance, naked and sweating profusely. The stone door was undamaged. Old Ding, Jun Changshao broke down. Go and try. Ding Xingwang's mouth twitched slightly. Even a fierce person like Hall Master Z could not break it open. He definitely could not. Since the patriarch had said so, he could only walk over and stop in front of the stone door. He began to circulate his spiritual energy and was about to punch it when he suddenly turned his head and said, "Patriarch, this square word seems a little different." Different? Jun Changshao hurried over and immediately realized that the color of the word was a little darker than the other words. If he did not look at it closely, he might not have noticed it even if he used his spiritual sense. Smack! Old Ding raised his finger and pressed it. The square word sunk and the tightly shut stone door suddenly opened from the bottom up. The patriarch Jun stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. The Purple King, who was lying in the distance, picked up a corner of his clothes and covered his face. He thought to himself, "They can't see me, they can't see me, no one can see me." Blisters and fire, with fists, martial arts, and weapons. They were all gaudy. Ding Xingwang found the secret at a glance and easily opened the stone door. This was the simplest and most direct way. "My handsome face is swollen," Jun Changshao roared in his heart. "Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said, "do you want to go in?" "Go in." Jun Changshao stepped in. Since the Purple King and Ding Xingwang were here, they would definitely follow and take a look. On the other side of the stone door was a seemingly bottomless tunnel. As soon as the three of them walked in, they felt a desolate and ancient aura. "Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said, "in my opinion, there must be an incredible treasure hidden here." As someone who had lived for a long time, Wu Sheng was the most familiar with exploring opportunities. He could tell a thing or two from the environment. "Let's hope so," Jun Changshao said while remaining vigilant. This kind of place of opportunity that had not been explored by treasure hunting tools might have a trap. "Hall Master Z," Jun Changshao said, "you lead the way." Since he had followed them in, he would definitely let the guy with the strongest physical body take the lead. Not long after, the three of them entered a cave abode that was as bright as day. The Purple King, who was walking in front, had bruises on his exposed skin. It was obvious that he had been targeted by a lot of traps in the tunnel. "K," he said proudly, "how can a mere trap hurt me?" The camera turned to his back. Arrows were stuck in his back. Jun Changshao could not bear to look at it and looked away. Then he looked carefully at the cave abode and saw a strange-looking plant growing on a muddy ground in the center. "Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said solemnly, "this is definitely an extremely high-quality heavenly treasure." Jun Changshao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He hoped to find equipment and weapons here because he could immediately strengthen himself. Heavenly treasures were good, but unless he swallowed them to increase his strength, he would need to refine them to show their value. "This is," the Purple King said in surprise, "pure jade spirit." Chapter 984. Jade Pure Xianling. Jun Changshao said. The Purple King said with a burning gaze, "This is a treasure of heaven and earth that only exists in the upper realm. If my beast race eats one, it can increase our cultivation by 1,000 years. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. "What if humans eat it?" They will die immediately. The Purple King said. This turn was very sudden. June Patriarch did not sit properly and was almost thrown off the carriage. Why did the beast race eat it and increase their cultivation, but humans eat it and die? Because the effect of the medicine was too strong. With the physique of humans that was naturally weaker than beasts, they could not withstand the explosive energy at all. The only outcome was to explode and die. However, the Purple King added, you can combine other medicinal herbs to refine this item. As for what effect it has, that is unknown. This was the wisdom of humans. No matter how strong the treasure was, as long as it was professionally refined, the effect would be even stronger than eating it raw. Purple Craggy hurriedly walked over. Wasn't stealing dragon eggs in the upper realm, just listening to rumors that it could increase one's cultivation? Now that the Jade Pure Xianling in front of him had a real effect, it naturally made him extremely moved. Jun Changshao first used his spiritual sense to envelop the medicinal herbs and put them into the space ring. He said, "Such a good thing, you can't just eat it casually." The Purple King hugged his head and roared, "I'll just take a bite." "Come on," Jun Changshao said, "with your big mouth, you can even swallow the roots." A treasure of heaven and earth that directly increased one's cultivation was definitely at the heaven level. He wanted to keep it for future preparations. For example, if he could get a semi-sage pill, the Wushang pill, he might need this medicinal herb. The system was speechless. Why don't the hosts think about the Wushang pill? After eating it, you can instantly break through to Martial Emperor, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and walk to the peak of life. Jun Changshao said, "If there is, that would be the best system, since this soil can contain the treasures of heaven and earth from the upper realm. It must be extraordinary." After some thought, Jun Changshao ordered Hallmaster Z and Old Ding to poach all of them. After searching the cave for a while, he didn't find anything good, so he went back the way he came until he came out of the tunnel. He stopped in front of the solid stone door and thought to himself, "Such a durable stone, I can't leave it here." Swish! His spiritual sense spread out and his heart stirred. Whoosh! The solid stone door disappeared into thin air and reappeared in the spatial ring. He succeeded just like that. Jun Changshao had thought that it might be blocked or fail, but he never thought that it would be so easy to install the stone door. The system sighed. When Go Sheng went to war, not even a blade of grass grew. "Okay." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Go back." The three of them walked out of the forest. Because the opportunity was taken away, the surrounding enchantments had completed their historical mission and completely disappeared. However, even the entrance stone door had been taken away. Snowflakes were fluttering in the air, the northern wind was rustling, and the world was boundless. Back to half an hour ago, when Old Ding opened the stone door and Go Sheng brought the two of them in, the flowing light enchantment flashed and formed a rainbow light that pierced through heaven and earth, illuminating the entire dimensional battlefield. A phenomenon has appeared. An opportunity has been born. Such a strong light, the level of the opportunity must be extremely high. When the powerhouses of various dimensions saw the light that pierced through the sky, their eyes lit up. Then they all flew out of the stronghold and rushed toward the source of the phenomenon. "What's that?" City Lord Han and the others in the Falling Star Continent stronghold also noticed, and their eyes widened. Gongsun Haohai said, "This is the dimensional opportunity." Opportunity? Everyone's eyes were also burning. "Let's go." A powerhouse from a large sect said, "Let's go and take a look too." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the top powerhouses of the Falling Star Continent flew out of the stronghold. Not only City Lord Han, but also Mu Changhong and Situ Haoyun were among them. The battlefield was created by the upper realm, so the opportunities left behind must be very strong. Even if they couldn't obtain them, they could go and watch the show. Second senior brother, Xiao Zue Ji said solemnly. The place that Sect leader and Old Ding went to was the place where the anomaly was rising, right? Li Qingyang nodded and said, "That's right." Whoosh! 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 In the sky, streaks of light flew at high speed. City Lord Han and the others were deeply shocked when they saw this. The appearance of an opportunity had attracted so many top powerhouses, as expected of the battlefield where the various dimensions gathered. Everyone, Wu Sheng, who was flying at the front, said in a deep voice, "There are too many powerhouses here. We're just here to watch the show. Don't get involved." Understood. The crowd came to a decision. No matter how good the fortuitous encounter was, they could not take part in it. After all, there were half-martial sages flying over from the sky. There was no telling how many half-martial sages would arrive at the scene. If they tried to snatch the fortuitous encounter, they would be courting death. As expected, when the powerhouses of the falling star continent arrived at the source of the light and saw hundreds of half-step saints and even Wu Sheng floating around, they all gasped in shock. In their own world, the appearance of an opportunity and a few Wu Sheng were already considered a big scene. But now, there were so many of them gathered on the battlefield. It was definitely a big scene. Martial artists from various dimensions hovered around the flashing light, their eyes burning with passion. This phenomenon was even more intense than the appearance of the egg. Its level must be very high. Speaking of eggs, the crowd couldn't help but think of Jun Chang Shao. They couldn't help but shiver as they thought of his insane slaughter. Wait, is that guy here? The powerhouses from various dimensions released their spiritual senses and found City Lord Han and the others, martial artists from the falling star continent. Oh my God, why are they here too? They want to snatch the opportunity. I'm afraid we can only watch. The martial artists from the falling star continent were shocked by the scene, and the other dimensions were shocked by them. The scene was very awkward. Oh no! City Lord Han's expression changed slightly. Do they think we want to snatch the opportunity? Don't panic, don't panic. Wu Sheng, who came from a large sect, calmed himself down and cupped his hands. Everyone, we've just entered the battlefield and haven't seen the appearance of the opportunity. So we're only here to watch the show. We won't participate. The other dimensions' martial artists were stunned. The falling star continent wasn't participating? Could it be that there were too many good things in this dimension and they didn't care about the opportunity on the battlefield? Thinking of the scene where Jun Changshao took out his sword and swept across the battlefield, everyone immediately understood. Since he had such a powerful weapon, he wouldn't care about anything else. Patriarch, the falling star continent is much stronger than we thought, one of the elders said telepathically. So, the Patriarch said solemnly, we can't afford to offend them. Whoosh! At this moment, the light that pierced through the sky suddenly dissipated, and the array in the forest disappeared into thin air. The opportunity is about to be born. The powerhouses from various dimensions who were experienced in this aspect subconsciously approached and prepared to snatch it at any time. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 streaks of light appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The martial artists from various dimensions unleashed their cultivation and were about to suppress the streaks of light that appeared from the forest. In the next second, they came to a sudden halt and their eyes widened. Jun Changshao, who had just walked out of the forest, found that he was surrounded by people. He was puzzled. What's going on? Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han and the others were also stunned. Why are you guys here too? Jun Changshao was even more confused. Patriarch. Gongsun Haohai came from afar and transmitted his voice. There's a phenomenon in the forest that you just came out of. Jun Changshao roughly understood the situation, so he took out the pocket-sized heart to keep blade and smiled. The opportunity here has been taken by Jun. If you guys want to snatch it, feel free to come. Jun Patriarch. Goodbye. Jun Patriarch. We'll meet again if fate allows. June Patriarch, we'll meet again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the experts from the various planes who had gathered in the sky above the forest all disappeared at a speed that would make one gasp in amazement. City Lord Han and the others came to their senses and found that they had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 985. The experts from the various dimensions ran away as fast as they came. By the time the falling star continent cultivators came back to their senses, there was no one in the forest. This, City Lord Han's mouth twitched. These planar battlefield cultivators had been scared away by Jun Chang Shao. No, to be exact, they had been scared away by Go Sheng's pocket-sized knife. After all, many people were at the scene back then. The scene of him killing people like cutting grass was still vivid in their minds. In the face of absolute power, all greed would be completely suppressed. Living was always more comfortable than dying. They ran away just like that. Jun Chang Shao shook his head and said, I still want to have a good fight. The Purple King, Ding Xingwang, they knew very well that if the Patriarch really wanted to have a good fight, he would definitely not take out a pocket-sized knife to scare people. A natural phenomenon, the birth of a fortuitous opportunity. Who would have thought that Jun Chang Shao would walk out from inside and end the bloody storm that was about to unfold before it even started? The falling star continent cultivators were shocked. When they returned, they could not help but secretly guess. That guy scared away the experts from the various dimensions with just one sentence. Could it be that he really killed tens of thousands? That's definitely the case. City Lord Han firmly believed it in his heart. In his opinion, only killing tens of thousands of people could create a terrifying deterrent force. Otherwise, the cultivators from the various dimensions would not panic and run away. This guy, City Lord Han raised his head and looked at Jun Chang Shao, who was flying in front of him. He thought to himself, how strong is he exactly? Without the support of equipment, Jun Patriarch was just a half-step sword saint and martial saint. With equipment, it was no problem for him to fight against low-level, earth-level experts. As for using the unstoppable knife, it was even more terrifying. Of course, this kind of trump card would not be used at any time. After all, there were not many talismans to open the seal. Falling Star Continent's stronghold. Jun Chang Shao returned with the jade, clear, profound spirit. The stronghold began to expand until it stopped. The area was twice as big as before. Patriarch! Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Jun Chang Shao said, perhaps the fortuitous encounters brought back have reached the heaven level, and the area given is more than before. Li Qingyang said solemnly, if we expand it a few more times, it won't be a problem to reach the size of a small city. On the falling star continent, the size of a city depended on the area and the total number of residents. The smallest city was as big as 4 or 5 towns. At this moment, the falling star continent stronghold had doubled in size and was now the size of 2 towns. Therefore, it was undoubtedly much closer to the smallest city. Jun Chang Shao shook his head and said, if we want to play, we'll play with the bigger ones. I don't care about the smaller ones. Patriarch! The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. It will definitely take a long time to build a stronghold into a large city. Half a year. Jun Chang Shao said solemnly, it must be achieved. Half a year? Li Qingyang suddenly felt a little dizzy. Jun Chang Shao also didn't want to focus on the development of the stronghold. However, the Epic Mission 9 was related to it. Moreover, according to the previous completion rate, only by doing better than the original foundation could he obtain more generous rewards. What was the original foundation? To develop the falling star continent stronghold into a city. This was more general because cities were also divided into small, medium, and large. If it was developed into a small city, it would be considered completed. If it was developed into a medium or large city, it would be considered to have exceeded the standard. I have to continue looking for fortuitous encounters. If they are all similar to the jade, clear Xian spirit level, it shouldn't be a problem to develop into a medium city, or above if I find 8 or 9 of them. Jun Chang Xiao had a good idea, but in fact, the jade, clear Xian spirit level was at the heaven level, and the treasure detector couldn't find it. He accidentally obtained the sheepskin scroll and was lucky to find one. However, he couldn't rely on luck every time. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a protagonist who relied on the protagonist's halo to survive? Nothing is difficult in the world if the human heart is not firm. Jun Chang Xiao said seriously, as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron pestle into a needle. Where there's a will, there's a way. The system said, open the shop and refresh boldly. Maybe you can find something better than the treasure detector. Get lost. The next day, Go Shang woke up early and flew out of the stronghold to start a brand new day of searching for fortuitous encounters. Next, the martial artists of the major plains would face a nightmare, because the places of fortuitous encounters that were locked in advance and searched with absolute confidence and timing, there was nothing in the end. That's not right. Why is there nothing? Could it be that we guessed wrong and there is no fortuitous encounter here? Patriarch, there is a line of words carved on the wall. Oh, everyone looked and saw the words written on it. The fortuitous encounter has been taken by me. Everyone, please do not worry. Jun Changshao stays. Jun Changshao, someone exclaimed, patriarch of the strongest sect in the history of the falling star continent. Damn it. The patriarch clenched his fists and said angrily, this place is so far away from the stronghold of the falling star continent. How did that guy get here first? Taking the fortuitous encounter, afraid that others would not know, and deliberately left his name. This was really despicable. In fact, Jun Changshao also had his difficulties. After all, if they did not play with him in the dimensional battlefield, they could only seek death crazily and try to anger the major planes. In the end, in the slaughtering Azura field, they could only sing together. Swish. In a certain valley, Jun Changshao flew out. It was as if the torn space was gradually healing, and the fortuitous encounters that had been sleeping for many years were taken away by him. Even the boxes that contained the treasures did not escape from his hands. As long as one entered a place of fortuitous encounter, even if it was a seemingly ordinary stone, it would be kept in the spatial ring, truly swept clean. Of course, Jun Changshao would also occasionally return to the sect to take charge of the overall situation. At this moment, he had already grasped both the sect's development and the stronghold's development. Patriarch, on this day, Elder Wei hurried to the main peaks hall and said excitedly, the pile of soil you gave me is really magical. The herbs that were planted 3 days ago have matured today. Jun Changshao said in surprise, so fast? The soil that Elder Wei mentioned was used to plant the clear jade spirit. At that time, Jun Changshao felt that it was not simple, so he dug them all up. He did not expect that planting them in the herb field would increase the growth cycle of the herbs. Moreover, the growth rate was terrifying, because the herbs planted in the soil were used to refine martial emperor pills. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to mature in normal soil. Now it only took 3 days. I've made a fortune. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Although there was not much soil, it was not suitable for large-scale planting. However, it could increase the growth rate by nearly 20 times. If he planted high-quality herbs in the future, there would be many benefits. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Jun Changshao hurried to the herb field. However, when he arrived, he found Peppa the wild boar lying on the soil, resting leisurely. A few herbs were squashed by it. Damn you! Jun Go's remaining anger rushed up and directly brought out the green dragon crescent blade. However, just as he was about to slash at it, he saw a strange attribute floating up from the soil and merging into Peppa the wild boar's body. An indescribable expression appeared on the latter's face. Patriarch, Elder Wei said solemnly, this soil is helpful to Peppa. Chapter 986. Jun Changshao also realized that Peppa wild boar lying on the soil seemed to have a good effect, so he put down the green dragon crescent blade and dismissed the idea of taking out the true yang sword and jade dragon asks the heaven sword. He stood aside and watched. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more strange attributes appeared. Suddenly, lines appeared on Peppa wild boar's body and spread around, finally outlining a pattern that emitted a holy aura. This is, Elder Wei was surprised. Is it awakening? Many seemingly ordinary dire beasts might have some kind of powerful energy hidden in their bodies. Once the requirements were met or they were disturbed by external forces, they would often awaken. Soil that could accelerate the ripening of medicinal herbs was obviously very suitable for this. Awakening. Jun Changshao was looking forward to it. This little guy was an earth-type dire beast. With the help of the soil, its control over the earth type would definitely be stronger. It would definitely be perfect for reclamation and construction in the future. Swoosh! Peppa wild boar suddenly opened its eyes. Its originally sad gaze gradually became sharp. Together with the aura of the pattern, it gave off a sacred and inviolable feeling. Roar! The little guy stood up and roared. The tiniest grains of sand on the ground trembled slightly under the influence of the roar and then floated up. The grains of sand gathered in front of Peppa wild boar like clouds and mist, but also like a king's battle armor. Patriarch, Elder Wei was shocked. Peppa might really be awakening. Jun Changshao's lips curled up into a smile. So hungry, a slightly hoarse voice came from Peppa wild boar's mouth. It then stepped out of the soil, put its chin on the ground, and suddenly opened its mouth to swallow a piece of soil. Jun Changshao and Elder Wei's eyes widened. They could understand that the little guy could talk, but to be hungry to the point of eating soil, that was a bit inconceivable. Still hungry, Peppa wild boar opened its mouth again and gnawed on the soil. After a while, the surrounding soil was filled with small pits. Its stomach also became round, and the pattern on its body became brighter. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Peppa can't be the Earth Devourer, right? Earth-devouring Saint Beast. Jun Changshao suddenly recalled that Shi Jingxian had once said that there was an earth-devouring Saint Beast in the southern Barren State that lived by absorbing the elements of heaven and earth. Later, it was killed by an expert, and its scorching blood spilled over tens of thousands of miles, causing the land to be barren. On the falling star continent, the beasts that had the word holy in their names were as powerful as Wu Sheng. Is this guy really that awesome? When Jun Changshao recalled the time when he accidentally caught the little fellow in Death Valley, he found it hard to believe that his first contracted beast was a holy beast that could rival a martial sage. Burp. Peppa Boar burped and lay back down on the soil. The surrounding sand and dust was still slowly gathering, turning from the initial cloud-like state into a substance that completely enveloped it, forming a large mound. Elder Wei guessed. It should be evolving. How long? I don't know. Jun Changshao did not say anything. He sat in the small pavilion and waited. He waited for 3 days. Peppa wild boar was still covered in dirt. Patriarch, Elder Wei said, it may take time for beasts to awaken. There's no need to sit here and wait. It's my contracted beast. Now that it has awakened and evolved, as its master, I naturally have to protect it at all times. Jun Changshao said with a solemn expression. These words passed through the layers of dust and reached the ears of Peppa wild boar, who seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. 2 drops of tears fell from its tightly shut eyes. Little guy, you must remember, I will become the strongest man in the world in the future. As my contracted beast, you naturally have to have the ability that others can't. Quickly become stronger and follow your master to fight the 9 heavens, trample the 8 barren lands, and create an immortal legend. after the hot-blooded memories. An indescribable power suddenly erupted and instantly penetrated Peppa Wild Boar's entire body. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. Huff, huff, huff. A thick aura suddenly erupted from the mound standing in the herb field and spread to the surroundings. This sudden turn of events caused Elder Wei to exclaim in shock. Awakened, Jun Changshao stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a smile appeared on his face. Peppa Wild Boar, become stronger. Only then would she be worthy of her handsome, elegant master. Ugh, the system couldn't take it anymore. The mound suddenly erupted with a strong energy. It lasted for a day and a night before it began to subside. At the same time, tiny cracks began to appear. Ka. The cracks continued to extend outwards, like a withered eggshell. Rays of brown light shot out from the cracks, exuding a sense of heaviness that only earth elemental attributes could have. Boom! Suddenly the mound exploded. Pieces of soil flew everywhere until they came into contact with the ground and turned into grains of sand. Huff, huff! The wind howled and the air billowed. Ta! A muscular forelimb walked out from the air. Then a ferocious beast about 2 to 3 feet tall with a brown body stood in the herb field. This beast's body was similar to a tiger's. It had thick fur all over its body. As for its head, it was more like a wolf's head. There were sharp thorns protruding from the top of its head. From the color, it seemed to be made of solid soil. There was only one word to describe it: handsome. Huff! Air billows appeared in between breaths. This beast exuded a strong, earthy aura from head to toe. This soil was of the earth attribute, not the kind of soil that would crumble to dust. Master. It raised its head and puffed out its chest. I want to follow you to battle the 9 heavens, tread the 8 desolations, and create an immortal legend. That's right. This was Paige. It had already changed its appearance. It had already broken away from its pig-like appearance and become a ferocious beast with good looks and power. No, from the aura it exuded, it seemed to be not inferior to Wu Huang's spirit beast. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the gazebo, said, "Follow me to battle the 9 heavens and tread the 8 desolations. It's not just words. You have to have the ability." Understood. Paige turned around and placed its chin on the ground. Then it suddenly sprinted. Wherever it passed, a pit would appear. Through the slow motion, one could see that this guy opened and closed its mouth at an extremely fast rate. Then it swallowed all the soil into its stomach. If Li Qingyang saw this, he would definitely be ecstatic, because if this soil was used to dig the foundation, it would definitely increase the efficiency of the construction. Although the digging speed is much faster than before, it doesn't seem to be anything special. Jun Changshao shook his head. Master. Paige stopped in the distance and said proudly, "My ability is not to dig holes, but swoosh." It opened its mouth and spat out clumps of soil. Then it filled the pit that it dug and said, "The soil that I eat will become spiritual soil." Spiritual soil? Jun Changshao was stunned. Elder Wei hurried over and grabbed the soil that filled the pit. He said with joy, "The soil contains spiritual energy. If it's used to plant, it will definitely increase the growth cycle and effect of the herbs. It's that powerful." Jun Changshao walked over and reached out to grab the soil. He spread his spiritual senses and found that every grain of sand was shrouded in weak spiritual energy. It didn't seem to have any effect on the surface, but when gathered into a handful of soil, it was very impressive. Master. Paige said proudly, "I have awakened the bloodline of the Earth Devourer sacred beast. I can easily change the soil. Of course, this is just the most common ability. My true ability is to fight and provide a strong defense for my master. If you don't believe me, you can try it with a punch. Is that so?" Jun Changshao shot forward like an arrow, his right fist suddenly blasting out. Bang! Paige endured the violent force. Its eyeballs suddenly bulged, and it was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. In the end, its eyelids rolled up and it fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Sun Bukong! Save him! Save him! June Patriarch's roar came from Medical Peak. Chapter 987. With the help of the soil from the upper realm, Paige accidentally awakened the bloodline of the earth swallowing sacred beast and evolved in all aspects. The word wild boar would truly become history because it already had a good appearance. Although it was not as coquettish as the purple lightning young tiger, it was at least much more handsome than before. However, Paige was courting death. He actually took the initiative to let Jun Changshao punch him. His courage was commendable. Go Sheng also wanted to see how strong his contract beast was after its evolution. With a single punch, he unleashed 50% of his power and almost turned it back into a pig. On the hospital bed, Paige wept as he licked his wounds. He held in his heart, "Why is Master so fierce?" "Baby." At this time, Jun Changshao walked over, gently placed his right hand on its forehead, and laughed. "To be able to survive after taking a punch from me, you are already very amazing." This was the first time Paige saw his master being so gentle to him, and his tears immediately flowed down. "After you recover, go to the medicine field and help Elder Wei and the others improve the soil." Paige's defense was recognized by Jun Changshao, but that was not important. What was important was that after eating the soil, the milk that came out was the best. Yes, Paige's gaze was firm. "Master." Jun Changshao stood up, stopped at the door of the ward, and said with his back facing it, "On the day that I reach the summit, you must accompany me." Paige's expression suddenly froze, and the small universe in his body was instantly ignited. Then, with a bang, the bandage burst open, and he cried, "Master, I will work hard." Shwa! He jumped off the hospital bed and flew out. Medicine field. Paige was running back and forth, swallowing pieces of soil into his stomach, and then quickly spitting it out. Every grain of sand contained spiritual energy. Patriarch, Elder Wei, who was sitting in the pagoda, drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Your contract beast is very diligent. It came to improve the soil before its injuries have healed." Jun Changshao said in a serious tone, "Only in this way can it become stronger." The system was speechless. He was clearly using him as a coolie, yet he still had to pretend that he was putting in a lot of effort. A few days later, the herb field below Medical Peak had been renovated. The soil that gathered spirit energy could be used to plant herbs. Not only could it increase their growth cycle, it could also increase the intensity of spirit energy. It was definitely a land of great feng shui. "Paige." Jun Changshao pointed at the grassland where the hunger grass was planted and said, "This place also needs to be transformed as soon as possible." Yes, Paige immediately got to work. Perhaps it was because of the awakening and evolution, but after being busy for a few days, not only did he not feel tired, the more he worked, the more energetic he was. "Wow, Paige has changed. He looks so handsome. I still prefer the chubby Paige from before." When the disciples of the sect saw Paige's drastic change in behavior, they began to discuss among themselves. When Paige heard them talking about her, she proudly performed the disregard her kin footwork. In the past, it used to feel inferior and coward in the medicinal field every day. Now that its form had changed and its strength had increased, it immediately regained its dignity. "Me, Paige." He had been reborn. That day can no longer cover my eyes. That earth can no longer bury me. Boom! Paige, who was full of pride, was suddenly sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he immediately grimaced in pain. After evolving, this fellow also had a temper. However, when Paige saw that the one who had bumped into her was Xiao Longlong, she quickly closed her mouth and pretended that she hadn't seen anything. Then, she continued walking towards the medicinal field. "Stop," Xiao Longlong lightly said. You bumped into me, and you still don't want to apologize. Paige roared in her heart. You bumped into me. You don't have eyes, so you deserve to be bumped into, the barefoot Xiao Maxian lightly said as she stood on the roof. Xiao Longlong glared at her and then looked at Paige, angrily saying, You also think so? Paige, Xiao Maxian said, don't be afraid of him. As Paige thought about how she had awakened the earth-devouring Saint Beast bloodline, she raised her head and puffed out her chest. Yes! Hoo-hoo! Xiao Longlong was instantly covered in flames and transformed into his second form. A youth poked his head out and coldly said, I'm going to beat you up. Come. Paige was very manly. Bang, bang. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Under the setting sun, the battered and bruised Paige lay in the medicine field, licking her wounds from time to time. Tears streamed down her face as she said, Master, I'm still too weak. Patriarch. Elder Wei said, according to calculations and statistics, the modified medicine field can increase the growth period of the herbs by 30%. Not bad, not bad. Jun Goshing smiled. The pills in Alchemy Pavilion all required a continuous supply of herbs. If the soil of the medicine field could accelerate the growth of the herbs, the benefits would certainly be significant. That's right. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the profound jade spirit. What do you think of this heavenly material? Elder Wei carefully examined it and said in surprise, What pure energy! I fear it has already reached the divine grade. When it came to this type of supreme treasure, he had a relatively authoritative judgment. This item comes from the higher realms, Jun Changshao calmly said. Higher realms? Elder Wei's eyes widened. That level absolutely surpasses the divine grade. However, he carefully examined it again and said, It doesn't seem to be fully mature. You can tell. Jun Changshao was surprised. The profound jade spirit was indeed not fully mature. Otherwise, it would have been unsealed and announced on the dimensional battlefield. It was not a big problem. After all, there was a heavenly material incubator. As long as enough energy was prepared, it could be quickly matured. However, for now, the profound jade spirit was not useful. Thus, Jun Changshao did not spend any resources to nurture it. He placed it inside first and allowed it to grow 5 times faster. Elder Wei, as the number of disciples increases, the number of herbs we need will only increase. Your medicine hall needs to work harder. N. Hall Masterly, Jun Changshao asked again, How is Xiaomu doing recently? Li Luoqiu said. After entering the perfect spirit pagoda, no more information was sent. He should be cultivating in seclusion. Qingyang and the others have already broken through to the emperor level. Only Xiaomu's cultivation was delayed because of his undercover work. I hope this time he can use the martial arts resources of Taixien Xingzong to break through. Has the Demon Emperor's gate taken any action? Not for now. Jun Changshao shook his head. The powerhouses who enter the battlefield will not stay for long. If the Demon Emperor's gate does not take the opportunity to do something, they will not have another chance. This guy's mentality was that he wanted to see the world in chaos. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu was silent for a moment. Then she said, On the coast of southeast Shizhou, someone found many floating bottles. There were letters for help written inside. Oh, Jun Changshao listened quietly. This woman would receive information from all over the world every day, but not all of it was reported to him. Since she took the initiative to mention it today, there must be something special. Li Luoqiu said, The letter for help was written by Master Fan. The content is that he is trapped in East Sea Fishery Province. He hopes that the powerhouses of various sects can come to his rescue. Master Fan? Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, It sounds familiar. Chapter 988. The name of Master Fan sounded familiar to Jun Changshao, but he couldn't remember who it was. Li Luochio said. He's the current master forger of the Falling Star continent. The weapons made by him are not only powerful, but also highly collectible. Master forger? Jun Changshao suddenly remembered that he often encountered weapons with the word fan engraved on them. He suddenly realized. So it's him. If Master Fan were here, he would have punched him in the chest. After all, so many of his weapons had been broken by this guy. Sometimes he even had to show off. How could he not remember it? I thought Master Fan had died a long time ago. I didn't expect him to still be alive, Jun Changshao said. Li Luochio said, according to my investigation, more than 20 years ago, the East Sea Fishery Province sent someone to invite Master Fan and the others away. Invited away? Jun Changshao was puzzled. Then why did he ask for help? You followed him there, but you asked for help in a bottle. That's a bit naughty, Li Luochio said. Maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. The intelligence of the Drizzle Hull had spread across the 9 provinces, but it couldn't reach the East Sea Fishery Province. Therefore, it was difficult for her to learn anything about Master Fan. Elder Wei said, I heard a little about what happened 20 years ago. It said that a magical ore was found in the East Sea Fishery Province. Therefore, they came to the continent to invite a master forger, hoping to forge it into weapons. Master Fan was so obsessed with the art of forging that he didn't have a partner for hundreds of years. He must have gone there regardless of anything when he learned about the ore. The first part was what he heard, but the second part was his own speculation. Jun Changshao said, Elder Wei, not all men in the world care about relationships as much as you do. For example, Li Luochio added, Patriarch. At first, she didn't understand. The Patriarch was young, promising, and powerful. He must be rich in relationships. However, he was even more ascetic than a monk. Later, she heard from the villagers that he fell down when he was young. Elder Wei said, Master Fan's forging skills have reached the peak. Maybe the East Sea Fishery Province forced him to stay and forge weapons because of the ore? The peak? Jun Changshao said, I don't think the weapons he forged are very powerful. Master Fan would have vomited blood if he heard that. Have the other sects received the news? Jun Chang asked with a smile. Got it, Li Luochio said, but for now all the major sects are worried about the battlefield. No one is thinking about rescuing Master Fan in the East Sea Fishery Province. Moreover, many people are doubtful about this matter. After all, the East Sea is extremely far away from the continent. Even if they really are trapped, who would have the heart to go out to sea to save someone who only knows how to forge weapons because of the plainer battlefield? Jun Chang laughed. Sigh. Elder Wei sighed. I heard that Master Fan has a lot of friends and has good relationships with all the major sections. Now that he's trapped in the East Sea, no one is willing to help him. How sad. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. Even in the face of disaster, they fly away separately, not to mention friends who are willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. Jun Changshao stood up and said, Take care of the sect's affairs. I'm going out. To save Master Fan? Elder Wei asked. No. Jun Changshao said, to the realm battlefield. He had only heard of Master Fan. They didn't know each other, so he wouldn't save him. Besides, he was busy. He had to develop his stronghold within a certain time limit. He didn't have time to do good deeds. Patriarch. Old Wei's expression was solemn. Master Fan's understanding of the art of forging is quite strong. If our eternal sect can rescue him and recruit him, there will be no harm in doing so. Li Luochio said, I think so too. The two of them wanted to save Master Fan, not because they wanted to be chivalrous, but because he had great forging skills. The sect had developed so far, but they still lacked skilled forging talents. Jun Changshao thought for a moment, then said, We can save him, but first we need to confirm whether the news is true. As long as we can confirm whether the handwriting is Master Fan's, then we can prove it, Li Luochio said. I'll leave this matter to you, Jun Changshao said. I'll go to the realm battlefield first. With that he turned and left. Elder Wei, Li Luoqiu said, Master Fan is the most accomplished forging master in history. Patriarch, why don't you care? Elder Wei said, maybe he's suspicious of the letter. Jun Changxiao's lack of enthusiasm was due to the forging pavilion in the system. If he wanted to forge any equipment, he only needed the formula and ores. There was no need for a forging master. If he released a side quest to save Master Fan now, he would definitely be interested. The realm battlefield. Jun Changxiao took out the treasure-seeking tool and continued to search inside. As he continued searching, the number of light spots on the treasure-seeking tool decreased. This kind of opportunity left behind by the upper realm might not be found even once in a few years. After he came, he found 3 to 5 on average every day. Who could stand this? Patriarch, Li Qingyang said. The stronghold is now the size of 3 towns. Many places are empty. Do you want to build it? Call Peppa over tomorrow. With its help, it should be fast, Jun Changxiao said. In fact, he did not want to continue building on the stronghold. After all, the current scale was enough. However, the epic quest said to build a city. It did not specify whether the area or the shape of a city had to be reached. In order to ensure that he could successfully complete the quest and not be stuck in the realm half a year later, Jun Changxiao could only go with the most comprehensive plan. Not only did he have to expand the area, but he also had to build the scale. This project was a bit big. Fortunately, Peppa had evolved and its strength had reached the entry level. Its control of the earth element had also improved. It would only be faster if he used it to build. The next day, Peppa came to the stronghold through the portal. Its 4 limbs stepped on the ground, and its eyes suddenly became hot. As an earth element spirit beast, it could sense that the earth element contained in every grain of sand under its feet was stronger than that of the Starfall continent. It would definitely be good to have a bite. The Earth Devourer Holy Beast's specialty was that it could obtain the heaven and earth element from the soil. Firstly, it could be used to strengthen itself. Secondly, it could be used to strengthen itself. After Peppa evolved, it was busy every day in the herb field. Although it was a bit difficult, after absorbing the soil time after time, its strength had increased significantly. This, even Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian could not compare. Therefore, although Peppa was weak now, it had the Earth Devourer ability. As long as it had a good environment, its strength would not be slow at all. Roar! In the open space of the stronghold, Peppa raised its head and roared. The soil around it began to roll slightly and then quickly caved in, forming a crisscrossed foundation. Li Qingyang and the others were stunned. This ability to instantly build a foundation with just a roar was simply a natural king of construction. Chapter 989. With Paige's help, the construction of the stronghold sped up. Streets were paved and buildings were erected one after another. The martial artists who were once suspicious of the sect of all times looked down at the busy disciples and realized that the stronghold of the falling star continent was built by them piece by piece. City Lord Han said, "If Jun Patriarch didn't come in first, we would have died on the battlefield." "That's right," Mu Changhong agreed. Entering the battlefield, who didn't make arrangements for the aftermath, who didn't have the heart to die. However, not only were they fine, the other planes even ran away when they saw them. All of this, it was all because of Jun Changxiao. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he had saved the entire falling star continent. The powerhouses had enough respect for Jun Changxiao. It could be seen from the way they looked at him every time they saw him. Humans, they all had a heart of gratitude, but it was hard to arouse it normally. After staying in the floating mountain for a few more days, many powerhouses decided to return to the falling star continent. After all, they had seen and played here. It was time to go back and report their safety. "Everyone," Jun Changxiao said, "you can't leave for the time being because—" His expression suddenly became serious. The real test for the falling star continent to enter the battlefield is not over yet. City Lord Han was stunned. What's the real test? Jun Changshao glanced at the powerhouses in the training field and said in a meaningful tone, "The slaughtering field." The slaughtering field? Everyone's expression changed. Just from the name alone, it was not a good place. The upper realm has a rule that all planes that enter the battlefield must enter the slaughtering field to fight the other planes to the death. Otherwise, they will be severely punished, Jun Changshao said. He was not bragging. It was true. As long as a plane entered, no matter how strong or how big the stronghold was, they would have to enter the slaughtering field. It was just a matter of time. With the sect of all-time strength, entering the slaughtering field was not a problem. But since the experts of the continent have come, they must do their part. They can't always let my sect do the dirty work. Jun Patriarch, City Lord Han asked, when will we enter the slaughtering Azura field? Within a year. I'm not sure about the exact time, Jun Changshao said. The system said speechlessly, Host, you're not asking them to do their part. You're asking them to help you complete the epic mission. Helping me is the same as helping the falling star continent. Is there a problem? Jun Changshao asked. This, the system said, no problem. The next day, Jun Changshao left the sect and entered the planar battlefield. Li Qingyang hurriedly reported, Patriarch, the battlefield ghosts are here. Jun Changshao released his spiritual thoughts and found a few hundred of them outside the stronghold. He was speechless. I've been doing my job recently. Why are they here again? He had never fought or killed anyone before, but he went to the battlefield every day to steal fortuitous encounters. The higher realm would definitely not be able to resist. The battlefield ghosts that appeared this time were similar to before, but their overall strength was much higher. It seemed that the difficulty of punishing them had also increased. Inform the disciples to prepare for battle. Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly went to work. In a short while, the sect's core disciples and upper echelons had all gathered. What are those outside? They don't seem to be humans. City Lord Han and the others stood on the floating mountain and looked at the seemingly incorporeal creatures outside the stronghold. They were all confused. Father, Mu Honglian explained, these are battlefield ghosts. They're very strong and equipped. What are they doing outside? Mu Changhong asked. Mu Honglian said, they're attacking our stronghold. Ah, everyone was dumbfounded. City Lord Han frowned. The aura of these creatures is probably not weaker than ours. If they really attack the stronghold, it'll be very troublesome. So, one of Wu Sheng said solemnly, we must protect them with our lives. The powerhouses all unleashed their cultivation base and were about to rush out to fight the battlefield ghosts when they heard Jun Changshao say, everyone continue to rest. The sect of all times will take care of them. How could they share the experience bags given by the higher realm with others? Go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Qingyang and the others rushed out. An intense battle instantly kicked off outside the stronghold. Although the battlefield ghosts' overall strength had increased a lot, the sect of all times had also improved a lot during this period. Therefore, after 2 hours of fighting, they were completely annihilated. The powerhouses were all dumbfounded. That purple-haired guy can fight against a few battlefield ghosts that are comparable to Wu Sheng after he lost his clothes. That's terrifying. City Lord Han exclaimed. The Purple King, who had just walked into the stronghold, heard him and roared, whether I lose my clothes or not has nothing to do with whether I'm strong or not. Everyone, and Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, these disciples who participated in the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy, can also kill the battlefield ghosts with ease. In the beginning, the disciples of the sect of all times had welcomed them on the battlefield, which had already deeply shocked all the martial artists. Today, after witnessing them in action with their own eyes, they were once again shocked. The powerhouses of the second and third-rate sects were slightly better off. The powerhouses of the first-rate sects had bitter expressions on their faces. As the top forces of the mainland, they naturally had many outstanding genius disciples. However, compared to Li Qingyang and the others, they were simply too weak. In particular, the elders of the Taixin Xingzong looked at Lu Qianqian with complicated emotions in their eyes. This woman was once the most outstanding and most valuable disciple in their sect. Later on, she was expelled for some reason. They did not expect that after joining the Sect of All Times, she would become even stronger than before. When the Sect of All Times won first place in the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy, many powerhouses had previously thought that the top sects did not seriously send out their geniuses. Now, after witnessing their battle prowess against the battlefield ghosts, they were mercilessly slapped in the face. If this were to be held again, even if they sent all their elites, they would definitely be beaten up badly. To be honest, with the current strength of Li Qingyang and the others, not to mention beating up the genius disciples of the sects, they could even beat up some of the higher-ups of the sects without a problem. The powerhouses of the Sect of All Times were still unknown to the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. Now that they had experienced the battle with the battlefield ghosts, they had a thorough understanding. The more this was so, the more shocked all the powerhouses were. They had just been promoted to the third-rate sect, and their disciples were already so powerful. In the future, after developing for a few decades, or even a century, no one in the entire mainland could compete with them. June Patriarch. In the main hall, City Lord Han cupped his hands and said, "Back then, I only thought that you were young and promising. Now, it seems that you are an overlord with great talent and bold vision. City Lord Han is too kind." Jun Changshao said. "No," City Lord Han said seriously. "I am not flattering you. With the current strength of the Sect of All Times, they already have the qualifications to dominate a region in the Falling Star continent. Throughout history, even the Demon Emperor back then was far inferior to Jun Patriarch." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched as he said, "City Lord Han is flattering me." Chapter 990. Back then, even the Demon Emperor was inferior to him. Jun Changshao couldn't accept City Lord Han's words. In terms of achievements, he couldn't compare to those awesome people who dared to go against the world. However, from the development of the Sect of All Times, it was definitely stronger than the Demon Emperor sect. According to historical records, although the Demon Emperor had established the Demon Sect long ago, he had always been obsessed with cultivation. It wasn't until he achieved great success that the Demon Emperor sect was born. Jun Changshao started from scratch. His sect started from nothing and reached its current level in just a few years. Therefore, the Demon Emperor couldn't compare to him. "Master," he had a saying, "a true master would always have the heart of an apprentice." Jun Changshao didn't want to be high profile and didn't want to compare who was stronger with the ancients because it was meaningless. He only wanted to follow his heart. Jun Patriarch. City Lord Han said, "I have seen countless people and I won't be wrong. If you and your Sect of All Times continue to develop, you will definitely become the leader of the Starfall continent." F***CK. This guy is getting more and more exaggerated. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I just want to develop the sect steadily. I don't have any ambitions. City Lord Han, don't describe me as the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, it will cause misunderstandings." Who was the Demon Emperor? He was the #1 public enemy of the righteous sects. It's fine if you say that I'm awesome, but if you use him as an example, those big sects that claim to be the embodiment of chivalry will definitely feel unhappy. Jun Changshao wasn't afraid of offending the righteous sects, but there was no need to make the world his enemy. "That's true." City Lord Han cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Jun Patriarch didn't hesitate to bring his disciples into the battlefield in advance for the sake of the world. His greatness far surpasses the Demon Emperor." Jun Changshao was speechless. This guy really knew how to say nice things. However, it was quite comfortable to listen to. The battlefield ghosts that appeared once in a while not only gave experience, but also increased the size of the stronghold. Due to the overall strength of the stronghold, it expanded quite a bit. If a batch comes every day, why worry about not being able to reach the size of a city? Go Sheng said with a smile. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Inside the stronghold, Page unleashed his earth element and arranged the green stone slabs around the stronghold, forming a spacious continent. Patriarch Li Qingyang stood at the highest point and said, "In this disciple's conception, this is the eastern part of the city. After expansion, there will be the western part, southern part, and northern part. Since it's a city, it must have walls," Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang said, "This disciple has also considered this point, but in view of the expansion of the stronghold every day, we can only wait until it reaches the size of a city before building another one." Jun Changshao nodded, then flew out of the stronghold and continued to search for opportunities. The next day, the battlefield specter had appeared again, and it lasted for dozens of days. This allowed the disciples of the sect of all times to gain a large amount of EXP, and their strength increased by the day. In the sect of all times, due to the transformation of the soil, the growth period of many herbs was shortened. Li Qingyang not only had to busy himself with construction, but he also had to be responsible for refining pills. The most important thing was the Martial King pill, because it was the main ingredient for refining the Surge Talisman, and also the key to determining whether the disciple could break through Wu Huang sooner. Xiao Ziji was not idle. He took on the heavy responsibility of refining equipment, and after the ores were delivered, he refined various weapons and sets in batches. The entire sect of all times had entered a positive state. Jun Changxiao's daily task was to look for opportunities, fish, and occasionally boast to the readers in this chapter. Master, sending the battlefield specter to punish them every day, not only can't do anything to the stronghold of the falling star continent, but also allows their strength to increase continuously. If this continues and the Realm Hall finds out, I'm afraid they will find trouble with you again. In the illusory palace, the hunchbacked old man frowned and said, "This emperor is carrying out their orders. Why would I find trouble with them?" The graceful woman sitting on the throne, surrounded by clouds and mist, said impatiently, "Master." The old man said, "I think that in order to prove ourselves, we should increase the difficulty to prevent people from talking behind our backs." The woman thought for a moment and said, "Send the sky battlefield specter." "How many?" "One is enough." "Yes." The old man hurriedly retreated. The woman leaned back in her chair and said to herself, "When this emperor breaks through to that level, will I still be afraid of a small realm hall?" Outside the stronghold, the space gradually distorted. The battlefield specter is here again. The disciples of the sect of all times stopped what they were doing and began to warm up. For the past month, the battlefield specter would appear on time every day, and they were already used to it. A battlefield specter wearing crimson armor and a crimson helmet walked out. "It's different from before." The disciples of the sect of all times were surprised. This battlefield specter's face and hair could be clearly seen. If not for the red glow in its eyes, it would be no different from a human at first glance. Jun Changshao walked out and said in surprise, "The aura is much stronger than the word earth. Could it be the word heaven?" "That's right." The female system said, "This is a sky battlefield specter. It's very powerful. Dear participants, you must be careful." Interesting. Jun Changshao was interested. After entering the planar battlefield for so long, he had not only fought but also killed the word earth. But he had never seen the word heaven. How powerful was it? Could it be comparable to a martial emperor? Jun Patriarch, City, Lord Han walked over and said with a serious expression, "This guy has probably reached the great perfection realm." Great Perfection Realm? Jun Changshao was confused. City Lord Han said, "This is the realm after Wu Shang Peak, also known as Wu Shang Great Perfection. It means that one's comprehension of martial arts has reached perfection. If they break through again, they can ascend to the Emperor's throne and explore the secrets of shattering the void." Jun Changshao was speechless. What's the difference between this and the half-saints of Wu Huang and Wu Shang? There's no difference, City Lord Han said, but it's stronger and has a higher status. Okay. Jun Changshao looked at the battlefield specter and thought. In other words, in the planar battlefield, those who have reached the word heaven don't have the strength of a martial emperor. The system said martial emperors are the strongest existences in the planar battlefield. They are all busy thinking of ways to shatter the void and ascend to the higher realm. Who would be so free as to come to the planar battlefield? If I become a martial emperor, I'll definitely come to the planar battlefield. Jun Changshao said seriously, because when a max-level account bullies a newbie account, I'll feel it. The system roared, "You're crazy!" Hall Master Z. Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Go out and meet him." Whoosh! The Purple King flew out from the main peak and landed 100 feet away from the battlefield specter. He said proudly, "Finally, someone who can fight." The sky battlefield specter looked up, and his eyes became redder and redder. Then he rushed over. Boom! There was an explosion and clouds of dust rose. Whoosh! The Purple King burst out from inside. He didn't stop even after he landed. He only stopped when he was 100 feet away. Then he crossed his arms and looked ferocious. The battlefield specter's attack wasn't fast. He could defend himself in time, but the power contained in his fists was not something that 5 or 6 Earths combined could compare to. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said in surprise, "this battlefield specter is a bit strong." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Boom! At this moment, the Purple King's clothes and pants were all torn. He rushed over with his strong legs. His demonic aura exploded, and a dense number of fists instantly gathered. Boom! 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 For a moment, violent energy bloomed outside the stronghold, like fireworks. The martial artists of the Starfall continent were stunned. Boom! Suddenly there was another explosion in the battlefield. Clouds of dust rose, and the ground collapsed by 100 feet. Thump! 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 The Purple King retreated again until he was a few hundred feet away. He relaxed his clenched fists, and his arms were numb. He said telepathically, "Patriarch, this guy is very strong. I'm a bit scared." Chapter 991. The Purple King, who was fighting one against many, was once again sent flying by the battlefield spirit. His arms were numb. It was clear that the sky battlefield spirit's strength was terrifying. City Lord Han and the rest were sweating profusely. This exhibitionist was a ferocious person, but he was sent flying twice in a short exchange. If it were them, they would have died long ago. "Continue fighting." Jun Changshao said telepathically, "Let me see how strong this guy is." The Purple King was speechless. However, he still stomped his feet and rushed in again. Demonic aura surrounded his body. Firstly, it was for attack, and secondly, it was for defense. He had never used such a cowardly method of preparing his defense in advance, even when fighting against a few Earth-level experts. Boom! Boom! The two of them started fighting again. In an instant, they fought from the ground to the air, and from the air to the sky. The powerful force shattered the space. Boom! Soon, the Purple King fell like a cannonball, and a large part of the ground caved in again. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched. The battlefield spirit that appeared this time was really super strong. If they were to fight it, they might not even be able to withstand one move. Jun Changshao said to himself, "If I don't use hard to stop, I will also be tortured if I go there." "Patriarch," Ding Xingwang said telepathically, Should we launch a sneak attack? He didn't dare to fight the battlefield spirit head-on. While Hall Master Purple was fighting, he still had the courage to play some tricks. No. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stopped him. This guy is too strong. Once you are hit, you will be doomed. Except for the Purple King, who had a strong physical body. If it were any other Wusheng present, they would be half dead or half crippled, if not dead. In front of absolute power, if one didn't have a matching cultivation and defense, there would be no possibility of fighting. This was just a battlefield spirit that didn't have any thoughts or emotions. If it encountered a real heaven-level expert, the pressure it released would be able to easily change the situation. Swish! The Purple King flew out of the pit. His eyes were burning with anger. Purple demonic aura burst out crazily and gathered in midair to form the shadow of his original body. Purple vast Tao Kuin! Hoo-hoo! Purple chi whistled and lingered around his fist. The Purple King rushed to a distance of 100 feet. Then, with the support of his true body's phantom, his giant fist directly tore through space. Everyone, Sigma, oh, Undersir, oh, Winky Face Boom. The giant purple fist carried a violent force as it struck the battlefield specter. The latter was sent flying with a whoosh. Phew! Hoo-hoo! The Purple King was suspended in the air, his right hand still in a bombardment mode. His breathing was slightly rapid, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The main body's phantom and power erupted. This was his killing move, but it consumed a lot of energy. The battlefield specter hovered several hundred feet away. Its crimson armor was not damaged at all. It was clear that not only was it strong, but its equipment was also excellent. Schwa! He gently raised his hand, and the void gradually blurred. A crimson battle-axe appeared. The moment the battlefield specter grasped it, its eyes flickered with an even stronger light. The Purple King's mouth twitched. This king was already at a disadvantage when fighting this kind of armored heavenly character while naked. Now, this king had to take out an extraordinary battle-axe. This is too much. Speaking of fighting with excellent equipment, all the martial artists had something to say because they were often bullied by Li Qingyang and the others with 6 gods' equipment. Whoosh! At this moment, the battlefield specter suddenly swung its battle-axe. Ka! As the battle-axe fell, space instantly shattered, forming a cold arc of light. The Purple King's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. Obviously, he did not dare to use his body to take the light condensed by the weapon head-on. Schwa! 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 The battlefield specter did not show any mercy. It frequently waved its battle-axe, forming rays of light that tore through space. The Purple King could only dodge in a sorry state. Although he always managed to resolve the attacks, his scalp was still numb from the shock. Damn it! If I had the cultivation of the upper realm, why would I be afraid of a well-equipped piece of trash? Boom! 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 The light from the battle-axe flew from all directions. Although they did not hit the target when they landed on the ground, deep and crisscrossing trenches immediately appeared. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "This is a little tricky." The system said, "Host, you can buy an exclusive divine weapon for Hall Master Z. It might be able to turn the situation around." That makes sense. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the divine weapon pavilion and quickly locked onto a pair of boxing gloves that belonged to Hall Master Z. Hall Master Z has always relied on his fists to fight. If you give him weapons like swords, they might not be effective. These boxing gloves should be the most suitable. I'll buy it. Ding. Host has spent 10,000 contribution points. Received Hell, Fury X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 277-507-0000. Boom. Boom. Outside the stronghold, the battle was in full swing. Hall Master Z, whose strength and equipment were inferior, was in a sorry state. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. Patriarch, he roared and said telepathically, I can't hold on any longer. Master Z, Jun Changshao said, I'll give you a divine weapon that has been passed down since ancient times. Passed down since ancient times? Divine weapon? The Purple King instantly thought of Li Qingyang's weapon that could gather lightning tribulations. His eyes lit up. As a monster king of the beast race, although he did not want to use weapons made by humans, he still cared a lot about divine weapons. Moreover, it might come from the upper realm. Swish! A ray of light flew out from the stronghold. The Purple King waved his hand. Purple monster aura enveloped it and pulled it in front of him instantly. In the next second, his expression completely collapsed. The divine weapon that appeared in front of him was not a sword. Instead, it was a pair of pink boxing gloves. On each of them was a heart, referring to boxing gloves. Patriarch. The Purple King's mouth twitched violently. This is the divine weapon that has been passed down since ancient times. That's right. Jun Changshao said, This item is called Hell Fury. The Purple King almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was a dagger, he could reluctantly accept it. However, was this pair of boxing gloves with pink girlish hearts used for fighting or for acting cute? Swish! At this moment, the battlefield specter raised its battle axe and swept it over. Its powerful force directly cut through space and stirred up gusts of wind. The Purple King hurriedly grabbed the gloves and fell down. Boom! He stabilized his body on the ground. His gaze was extremely conflicted. Don't waste time. Jun Changshao said telepathically, Hurry up and put on. Beat him up. The Purple King lowered his head and looked at the pink boxing gloves. He said painfully, If I wear it, my reputation will go down the drain. Swish! The battlefield specter pressed down from above. The battle axe in its hand flashed and blasted out bursts of light. The space was instantly torn into strips. We're in trouble. Old Ding and the rest had a drastic change in expression. The Purple King, who was struggling violently, made up his mind and finally put on the pink boxing gloves. At that moment, with his naked body and a pair of boxing gloves with pink girlish hearts, the scene was simply unbearable. Swish! Suddenly, the two hearts on the boxing gloves flashed. An unfamiliar memory spread from his arms to his mind. The Purple King immediately fell into a daze. Master Z, dodge! Old Ding roared. Dodge! At this moment, the Purple King recovered his thoughts. He raised his head and his eyes flashed with the same pink color as the boxing gloves. He said proudly, This is not my style. Ta! He took half a step back and suddenly raised his arms. His purple hair fluttered as he roared, Suffer the wrath of hell! Bam! 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 With the enhancement of the boxing gloves, a mix of purple and pink punches blasted upwards. They collided violently with the battle axe. The violent force wantonly spread, causing a large area of space to collapse. Chapter 992. All the weapons in the Divine Weapon Pavilion had a memory inheritance. When the wielder touched or used it, it would be transmitted. At the same time, it had a binding effect. After the Purple King put on Hell Rage, he immediately learned how to use it. The method was very simple. He just needed to pour his power into his fist and rely on the gloves to punch it out. So, when the Purple King accepted the memory, he didn't dodge the incoming axe light. Instead, he gathered his power into his fists and launched a crazy attack. Boom! 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 The wind howled and the space was torn apart. Oh my God! City Lord Mu and the others suddenly widened their eyes. They could feel that the power of the Purple King's punch was obviously more explosive than before. Could it be because of the pink gloves? Was that a supreme treasure of an extremely high level? Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion was still echoing. The flowing light gathered by the battle axe was completely destroyed by the fist mark. The space was also shattered by the energy wave. Hoo-hoo! A cold wind blew past, blowing away Hall Master Z's purple hair. His face was filled with arrogance. He resisted the pink gloves at first, but after putting it on, he felt that his power had been greatly enhanced. He was ecstatic. Cool. Comfortable. Swish. At this moment, the battlefield ghost held the battle axe and slashed down, condensing a powerful flowing light again. Boom! The Purple King raised his fist to meet it. Under the support of the gloves, the demon aura gathered into a huge fist mark and directly broke the light that tore the space apart. Swish! 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 He flew out and instantly approached the battlefield ghost. The pink fist mark instantly spread out. Boom! 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 The dense fist marks bombarded the crimson armor like cannonballs, causing the other party to keep retreating. Finally, with a bang, it fell to the ground in the distance. The armor on its chest was dented. Not bad, not bad. June Patriarch smiled. Previously, he couldn't shake the battlefield ghost's armor with his fists. After putting on the exclusive divine weapon, he could make it dented. This showed that the increase in strength was not small. The 10,000 contribution points were not in vain. Swish! The purple, craggy Monster King rushed forward and stopped in the air above his target. He raised his fists and punched downwards. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Pink fist prints that seemed to be filled with love rained down on the battlefield specter like a torrential rain. Boom, 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 boom. Ka-ka-ka! Dust flew everywhere and the ground cracked. This. City Lord Han and the others were dumbfounded. Boom! After the last fist came crashing down, the ground finally stopped trembling. When the dust gradually settled, the battlefield ghost was revealed in a deep crater. The ground around it was cracked, extending thousands of feet outwards. And this was only because the ground of the planar battlefield was tough enough. If they had been on the falling star continent, such a crazy explosion would have affected an even wider area. Is it over? That guy's gauntlets must be divine tier. Seeing the battlefield specter lying motionless in the deep pit, City Lord Han and the others couldn't help but shudder with fear. He was clearly at a disadvantage just now, but when he put on the gloves, he was able to beat his opponent up. They could only guess that the level of his equipment was extremely high. Ka-ka-ka! At this moment, the battlefield specter lying in the deep pit swayed slightly. Then, with a whoosh, it flew up and hovered 10 feet away from the Purple King. Although there were many fist prints on its crimson armor, from the light in its eyes, it seemed to be completely fine. The Purple King's eyes widened. He had thrown so many punches, but the opponent was still able to move. This hurt his pride a little. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, the battlefield specter raised its head. Red lines appeared on the parts of its skin that weren't covered by the armor. Its entire body was instantly covered in crimson light, as if it had turned into a man of fire. Shwa! It disappeared into thin air. Not good. The Purple King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and blocked with his arms in front of him. Boom! The battlefield specter covered in crimson light had unknowingly circled behind him and swung its right arm at him. Whoosh! The power of this punch was obviously stronger than before. After the Purple King took it head-on, his expression turned ferocious, and his body fell down like a cannonball. The battlefield specter disappeared again and reappeared at the landing spot in advance. It raised its fist and threw a punch. Bang! The Purple King, who had lost his balance, couldn't dodge at all. He was punched in the chest and then flew up into the sky. Bang! 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 The battlefield specter disappeared frequently and reappeared frequently. Hall Master Z was like a rubber ball flying up and down. Boom! After being punched more than 10 times, he used his gloves to block the attacks and staggered out of the attack range. Wah! The Purple King spat out a mouthful of blood. Hall Master Z! Old Ding and the others exclaimed, "Damn it!" The Purple King raised his arm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with anger. Pa! Suddenly, he clasped his fists together, and two hearts connected. Instantly, an extremely dazzling pink light shone. "A sure kill skill?" Jun Changshao said. "Hoo-hoo!" The Purple King was enveloped by the pink light. Then he took a step forward, separated his fists, and punched the air with both fists. He shouted loudly, "Love's Fury Fist!" Jun Changshao was speechless. He actually dared to say such a Chinibya name. The system was speechless. What right does a guy who calls himself darling and makes a heart gesture have to laugh at others? Whoosh! Whoosh! The Purple King activated the sure kill skill of Hell Fury. Instantly, the gloves flew out of his hands and flew to the left and right. In the process, they expanded rapidly and finally turned into two pink gloves that were as big as boulders. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The two huge gloves came from the left and right, sandwiching the battlefield specter in the middle. Pa! The Purple King clasped his hands together. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two huge gloves pulled each other and blasted toward the battlefield specter at a shocking speed. Finally, they collided with each other with a loud bang. Ka-ka-ka! The moment the gloves made contact, violent energy spread out in the form of ripples. Not only did the space in that area collapse, but it also turned into pieces, like a mirror that was smashed into pieces. Plop! After using the sure kill skill, the Purple King sat on the ground. His face was red and he was breathing rapidly, as if his body had been hollowed out. "If you don't die now, I won't be able to do anything." As he spoke, the two huge gloves that were joined together quickly turned pocket-sized and then flew to his side. The battlefield specter was still standing in midair, but cracks began to appear on its crimson armor. Soon, a large area collapsed and fell off. The solid defense was broken, but the opponent's eyes were still shining. It was obvious that he still had the ability to fight. Patriarch! The Purple King lay on the ground and broke down. "I've tried my best." After using the sure kill skill and being so tired that he collapsed, he only managed to break the sky battlefield specter's armor. This was definitely the battle that hurt his pride the most since he came down from the upper realm. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out of the stronghold and landed in front of the Purple King. He said, "Leave the rest to me." "Leave it to him." The Purple King was stunned. It was undeniable that this guy was not weak. But facing a sky battlefield specter that even he couldn't do anything about, wasn't it a little too far-fetched? Or was he going to use a divine weapon with words engraved on it? Thinking of Jun Changshao's previous killing spree on the battlefield with the unstoppable blade, the Purple King said to himself, "This might be able to defeat the sky battlefield." Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand lightly and carried the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. He held the flat suction nozzle in his right hand and said proudly, "You should use this thing to deal with unclean things." Ding! Enhancement mode activated. Ding! Sect contribution points 276-507-0000. Swish! Jun Changshao flew over. The battlefield specter's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a crimson fist instantly blasted out. In terms of strength, it was obviously not as explosive as when it fought with the Purple King, but it still couldn't be underestimated. If it were City Master Han and the others, they might not dare to take it head-on. Swish! Jun Changshao raised the flat suction nozzle, and the crimson energy was instantly sucked in. F***CK. This works too. The Purple King suddenly opened his eyes wide. Swish! Jun Changshao flew over with the vacuum cleaner at an extremely fast speed, directly raising the flat suction nozzle and fiercely hitting the battlefield specter's head. Whoosh! A strong suction force burst out, and the crimson energy was sucked into the dust remover along the scalp. In just a moment, the battlefield specter's eyes gradually dimmed from the radiance in all directions, and finally, its entire body was sucked in. Swish! Jun Changshao landed lightly on the ground, holding the flat suction nozzle, and said proudly, "The battle is over." Wow. Looking at the extremely pretentious back, the Purple King couldn't suppress his injuries and spat out blood. He roared in his heart. "Why didn't you use this weapon to restrain the battlefield specter earlier? You made me lose face." Chapter 993. The Sky Battlefield Spirit was sucked away by the magically modified vacuum cleaner, body and soul. As expected, Jun Changshao said to himself, "This thing is also unclean." Actually, when the Sky Battlefield Spirit first appeared, he had wondered if it could be sucked in. But because he wanted to leave it as an experience bag for his disciples, he had never tested it. Now it was very powerful, and the Purple King had no choice but to test it. To show his respect, Jun Changshao didn't even turn on third gear. He directly activated the enhancement mode. Of course, if not for the Purple King's crazy consumption earlier, he wouldn't have been able to get close. "Hall Master Z," Jun Changshao said, "you've worked hard." Demon Monarch Z Craggy almost vomited blood again. "I'm exhausting myself and embarrassing myself, but in the end, I'm helping him to finish. This is too infuriating." What is Jun Patriarch holding? He sucked in the Sky Battlefield Spirit directly. Could it be an extremely precious treasure? City Lord Han and the others, standing on the floating mountain, started discussing. They had already forgotten about the Purple King's crazy battle earlier and focused all their attention on the magically modified vacuum cleaner. A classic example of stealing the limelight. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "the stronghold has expanded again." "Really?" After returning, Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found that the stronghold's area had increased again. The increase was similar to the clear jade spirit, so he guessed maybe it's because its strength is at the sky level, so it's given more area after defeating it. At present, the falling star continent stronghold was comparable to 4 towns. It could be called a city, but it was small. Of course, whether it was a city or not wasn't up to Jun Changshao. It had to be determined by the epic mission, so he wouldn't stop there. He would continue to expand the stronghold's area. "Page," Li Qingyang said, "we have work to do again." "Roar." Paige raised her head and roared. Her eyes were shining with excitement. This fellow had been in the planar battlefield for quite some time now. He had been busy with the construction of the stronghold every day, and his strength had improved significantly. Without the ability to increase its cultivation through hibernation like Little Long Long, Paige could only rely on its own efforts to become stronger step by step until it reached the peak and accompanied its master. Pa! Pa! Ah! Inside the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, Arya waved the soul-suppressing whip and whipped the soul. The latter was bound in a U-shape and held in pain. This guy had some ability. He had been locked up here for a long time, but he hadn't been completely purified. The main reason was that souls were creatures that truly had self-awareness. There was an obvious difference between them and Shi Jingxuan's strange attribute and the power of the upper realm's thunder punishment. The more durable this guy was, the happier Arya was because she could completely let go of herself and unlock all kinds of means and tricks to whip him. Pa, pa, pa. Ah! The sounds of whips and screams rose and fell. Swish! Space distorted, and Jun Changshao appeared out of thin air with a magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. "Master." Arya stopped and smiled. "Why are you here?" When she was whipping the soul, she looked like a little devil that walked out of hell. When she saw Jun Changshao, she smiled like a bright child. This change was too fast. "I'm here to send you a prisoner. Is that so?" Arya's eyes suddenly lit up. Jun Changshao opened the vacuum cleaner, and the trapped battlefield specter turned into a stream of light and flew out. Then, with a bang, it hit the space barrier and bounced back. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Arya waved the soul-suppressing whip and whipped the battlefield specter fiercely. The latter gradually turned from a stream of light into a human form. Under the soul-suppressing whip, All forms would be forcibly anthropomorphized and then suffer from the double torture of the body and soul. After Arya whipped it, she said in surprise, "Master, this doesn't seem to be an attribute." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. Although the battlefield specter couldn't speak human language and had no thoughts, it was a low-level creature created by the upper realm that only knew how to fight. Interesting. Arya squinted her eyes and smiled. It was more interesting to train such a creature, and it gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the suspended soul, Jun Changshao asked, "How long more until this fellow is purified?" Arya thought for a while and said, "Probably a few more months." Jun Patriarch. At this moment, the soul bared its teeth and said, I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you." After being crazily abused every day, its spirit had completely collapsed. It could give up its backbone and dignity. It only wanted to escape from Arya's whip and candles as soon as possible. There was another important reason that forced it to disarm and surrender. During the period of abuse, its mind was obviously sluggish. If it continued, it might completely lose itself. The so-called sluggish mind was purification. When it completely lost itself, it would become a puppet that was controlled by Arya at will. Jun Changshao said, "If you want to submit to me, it'll depend on your sincerity." "I'm sincere," the soul hurriedly said. Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Since you're sincere, tell me honestly, are there any of your kind in the Falling Star continent?" There were 9 Soul Clan members who came to harm the Falling Star continent. Since one of them had come out, the other 8 might still be lurking in the dark and developing in a low-key manner. This area hit it. Smack! 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 Ah! The soul immediately screamed again, and then said in pain, "Jun Patriarch, I just woke up not long ago. As for whether there are any of my kind, I'm not sure yet." "You're not sure yet?" Jun Changshao said, "You mean maybe there are some of your kind?" The soul said with a ferocious expression, "Although I was defeated in the battle with the Falling Star continent's martial emperor, my soul merged with heaven and earth. After recuperating for nearly 10,000 years, I was able to wake up. As for my companions, they might have died or are still recuperating in the void." The Soul Clan had a special ability that could save their lives in times of crisis. However, the price was to fall into a coma. This coma depended on luck and the degree of injury. It could be as short as a few decades or as long as a few thousand years. Of course, if the injury was extremely serious, even if the ability was used, the person who deserved to die would still die. The Soul Clan member who possessed Dai Lu's body was seriously injured at that time. Although it survived, its cultivation and strength were completely weakened after nearly 10,000 years in the void. "Do you have any companions?" Jun Changshao asked. The soul hurriedly said, "Yes." Next question. Jun Changshao said, "There are millions of martial artists in the Falling Star continent. Why did you reside in Dai Lu's body?" The soul said, "When a living being is in a state of anger and unwillingness, the Soul Clan can easily merge into the body. Moreover, when I woke up from a coma, I happened to meet him and went in without thinking." The last sentence was filled with regret. If time flowed backward, it would definitely not choose Dai Lu because this guy was too benevolent. He could not let go of his hands to absorb martial artists. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. "Arya," Jun Changshao said, "continue to whip it." "Yes." Jun Patriarch. "I smack, smack, smack." In the cell. Thinking of the time when the soul instigated him to absorb martial artists to improve his cultivation faster, he ignored it. Dai Lu shook his head and sighed. "A single slip leads to everlasting regret. If I turn back, I will be squatting in jail." So, Zhao Daodu put a hand on his shoulder and advised earnestly, "Let go of what should be let go. Don't let yourself be lost in the abyss forever because of a momentary setback. Can you scram? If scramming can bring you enlightenment, I don't mind scramming to the ends of the earth. Chapter 994. Jun Changshao ordered Arya to continue purifying the soul. He did not believe that such a cunning and sinister creature would willingly submit to him. It would only be safe if he tamed it completely. This Dai Lu, after returning to the study, Jun Changshao pondered. Was it really a coincidence that he was targeted by the soul race? In his opinion, Brother Greenscarf did not have a strong aptitude. He was just the most ordinary existence in the world. Even if he was lucky, he might not be able to get it. The system said, the host was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Didn't you get the system all the same? Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, what I mean is there might be something different about this person. It's just that it hasn't been discovered yet. The system said, the host wants to say that the soul is stored in his body because there's something potentially different about him. That's right. Jun Changshao said, this was just his guess. It was just like when someone was driving, they only had suspicions without evidence. The system said, so the host has been locking him in the cell with no intention of letting him out. I guess I'm fated with this person. Jun Changshao said, if I didn't reject him back then, Li Qingyang would have to call him senior brother. Now that I've captured him, I have to reform him if I can. The system was not optimistic that Dai Lu would join the sect of all times. However, it did not say it out loud because it was afraid of being slapped in the face. As the strongest face-slapping system in history, it could only say nothing and not express its stance in order to prevent being slapped in the face again and again. According to the previous rhythm, once the battlefield specter appeared, it would definitely last for a long time. However, after the heaven character appeared, it did not appear again. This also caused the falling star continent to return to its former peace. When City Lord Han and the others learned that they would enter the slaughtering Azura field within a year, they dismissed the idea of returning and quietly cultivated in the floating mountain. As a member of the falling star continent, if it was destined that they could not avoid killing, they could only fight to the end. Jun Changshao continued to focus on searching for opportunities. Many Earth-level treasures were found one after another, and the stronghold was upgraded day by day. Li Qingyang and the others worked overtime and did not fall behind in the construction. A month later, the size of the falling star continent's stronghold had reached the size of 5 towns. Crisscrossing roads paved the way, and rows upon rows of buildings, it was beginning to take on the scale of a city. Jun Changshao did not continue to modify the terrain to create more floating mountains. This was because 7 was enough. More would make it seem a little cheap. Patriarch Li Qingyang pointed at the blueprint and said, the North City has already begun to develop. Next, I will continue to develop the East City. In his plan, with the floating mountain as the center, he would divide it into 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. Is there enough money? Enough. Jun Patriarch no longer cared about money. His main concern was the various kinds of spirit stones. Although he had extorted quite a lot from the cultivators of the falling star continent, he still felt that it was not enough. He had to find a way to earn more. How can I enter the soul world? At first, he thought that he could sneak into the soul world through the planar battlefield. In the end, it did not happen. This made Jun Changshao reconsider. Should he directly break the seal of the Formation Emperor and kill his way in? The system reminded, if you break the formation, they will also kill their way in. If the host can't stop them, you will not be saving the falling star continent, but becoming the culprit of the falling star continent. That's why I'm in a dilemma now, Jun Changshao said. He wanted to build the strongest sect. It was not a big deal that he and a few of the higher-ups were strong. Only by increasing the overall strength would it be truly strong, and this required a large amount of resources. Under normal circumstances, a few Wu Sheng, more than 10 half-sages, and a few Wu Huang martial kings would be considered a top sect. Jun Sheng wanted to build all his disciples into martial kings, or even Wu Huang. Therefore, the starting point was too high. It was destined to consume an extremely large amount of resources. Since the falling star continent could not provide them, they could only rob other planes. The Soul World was undoubtedly the first choice. After all, they had invaded before. Let's wait. The system said, when the disciples are stronger, when the host breaks through to Wu Shang or Martial Emperor, then we can go and rob other planes. If only there were void worms, Jun Changshao murmured. The soul race relied on this thing to break through the plane barrier and invade. If he could find one and break through from another place, they would be caught off guard. The system said, this kind of creature is not good. At this point, he suddenly remembered the law of being slapped in the face and hurriedly shut his mouth. Jun Changshao only thought about robbing the soul world. Next, he still focused on expanding the stronghold. One day, when he brought back a treasure, a deep voice sounded in the sky of the battlefield. The falling star continent's area meets the requirements and is officially classified as a third-class city. It can't be. All the martial artists widened their eyes when they heard this. It had only been 2 months since the last announcement that the falling star continent was classified as a town. How could it suddenly be upgraded to a city? City Lord, in the 9 Heavens continent stronghold, an elder said in disbelief, what kind of ridiculous development speed is this? And Mo Shangxing's mouth twitched. Back then, it took us a few decades to develop from a town to a city. And this was only the first tier. Weaker planes took over 100 years or more to reach the scale of a city. It only took them 2 months to travel from a town to a city. That was an incredible feat. Third-class city? Jun Changshao muttered to himself. There are second-class and first-class cities above. Yes, the female system said. Since the stronghold scale has been recognized by the upper realm, the epic level mission should also count. Go Sheng grinned. The initial completion standard has been met. Dear participant, after the stronghold reaches the scale of a city, as the leader of the stronghold, you can declare war on planes of the same scale as the stronghold. The female system said, after declaring war, I can go to the slaughtering Azura field? Yes. Jun Changshao muttered to himself. These 2 epic level missions are closely related. Who should I declare war on? If he had a grudge against anyone on the battlefield, it would definitely be the Scarlet Sea Continent and Lingyun Continent. Palace Master. At this moment, in the Scarlet Sea Continent stronghold, the Azure Sea Palace elder panicked when he heard that the Starfall Continent had been promoted to a city. The Starfall Continent is classified as a city, so it has the right to declare war. If it declares war on our Scarlet Sea Continent, it will be bad. I'm worried too. Hong Yao frowned. He knew that every plane had to go through the slaughtering Azura field once. If Jun Changshao chose his own continent, he would be in big trouble. What should he do? Hong Yao anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. Palace Master, an elder suggested. Jun Changshao loves money. We can cater to his tastes. You mean give him spirit stones? That's right. This. Hong Yao was conflicted. He was still in pain from being extorted while watching the show. If he gave him spirit stones, it would be like cutting off his own flesh. Palace Master. At this moment, a disciple came to report. The Lingyun continent has sent martial artists to the Starfall continent stronghold. Hong Yao was stunned. Are they going to die? Palace Master. The elder who made the suggestion earlier exclaimed, the Lingyun continent is not going to die. They might be going to give us money. Give us money? Hong Yao's mouth twitched. That's too cowardly. Let's go. Let's go. Hurry up and follow me to the Starfall continent stronghold. If the Lingyun continent gets there first, Jun Changshao might declare war on us tomorrow. Patriarch. On the main peak of the floating mountain, Li Qingyang reported, people from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent are requesting an audience. Why are they here? Jun Changshao, who was thinking about whom to declare war on, was suddenly at a loss. Chapter 995. According to the rules of the Upper Realm, a plane that had reached the size of a city had the right to declare war. This right to declare war meant that after both sides had reached a certain size, they could fight whoever they did not like. New planes did not have the right to declare war, but they had the right to enter passively. Regardless of whether they had reached the size or not, they had to enter once. From the moment City Lord Han and the others entered, the Falling Star continent was considered a newcomer, so they had the right to enter passively. However, they did not need it now because they had reached the size of a city and automatically obtained the right to declare war. Epic Mission 10 required them to find a plane to declare war and win in the slaughtering Azura field. Therefore, Jun Changshao began to think about which plane to declare war on. Before he could decide, people from the Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent came over, and they prepared a lot of spirit stones. This, holding a few space rings, Jun Changshao was standing outside the stronghold, was a little confused. He did not expect that they would suddenly come to give him money. Jun Patriarch. Hong Yao smiled and said, "The rule of the plain battlefield is to kill. We have no choice, so please don't take it to heart if we have offended you before." Jun Changshao immediately understood. They were worried that he would declare war on them, so they came to give him money in advance. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "I'm not a petty person. Since you are so polite, let's bury the hatchet." Hong Yao and the big shots from the Lingyun continent were secretly delighted. In fact, according to the rules of the Upper Realm, the side that was declared war had the right to refuse. However, if they could use money to resolve the conflict with the Falling Star continent and not be watched by them all day, that would be the best. To be exact, they were too afraid of Jun Changshao and would rather spend money to avoid disaster. Spirit stones are so easy to earn. Sitting in the main hall and counting the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the space ring, a smile appeared on Jun Changshao's face. The system said, "Host, you've taken their money. Who are you going to declare war on?" Jun Changshao said indifferently, "There are many planes in the battlefield. If I don't look for them, I can look for others." The system did not speak. The Scarlet Sea continent and the Lingyun continent were considered mid-tier planes. They would be scared to death. The other planes would definitely refuse to declare war if their brains weren't kicked by a donkey. Jun Changshao had also considered this point. However, since the other party had given the money, it was equivalent to them paying protection fees. How could they have the nerve to declare war? Moreover, the overall strength of the two planes was not bad. If they really declared war on them and entered the slaughtering Azura field, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. The fact that Jun Patriarch could realize this meant that he was still very calm. He was feared by everyone because he had killed more than 20,000 people in a frenzy, and he had relied on a blade that was hard to stop. Without this item, Go Sheng would be nothing. With the current strength of the sect of all times, they definitely could not contend against a plane like the Crimson Sea continent. Even if they had the Purple King to fight one against many in the Azura battlefield, they might not necessarily win. Furthermore, he only had one opening talisman now. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would definitely not use the blade that was hard to stop. Therefore, Jun Changshao would not be stupid enough to challenge the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent. Their gift of spirit stones was a completely unexpected windfall. He had no intention of flipping their cards. Instead, they came to give him money. Naturally, he would gladly accept it and let go of the grudges between them. If the Crimson Sea continent and the Lingyun continent knew that their gift of spirit stones was completely unnecessary, they would definitely vomit blood. On the first day that the powerhouses entered the plain battlefield, they missed him. On the 10th day, they missed him. On the 60th day, they still missed him. This was the best way to describe the younger generation of the Falling Star continent missing their elders. Some worked hard to cultivate or manage their family business. Some endured because they did not have the supervision of their elders, or because they missed their elders too much and indulged in wine and women. Until one day, the entire Jianghu was in chaos. This was because the demon emperor's gate appeared again. This time, the storm was very fierce. In just one night, more than 10 sects were destroyed. Patriarch. All kinds of information were sent to the Drizzle Peak from all directions. Li Luochio reported after sifting through the information. Just last night, 9 fifth-rate sects and 2 fourth-rate sects were destroyed. Finally, they can't hold it in anymore. Jun Changshao was not surprised that the Demon Emperor's gate appeared again. All the major sects started to organize. Li Luochio said, however, because the first batch of powerhouses entered, the scale was not too big. I'm afraid that they won't be able to pose a substantial threat to the Demon Emperor's gate. Is there no news from the Taishan Xingzhou? No. Jun Changshao was silent for a moment. Then he said, the Demon Emperor's gate has been holding back for so long. If they stir up trouble again, it will definitely last for a long time. We only need to be responsible for watching the show. Yes. By the way, inform Elder Jiang to find out where the Demon Emperor's gate moved to. If Yuan Gongzi heard this, he would definitely cry and say, as expected, they still don't intend to let us go. That afternoon, Jiang Yi left the sect of all times to find the hiding place of the Demon Emperor's gate. A few days later, another piece of shocking news came. The famous righteous sects led by the top sects had a direct confrontation with the Demon Emperor's gate, who had launched a sneak attack in a certain third-rate sect. Both sides fought for a day and a night. When Li Luochio received the news, she hurriedly reported, Patriarch, yesterday at the Jade Court sect, the righteous and demonic sects fought fiercely. There were 6 half-saints involved in the battle, and the mountain collapsed. How are the casualties? The Demon Emperor's gate lost 1 half-saint. The famous righteous sects lost 2 half-saints. Jun Changshao said in shock, it's that serious? In the next few days, news came which made him gradually realize that the Demon Emperor's gate, which had been dormant for some time, was really going to cause havoc in the Falling Star continent. Because it had fought with the righteous sects dozens of times, both sides had emperors and kings dying one after another. In this era where even martial kings were powerful, the death of so many high-level cultivators could only mean that the level of the battle between the righteous and demonic sects was extremely high. If it was just a confrontation between sects, it would be fine. However, many provinces and counties actually started secular wars at this critical juncture. A large number of troops were deployed, causing the sky above the Falling Star continent to be enveloped in the flames of war. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Jun Patriarch, Xie Guangquan, visited the sect of all times and said with a frown, during this period, the Demon Emperor's gate has caused a lot of trouble. The 4th and 5th-rate sects were destroyed one after another, and the other provinces and counties are fighting each other. I'm worried that it will affect the Azure Sun County. No need to worry. Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and said with a cold gaze, if anyone dares to invade the Azure Sun County, I'll kill them. He set a flag. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the gloomy forest, a group of masked men in black clothes flew out and then stared at a few women who were hurrying on their way. Deputy Chief, a subordinate whispered, these people are the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. Should we attack? Attack! Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of masked men in black rushed out and attacked the female cultivators without any explanation. Boom! Boom! Due to the difference in numbers and strength, the masked men in black clothes suppressed the female cultivators in just a moment and heavily injured them. You. Who are you? The injured female cultivator said with a pale face. You'll know when you reach the Yellow Springs Road. One of the masked men in black raised his sword and slashed. However, he was stopped by someone beside him, who said in shock, Deputy Chief, these people are not the disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. The deputy chief said in shock, they're not. Hearing this, the woman seemed to understand something. She hurriedly took out an identity token from her waist and said, We are the disciples of the ingenious Flower Palace. Ingenious Flower Palace? Chief, it sounds familiar. It's over, it's over. The deputy chief said in a panic, the ingenious Flower Palace is one of the allies of the sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi once warned us not to provoke them. Patriarch Li Luaccio reported. 7 disciples of the ingenious Flower Palace were ambushed by the masked men in black clothes. 5 are injured and 2 are dead. Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said coldly, Yuan Gongzi, you've gone too far. Chapter 996. Bam! A loud explosion came from the inner courtyard of the Demon Emperor's gate. A black-clothed man smashed through the door and flew out. He landed on the ground and spat out blood. From the perspective of the smashed door, Yuan Gongzi's eyes were filled with anger. His face was distorted as he roared, Trash! 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 He ordered his subordinates to ambush the Lily Saint sect and accidentally hurt Miao Hua Palace. Anger, extreme anger, so important that he had to repeat it 3 times. Men, Yuan Gongzi sneered, throw this trash into the broken soul cliff. Despair appeared in the eyes of the vice branch leader, who was lying outside and vomiting blood. The broken soul cliff was the place where the Demon Emperor's gate punished its members. Not only would they die if they were thrown in, but their souls would also be destroyed. Vice branch leader, please give me another chance. The vice branch leader howled. Bam! Yuan Gongzi smashed the table in front of him and said furiously, I'll give you a chance. Jun Changshao, will you give me a chance? Of all the people, he had to hurt Miao Hua Palace. Everyone in the Starfall continent knew that the patriarch of the sect of all times had an affair with the palace master of this fourth-rate sect. If he knew about this, he would definitely not let it go. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 black-clothed men flew over and carried the despairing vice branch leader away. Young master, the black-clothed old man in the room said, we didn't offend the sect of all times. We only accidentally hurt Miao Hua Palace's disciples. It shouldn't be that serious, right? I hope it's fine too, Yuan Gongzi said bitterly, but I'm afraid that Jun Changshao will use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. The black-clothed old man said confidently, we've already changed our base. The sect of all times won't be able to find us. Moreover, this Spirit Crossing Valley is the #1 forbidden area in the Starfall continent. There are hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts inside. Even if Jun Changshao knows the location, he might not dare to bring his men here. Spirit Crossing Valley, the #1 forbidden area of the Starfall continent. The most feared thing about this place was that there were 2 spirit beasts that were as powerful as Wu Sheng and hundreds of thousands of subordinates. To be able to enter the Demon Emperor's gate, it took a lot of resources. Of course, they were only temporary guests. There were some places that they couldn't enter, because if they weren't careful, they would become enemies with the beast race, resulting in a large-scale battle. Don't look at how this demonic Dao faction was arrogant outside. They were very well-behaved in the Spirit Crossing Valley. It was all Jun Changshao's fault. If they hadn't attacked the other party's nest, they wouldn't have moved all the way here. Regardless of whether we can find that guy or not, we cannot offend the sect of all times at any time, let alone their allies. Pass down my order. Tell the disciples who are out there to keep their eyes open and find the right information. If something like this happens again, throw them all into the broken soul cliff. Yes. The black-clothed old man disappeared without a sound. Yuan Gongzi sat on the chair, rubbed his temples, and said, "Should I apologize first?" If he did that, it would seem a bit too cowardly. Those old fellows would also take the opportunity to criticize him. "Young master," a subordinate said, "the Tiger King and the Antler King have come to visit." Yuan Gongzi gave up thinking and said, "Invite them in." In the guest hall, A middle-aged man with a full beard and a weak scholar with a feminine appearance sat awkwardly on the chair. The Tiger King and the Antler King. One was a heaven-reaching tiger, and the other was a horned deer. The two beasts had cultivated in the Spirit Crossing Valley for thousands of years. Not only were they as powerful as Wu Shang, but they also had hundreds of thousands of subordinates. They were quite powerful in the circle of the beast race. There were many powerful spirit beasts in the Starfall continent, but because they stayed in a certain area all year round and rarely appeared in the secular world, their presence was very low. For example, the king of 100 Hills that Jun Changshao had subdued. Two kings. Yuan Gongzi walked in, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "What brings you to this, Yuan?" The Antler King said, "We've thought about what Yuan Gongzi said earlier. We're willing to work together and do something big in the Starfall continent." "That's great," Yuan Gongzi said happily. After he had settled in the Spirit Crossing Valley, he had instigated the two spirit beasts to join him. After the experts of the Starfall continent entered the planar battlefield, they attacked the major forces and unified the entire continent. However, the Antler King said, "How do we split the benefits?" Following behind the Demon Emperor's gate and becoming enemies with the Starfall continent, if there were no benefits, they would definitely not do it. Yuan Gongzi said, "Two kings definitely won't be willing to hide in the Spirit Crossing Valley. If you assist this Yuan in attacking the major forces, after the matter is done, I'll give you a large amount of good feng shui land for the beast race to rest and recuperate." The Tiger King and the Antler King's eyes lit up. They had no interest in human weapons and equipment. If they could obtain a larger territory to strengthen their race, it would naturally be best. "Yuan Gongzi, it's a deal. Come, drink this bowl of wine and congratulate us on forming an alliance." "Brother." After leaving the Demon Emperor's gate, the Tiger King, who had been silent all this time, said, "The humans are very cunning. Won't we be tricked by forming an alliance with them?" "We won't." The Antler King said, "I've already sent my subordinates to investigate. This Demon Emperor's gate has been fighting with the major forces recently. It's clear that they're going to do something big." The Tiger King was very confused. "Brother, that purple-haired guy who called himself the Fiend King came to find us, and you directly rejected him. Why do you have this plan now?" "Big brother," the Antler King said, "that guy looks unreliable. We'll definitely be unlucky if we fight with him. Although the major forces of the major sects have entered the planar battlefield, there are still many humans. We have to be careful," the Tiger King said. The Antler King sneered. "We can't deal with the humans openly. We can do it secretly." The Tiger King said, "Brother, do you have a plan?" The Antler King thought for a while and said, "While the Demon Emperor's gate is fighting with the major sects, we'll lead our elites to attack a certain county. Of course, we can't be too strong. Let's find a weak one to test our strength. If we're talking about weak, it's only southwest Yangzhou." "That's right." The Antler King smiled. "I've already made my choice. When the Demon Emperor's gate moves again, we'll attack the weakest county in southwest Yangzhou, Qingyang County." "Brother, I heard that there's a sect of all times in Qingyang County. This sect doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. It's just a third-rate sect. There's nothing to worry about. Should we discuss it with Yuan Gongzi first?" "Big brother, if we discuss everything with that guy, we won't be allies anymore. We'll just be his underlings. Okay, let's attack Qingyang County. Don't tell Yuan Gongzi about this. When we take down southwest Yangzhou, he'll understand that we beast race can't be underestimated. It'll be beneficial for us in the future." In the courtyard, Yuan Gongzi leisurely took a sip of tea and smiled. These two spiritual beasts are very strong and have many subordinates. As long as we use them well, they'll definitely be great helpers for our Demon Emperor's gate to unify the continent. "Young master," the black-clothed old man said, "they're not of our race. Their intentions are definitely different. It's fine, it's fine. Yuan Gongzi put down his teacup and smiled. These beasts with no intelligence are nothing but chess pieces in my hands. Chapter 997. The battle between the Devil Monarch sect and the righteous sects had already reached a white-hot state. At any moment, they could start fighting on some mountain or in some wilderness. All kinds of news spread through the counties. Many ordinary people sensed that something was wrong and prayed silently that they would not be implicated in the battle. Even if innocent people were harmed in a battle of this level, there would be a limit to it. However, if the counties and counties were to fight, many people would be implicated. County Governor. In the Xinjiang City Lord's office, a strategist said, City Lord Mu has entered the dimensional battlefield and has not returned yet. I'm afraid something bad has happened to him. Why don't we take the opportunity to annex the other counties? Sigh. Zhuo Chaochuan sighed and said, Of course I want to, but with the sect of all times in charge, offending them will not end well. The world was in turmoil, and the flames of war were everywhere. As an ambitious county governor, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to expand his territory. However, Mu Changhong of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City had left, and Jun Changshao of the Qingyang County was still there. The strategist said bitterly, If not for this person, our Xinjiang County would have integrated all the surrounding cities. Zhuo Chaochuan suddenly had the urge to cry. Previously, he had launched a war and annexed Heian County, Huaiyan County, and other places with great momentum. However, he had been blocked in the Qingyang County. Not only had he lost a large army, but Jun Changshao had also paid him a visit and beaten him up. He had been planning for a long time and was about to succeed, but someone had come out of nowhere. This was very sad. The strategist said, If we don't attack the Qingyang County, the sect of all times won't get involved, right? Zhuo Chaochuan fell into deep thought. City Lord Mu was not here, and there was no one to take care of southwest Yangzhou. At this time, it was undoubtedly the best time to send troops to conquer other cities and expand his territory. He did not want to miss this opportunity. County Governor. At this time, a subordinate walked in and handed over a letter. The sect of all times sent a letter. The sect of all times sent it. Zhuo Chaochuan opened the letter and saw what was written on it. Before Governor Mu entered the dimensional battlefield, he entrusted me with the task of looking after southwest Yangzhou. Now that the world is in chaos, County Chief Zhuo, you better know your place. Otherwise, don't blame me for using peaceful means before resorting to force. The signatory was Jun Changshao. The words peaceful means before resorting to force were clearly saying that if you don't behave, I'll come over and beat you up. Zhuo Chaochuan said with a serious expression, There's no point in fighting and killing. It's better to stay at home and fish. The idea of conquering the world, which had just arisen, was completely suppressed by a letter sent by Jun Changshao. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu said, Sects have no right to interfere in secular wars. I'm afraid, County Governor, Zhou won't compromise if we send a letter directly. If he doesn't compromise, then my sect's disciples will be bullied in Xinjiang County tomorrow, Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu was speechless. The Patriarch was purposely setting up a crime so that he could openly cause trouble for Xinjiang County. Of course, Jun Changshao said, I firmly believe that County Governor Zhuo is a smart person. He won't make a mistake at a critical moment. Li Luoqiu said, The Demon Emperor's Gate attacked a few more sects yesterday. During this period of time, Yuan Gongzi frequently attacked and destroyed so many sections. He must have plundered a lot of resources. Jun Changshao muttered. Li Luoqiu replied, The sect's vaults and secret rooms were empty. They must have taken everything. Jun Changshao's gaze turned cold. They dared to harm my allies. When Elder Jiang finds the location, he must seek justice. The system said, The host isn't going to seek justice for Wondrous Flower Palace. He's going to rob them. Both, Jun Changshao said. That's right. Li Luochio said, I also received news that Palace Master, she is on her way to my sect. It should be because of the Demon Emperor's Gate's sneak attack on her disciples. In the afternoon, Shi Jingxian brought Lung Xingyue to the sect of all times. Jun Chang Shao personally received her at the mountain gate. Seeing the bespectacled woman with flowing black hair, he couldn't help but think to himself, at first, it was quite out of place. Now it feels very compatible. The system said, if she wore the uniform designed by the host, it would definitely be more compatible. That's right. Jun Chang Shao agreed. A woman with such a good figure and face would have a different charm if she wore the Sect of all times uniform and a pair of large glasses. While he was thinking, Shi Jingxian had already arrived at the mountain gate. She looked at the mountains in the distance that reached into the clouds in surprise and said, Jun Patriarch, your sect has changed a lot. Jun Changshao smiled and said, like Palace Master Shi, have you become prettier? Li Luochio, who was standing at the side to receive the guests, widened her eyes and said in disbelief, Patriarch can say something like that. Has the sun risen from the west? Shi Jingshuan's face turned red. Palace Master, Lang Xingyue said in a low voice, don't forget why you're here at the Sect of all times. Oh. Shi Jingxian hurriedly adjusted her state of mind and said, Jun Patriarch. Jun Changshao said, this Jun has already heard about the attack on your sect's disciples in the wilderness. He knows? Shi Jingxian was stunned. The Sect of all times' intelligence network was very powerful. Not only did Goshing know, he knew even faster than Wondrous Flower Palace. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said solemnly, you and I are friends, and our sects are allies. Whoever bullies Wondrous Flower Palace is also bullying the Sect of all times. In a few days, Jun will personally seek justice for your sect. Shi Jingxian said, Jun Patriarch is at the Demon Emperor's gate that injured my disciples. That's right. Jun Patriarch, the demon sect's strength is not to be underestimated. They've been causing a lot of trouble in the Jianghu recently, and many large sects have suffered losses. In my opinion, let's just forget about it. Although Shi Jingxian had seen Jun Changshao beat up Yuan Gongzi at Mountinghui, she still believed that the Demon Emperor's gate was very powerful, so she didn't want him to cause trouble for her sect. To put it bluntly, she was worried that Goshang would be bullied by the demon sect. This time, Shi Jingxian didn't come because of the sneak attack on her disciples. She mainly came to discuss how to stay out of the chaos in the Jianghu recently. Jun Changshao said seriously, how can we just let it go when our disciples were killed? Shi Jingxian smiled bitterly and said, in the face of absolute power, it's already good to be alive. 2 of her disciples had been killed. As the palace master, she was very distressed, but that was all she could do. Because the culprit was the Demon Emperor's Gate, a force that could easily destroy 3rd or 4th-rate sections. Was she supposed to lead her people to their deaths? Palace Master Shi, Jun Changshao said with a solemn expression, our sects have been allies for a long time. Your disciples are my disciples. They were killed by the Demon Emperor's Gate, and this hatred must be avenged. You should return to your sect first and leave everything to me. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian was deeply moved, but she still advised rationally, the Demon Emperor's Gate is too powerful. It's better if we don't provoke them. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Yi flew over from afar and landed in the outer courtyard of the Sect of all times. He transmitted his voice, Patriarch, the Demon Emperor's Gate is hidden in the Crossing Spirit Valley. Crossing Spirit Valley? Jun Changshao sneered. Yuan Gongzi, your family moved really deep. Chapter 998. Shua! Shua! Above Ironbone Town, a stream of light flew past. The person in the lead was Jun Changshao, followed by the Purple King, King of 100 Hills, Ding Xingwang, Gongsun Haohai, and other high-level sect members. Puchi! Puchi! Xiao Maxian transformed into the demon Ridge Black Eagle and followed along, carrying Shi Jingxian on her back. At first, June Patriarch wanted her to return to the sect and wait for his news. But since Jiang Ye had found the location of the Demon Emperor's gate, he might as well bring her along. After all, she represented Miaohua Palace. Palace Master Shi, Xiao Maxian said, sit tight. Shi Jingxian nodded, but there was a bit of disappointment in her eyes. Disappointment and disappointment. Why did June Patriarch leave her behind and travel alone? This time, Jun Changshao only brought the high-level sect members with him to Spirit Crossing Valley. He didn't bring Li Qingyang and the others because the latter still needed to construct the plain battlefield. Moreover, it wasn't about numbers but about elites. Not to mention Old Ding and King of 100 Hills. Just Hall Master Purple was enough to intimidate the entire Demon Emperor's Gate. Young Master. In the courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate, the black-clothed old man reported. Yesterday we destroyed several sections. We obtained a total of 2 million artificial spirit stones, 200,000 natural spirit stones, herbs, ores, weapons, and other resources. So little? Yuan Gongzi frowned. After being extorted by Jun Changshao for 5 million natural spirit stones, in order to stop the losses, they could only loot from the famous righteous sections. But a few million artificial spirit stones couldn't make up for the huge hole. Moreover, settling the sect in Spirit Crossing Valley also consumed a lot of resources. The black-clothed old man said, after all, we are only targeting 4th or 5th-rate sections. There are too few valuable resources. So, Yuan Gongzi picked up the book beside him and looked at the names of the sects listed on it. If you want to get rich, you have to find a higher-level sect. This booklet was a list of the sects and forces on the Falling Star continent. Not only were there famous orthodox sects, but there were also unorthodox sections. On the last page, there was a list of sects that could not be provoked. There were 3 sects that stood out from the rest. They were the sect of all times, the Mystic Flower Palace, and the Blue Mountain sect. Yuan Gongzi had been very careful. He had eliminated everything that could harm Jun Changshao. But he never expected that his men would accidentally injure Jun Changshao. If he wasn't hiding in the Spirit Crossing Valley, he would have already taken the money to apologize. Yuan Gongzi said, inform the Tiger King and the Antler King to come over. Since the two sides had reached a cooperation agreement, he had to make good use of these 2 chess pieces and let them work for him. Yes, the black-clothed old man left. After a while, he hurried over and said, Young Master, these 2 spirit beasts have left the Spirit Crossing Valley. Yuan Gongzi rubbed his forehead and said, Sure enough, these beasts are unruly and unreliable. Forget it, forget it. He wrote down the sects on a piece of white paper and tossed it to the black-clothed old man, saying, Inform the branch to find a time to destroy these sects and bring back all their martial arts resources. Yes, the black-clothed old man was about to leave when Yuan Gongzi said, Has the sect of all times made any moves recently? Young Master, there has been no movement. You may leave. Yuan Gongzi rubbed his temples and thought to himself, Everyone says that the palace lord of the Mystic Flower Palace and the patriarch of the sect of all times have an affair. Now it seems that it's just a rumor. He got up and returned to his room. Suddenly his eyelids twitched and his expression changed slightly. This is an ominous sign. In the West Cloud Province, which was connected to the southwestern Yangzhou, a burly middle-aged man and a young man with delicate skin flew over at high speed. Brother, the middle-aged man said, We flew out of the Spirit Crossing Valley so brazenly. Will we be discovered by the human Wu Shang? From the voice, one could tell that it was the Tiger King. Don't worry, big brother, the Antlered King said. Most of the experts at Wu Shang's level have entered the planar battlefield. We can now fly around the Falling Star continent without fear. The Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief and said, Brother, when we enter the southwestern Yangzhou, should we go straight to the Azure Sun County or destroy the sects we see? Let's go to the Azure Sun County. The antlered king said, let's clean up the small fries first. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh. Alliance Master Qin. In the Grand Qi Sect's main hall, the Long-Blade Sect Master Shintong said worriedly, the pugilistic world has been chaotic recently. That demonic sect might come to the southwestern Yangzhou. It's better for us to prepare early. Qin Haoran, who was sitting at the head of the table, shook his head and said, Sect Master Shin, the 100 Sect Alliance has been disbanded long ago. Don't call me Alliance Master anymore. No, Shen Tong said solemnly, Alliance Master Qin is our Alliance Master for one day and will always be our Alliance Master, even if this organization no longer exists. Qin Haoran's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. Although he had been reduced to nothing in this book, the fact that his former ally could still support him was a testament to his true feelings. Although the Demon Emperor's Gate is causing a lot of trouble, they still haven't come to the southwestern Yangzhou. Sidu Wang said, in this old man's opinion, they might be afraid of the sect of all times. Hearing the word sect of all times, Qin Haoran's eyes flashed with a trace of complicated emotions. But more than that, there was fear. The Demon Emperor's Gate dares to go against the top sections. Why would they be afraid of Jun Changshao? Shintong said, if it was in the past, his words would have been filled with contempt. But now he was completely serious and did not look down on Qin Haoran at all. After all, his face had been slapped countless times. Qin Haoran said bitterly, the Demon Emperor's Gate's large-scale attack on the top sects is a disaster. We can only pray that they don't target us. What else can we do? These former 100 Sect Alliance forces were just sections. They were as weak as ants in front of ordinary fifth-rate sections. How could they fight against a demonic sect? Sect Master! Right at this time, a disciple scrambled in and said in horror, outside! There are 2 martial artists who can fly outside. A martial artist who could fly? Qin Haoran, Shintong, and the others were shocked. Wu Huang! Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang sounded. The entire ground trembled violently. The main hall was unable to withstand the force and began to collapse. Qin Haoran was dumbfounded. Alliance Master Qin, run! Shen Tong cried out in alarm, but seeing that he was dumbstruck like a wooden chicken, he hurriedly rushed over, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out. Boom! When everyone rushed out, the main hall that had stood in the wind and rain for hundreds of years suddenly collapsed, turning into ruins. The plaque Noble Spirit Sect that had been hung up in recent years also shattered on the spot. Here was the problem. Why was it put up in recent years? Plop! Qin Haoran collapsed on the ground and cried out in grief. No, regardless of whether it was a sect or a sect, the main hall was a symbol of supreme dignity. Now that it had suddenly collapsed, it was equivalent to the sect being exterminated. Shintong and Situ Wang had no time to care about Qin Haoran because their eyes were wide open at this moment. In their field of vision, the outer courtyard of Noble Spirit Sect was gone. Instead, it was replaced by a pit that was dozens of feet deep, spreading to the area of the main hall. Following the camera, one could clearly see that the mountain where Noble Spirit Sect was located seemed to have been blasted into a huge pit by some kind of terrifying force. Even the space was being disturbed and shattered. Plop! Plop! Shintong and Situ Wang did not manage to stabilize their bodies. They collapsed on the ground with fear in their eyes. Then they raised their heads stiffly and looked at the 2 middle-aged and young men who were standing in midair with a gloomy aura. They definitely did not come with good intentions. Brother, the Tiger Force King said, that punch of yours should have destroyed the entire mountain. The Antler King grinned and said, Big brother, looking at the fear on the human's face, I'm inexplicably excited. Swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, demonic aura erupted. Whoosh, Whoosh! Whoosh! Those noble spirit sect disciples who did not die under the bombardment were bound and flew up uncontrollably. Humans! The Antler King pulled them all in front of him and laughed. Are you scared? Scared. Extremely scared. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the dozens of bound, noble spirit sect disciples exploded and died instantly. They did not even have the chance to scream. Nice. The Antler King squinted his eyes and said, it was a spirit beast that was comparable to Wu Sheng's level. It did not need to move at all to kill Meridian opening realm and martial disciples. Ta! At this moment, Qin Haoren struggled to stand up. Although his legs were trembling violently, he clenched his fists and said angrily, You destroyed my main hall and killed my disciples. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Boom! The Antler King suddenly appeared in front of him and stepped on his face. He held his hands and said, You're just an ant. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Wah! Qin Haoren vomited blood. This was without the intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pile of meat paste. Brother, the Tiger Force King urged, quickly destroy the sect. We still have to go to the next one. Understood. The Antler King raised his foot and a wild, demonic aura erupted. From the aura, it was obvious that not only did it want to kill Qin Haoren, but it also wanted to raise the entire noble spirit sect to the ground. Whoosh! The demonic aura gathered crazily and spread in all directions. Shen Tong and Situ Wang, who were trembling on the side, looked desperate. A strong aura of death enveloped their consciousness. It was over. Completely over. The Antler King, who was accumulating power, looked up and squinted at the destroyed main hall. He saw a few people appear out of nowhere on the mountain peak in the distance. Jun Changshao sat on a huge rock with his legs apart. Ding Xingwang stood on the right. He released spiritual energy from his palm to form a wave of air, blowing his black hair to the left. His handsome face was enough to make girls scream. The King of 100 Hills, Gongsun Haohai, and the others either turned sideways or stood behind the patriarch with their arms crossed. The aura they emitted was so strong that it could pierce the sky. As expected, as long as the people of the sect of all times went out, they would definitely carry pin, ruse, wardrobe. Friend, Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and said coldly, I advise you to be kind. Chapter 999. Jun Changshao led the group to Spirit Crossing Valley and passed by the Grand Chi sect. He rushed over after hearing a loud noise and happened to see someone torturing Qin Haoren. Patriarch. Old Ding transmitted his voice. These two fellows have overwhelming demonic aura. They should be high-level spirit beasts. Jun Changshao also saw it. Why would powerful spirit beasts appear in southwest Yangzhou? Could it be that the beast race, which had been suppressed since the top experts entered the dimensional battlefield, also wanted to do something on the continent? The Demon Emperor's Gate was restless, and there were frequent secular wars. Now that powerful spirit beasts came out to cause trouble, it was really an eventful time. That's not right. Excluding the 3 overseas prefectures, there were still 9 in the Falling Star continent. Why would 2 spirit beasts comparable to Wu Sheng come to southwest Yangzhou? Did they think this place was the easiest to bully? It had been a few years since he transmigrated, and Jun Changshao had completely adapted to it. He treated himself as someone from the Azure Sun County. Now that someone was so arrogant in his own territory, he definitely couldn't tolerate it. Kid. The antlered king laughed sinisterly. Who are you? It was undeniable that Jun Changshao, Old Ding, and the others carried Pin Ru's wardrobe out, but it didn't take them seriously because the top experts had entered the dimensional battlefield. Who in this world could do anything to it? Azure Sun County's deputy county governor. Jun Changshao said indifferently. F***CK. This fellow actually remembered. that I was the Azure Sun County's deputy county governor. Deputy county governor? The deer antler king laughed coldly and said, "In that case, Azure Sun County is your territory." "That's right," Jun Changshao said indifferently. Kikik, the antlered king, laughed strangely. "Are you unhappy that I'm doing whatever I want in your territory?" Jun Changshao frowned. "Is this fellow provoking me? Fine, fine. Since it's so courting death, I'll be a little unreasonable if I don't fulfill its wish." "Pa!" Jun Changshao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Suddenly, a domineering force pressed down from above. The force was so strong that it directly shattered space. "Brother, be careful!" the Tiger King exclaimed. The antlered king also realized the danger. The smile on his face froze, and he hurriedly raised his hands to block. Boom! Hoo hoo hoo! In the area where Qin Haoren was lying, violent energy crazily rippled. The Purple King appeared out of thin air in front of him, his right fist landing on the antlered king's arms. Under the accompaniment of gang leader Qiao's background music, the camera zoomed in on his arms. His sleeves instantly exploded, revealing his strong muscles. Jun Changshao collapsed. This guy had dropped at least a few dozen uniforms, and they were all made with money. "No, I'll deduct it from his salary tomorrow." The antlered great king withstood the bombardment, and his face gradually twisted. But when he saw the newcomer's appearance, he cried out in alarm, "It's you! Do you still remember me?" The Purple King retracted his fist and gathered his majestic demonic chi for another attack. Boom! The antlered king was unable to stabilize his body after taking the brunt of the attack. He was sent flying and plummeted down the mountain. "Brother!" the Tiger Force King shouted angrily. Suddenly, Ding Xingwang appeared behind him and performed the 5 ultimate palms, forcing the other party to dodge in a hurry. Boom! 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 On the other side, the Purple King caught up with the antlered king, who was plummeting down the mountain. Demonic chi gathered in his palms and bombarded him wildly, creating deep pits in the ground. Rumble! Rumble! The powerful force wreaked havoc, and Noble Spirit Mountain collapsed on a large scale. Although Qin Haoren, Shintong, and the others were the closest to the battle zone, they were not affected by the force because they were protected by a spiritual energy wall in front of them. Thud! Jun Changshao flew down from afar. "Jun Patriarch." Shintong said with difficulty, "Thank you for saving us." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saving you. I just don't want to see anyone doing evil in Azure Sun County." Shintong. Boom! 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 At the foot of the mountain, the violent force wreaked havoc. The ground kept sinking, and the entire Noble Spirit Mountain trembled violently. "I visited you in a good mood back then, but you refused because you never fought with humans. Why did you come out today?" The Purple King waved his fists wildly and bombarded the antlered king, who was trapped underground. He was very angry, because he hated people who went back on their words. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a round of bombardment, the cold wind blew away the dust in the air. The antlered king was lying in the deep pit with a crooked mouth and eyes. "Brother!" the Tiger Force King roared angrily. Boom! Boom! Old Ding took this opportunity to go behind the Tiger Force King and perform the 5 ultimate palms. He bombarded the Tiger Force King's back and sent it flying. The Purple King stomped on the ground with his right foot and instantly flew over like a cannonball. Then he clasped the Tiger Force King's shoulders and threw it to the ground. Boom! Crack! 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 The force of the explosion caused Noble Spirit Mountain to collapse on a large scale again. The disciples who were still alive had fear in their eyes. It was as if they were experiencing the end of the world. When the immortals fought, the immortals suffered. They were worse than the immortals. At most, they were ants. The camera panned to the foot of the mountain. The Purple King stood in the deep pit that extended for dozens of feet. He stepped on the Tiger Force King's face and said coldly, "If it weren't for the fact that we were of the same race, would I have let you live until now?" Bullsh *T. The Tiger Force King endured the pain and said, "You couldn't beat us brothers back then. That's why you ran away." Boom! Boom! In order to stop him from continuing, the Purple King raised his foot and stomped on the Tiger Force King's face. Not only was there anger in his eyes, but there was also a strong murderous intent. A real man doesn't talk about his past glory. "Today, I've trampled you under my feet. That's enough. Roar." Suddenly, an angry roar came from behind. A deer beast dozens of feet tall stood up from the deep pit, its eyes flashing with intimidating hostility. Seeing this, Shin Tong and Situ Wong's eyes almost popped out. Whoosh! At this moment, they saw a stream of light fly over and hang in front of the giant deer's head. When the light dissipated, it was Jun Changshao. Despicable human. Die! The antlered king opened its mouth angrily. Heaven and earth attributes quickly rushed in from all directions and formed into a mass of energy. Jun Changxiao's right hand clenched into a fist. He activated the mechanical armed wings combat form and immediately threw a punch. Boom! The fist, enhanced by equipment and psionic energy, smashed into the antlered king's head like a mountain. The energy condensed in the antlered king's mouth suddenly dissipated. Then, with a crooked mouth and eyes rolling, the antlered king fell to the side in slow motion for 10 seconds. Boom! Another punch was sent flying. The antlered king, who was already unable to stabilize its body, suffered another heavy blow. It staggered backward and finally fell to the ground like a mountain. Its huge cheeks were dented, and its tongue was hanging out of its mouth. Large amounts of white foam flowed out. Jun Changshao hung in the air. His eyes became abnormally sharp. At this time, if there was a god who photoshopped his hair bald, he would look like someone. Whoosh! The heavily injured, antlered king turned into a human and lay on the ground half dead. Jun Changshao landed on the ground and pulled it up. He coldly said, "You dare to cause trouble in my territory? Who gave you the guts?" After being beaten up by the Purple King and being punched twice, this guy's mind was completely messed up. So he said in a daze, "Yuan Gongzi, Yuan Gongzi?" Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually turned cold. Demon Emperor's Gate. Yuan Gongzi, who was sitting in the room drinking tea, suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate. Chapter 1000. Boom! Outside Noble Spirit Mountain, another earth-shattering explosion was heard. The ground cracked and dust filled the sky. The Purple King hovered proudly in the air as if he was looking down on everyone. Wah! In the huge crater, the Tiger Power King spat out a mouthful of blood. Its meridians were severely damaged, and it was clearly in a severely injured state. It was stronger than the antlered king, but not by much. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the Purple King's attacks. Master Z is getting stronger. Spiritual beasts comparable to martial sages are like little kids. They can't even fight back in front of him. Jiangya, Gongsun Haohai, and the others exclaimed, "Tie them up." Jun Changshao said loudly, "Bring them to Spirit Crossing Valley." Old Ding and the King of 100 Hills flew over and tied up the severely injured Antlered King and Tiger Power King. Each of them dragged one out of Noble Spirit Mountain. After watching them leave, Shen Tong and Situ Yin finally regained their senses. When they stood up and saw the craters at the bottom of the mountain and the cracks in space, they were once again paralyzed with fear. This kind of terrifying battle between saint-level experts was something that he had never even dreamed of. "It's over. It's all over." Qin Haoren knelt on the ground and burst into tears as he looked at the ruined main hall. Although the two powerful spirit beasts were subdued by the Sect of all times, the destruction they caused was very serious for the Noble Spirit Sect. Even if the Sect wasn't destroyed, it was still greatly damaged. Alliance Master Qin. Shen Tong and Situ Yun wanted to comfort Qin Haoren, but they didn't know where to start. Yuan Gongzi. On the way to Spirit Crossing Valley, Jun Changshao said coldly, "First, you hurt my allies. Now, you instigated spirit beasts to cause trouble in Azure Sun County. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian, who was waiting in the distance, saw them flying over with 2 injured cultivators. She asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Nothing." Jun Goxing laughed. "They're just 2 idiots who came to my Azure Sun County to cause trouble." The word foolish was a very accurate description. He actually dared to come to southwest Yangzhou to cause trouble without investigating the situation clearly. It was already good enough that he was still alive. "Let's go." Jun Changshao said, "Let's continue on our way." Screech. The Devil Ridge Black Hawk screeched, flapped its wings, and flew away quickly. Perhaps the 2 punches made Jun Changshao feel a little tired. He didn't choose to fly alone, but first landed on the contract beast's back and went with Shi Jingxian to Spirit Crossing Valley. Nothing was said along the way. After flying for a few hours, a mountain range, shrouded in darkness, appeared in their field of vision. In the deepest part of the mountain range was a valley surrounded by mountains. Spirit Crossing Valley, the #1 forbidden area of the Starfall continent. In a normal plot, many protagonists would benefit greatly from such an environment, and even climb to the peak of their lives. However, when Jun Changshao landed at the entrance of the valley, and when the Purple King and the others stood behind him, the aura emitted from the #1 forbidden area of the continent seemed to be trembling. "Patriarch," Ding Ding said, "the Spirit Crossing Valley is huge. Not only are there ferocious beasts, but there are also all kinds of natural treasures. Since we're here, why don't we plunder it?" "That's what I was thinking." Jun Changshao came this time not only to seek justice from the Demon Emperor's Gate, but also to see what was so special about the #1 forbidden area of the continent. However, Ding Ding frowned and said, "I heard that there are 2 beasts that are comparable to—" The Purple King crossed his arms and calmly interrupted, "These 2 guys are the spirit beasts of the Spirit Crossing Valley." "Ah!" Ding Ding, Janya, and the others were dumbfounded. Jun Changshao was also very surprised and said, "These 2 beasts are the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley?" "Humph," the Purple King said calmly. "This king came here to recruit them in the past, but they rejected me." Jun Changshao walked over and pulled the Antler King in front of him. He coldly said, "Speak, what is your relationship with Yuan Gongzi?" At first, he thought that the 2 spirit beasts that were comparable to Wusheng were Yuan Gongzi's subordinates. Now that he knew that Yuan Gongzi was the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley, the situation became a bit complicated. The Antler King said with a ferocious expression, I have formed an alliance with Yuan Gongzi. If you don't want to offend this demonic sect, quickly let us go." "Formed an alliance?" Jun Changshao sneered and said, "So, it was Yuan Gongzi who instigated you to go to Azure Sun County to cause trouble?" "That's right," the Antler King said. "Fortunately, Yuan Gongzi wasn't present, or else he would have vomited blood." Jun Changshao's eyes turned and said, "Coincidentally, this king wants to find Yuan Gongzi to talk about old times. Since you are the boss of the Spirit Crossing Valley, bring us to find him." "Sure." The Antler King was instantly delighted. These fellows were strong. If he and his big brother were defeated, he would bring them to Yuan Gongzi. The other party would definitely save them on account of their alliance. "Let's go." Jun Changshao led everyone into the dark Spirit Crossing Valley. The Antler King suppressed his injuries and obediently led the way in front. Perhaps only the beast men would betray their teammates and bring their enemies to their home as guests. Demon Emperor's Gate. Yuan Gongzi anxiously sat on the chair because his heart suddenly beat rapidly, as if something bad was about to happen. "Young master," the black-robed elder standing beside him said, "your expression is a bit ugly." Elder Lin. Yuan Gongzi patted his chest and frowned. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something bad is about to happen. The black-robed elder said, Is it because young master's injuries haven't healed? No, Yuan Gongzi firmly said. It has nothing to do with my injuries. The black-robed elder said, Young master hasn't rested for the past few days. Maybe you have overworked yourself. Now that everything has been arranged, why don't you have a good sleep and recharge your energy for big things? Sigh. Young master Yuan sighed and said, Those old fellows are always laughing at me, and my underlings are always up to no good. How can I dare to slack off in the slightest? The black-robed elder said, Young master is shouldering everything by himself. If this goes on, you will collapse sooner or later. My demon emperor's gate has inherited the will of the demon emperor, and after the hard work of our ancestors, we finally have our current achievements. As the vice gate master, I must be cautious and conscientious. Yuan Gongzi said with a solemn expression. What a pity. The black-robed martial artist said rather angrily, Those old fellows can't understand young master. Not only do they oppose you everywhere, but they also offended the sect of all times, which messed up young master's original plans. Don't mention the sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi said haggard, My heart aches. Yuan Feng. Suddenly an angry roar came from outside. Get out here for this great one. His voice was like a clap of thunder, frightening young master Yuan to his feet. His face was full of fear, and he cried out, Jun! Jun Changshao! The black-robed elder said in disbelief, How did he find us? Are the hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts in Spirit Crossing Valley all blind? Boom! There was an explosion, and the space shook violently. Swish! Swish! Yuan Gongzi hurriedly flew out of the courtyard with the black-robed elder. When he saw that the newly built gate had been smashed into pieces again, he almost couldn't control himself and vomited blood. Wait a minute. Why were the Tiger Force King and the Antler King covered in injuries and being carried away? Could it be that they were fighting with Jun Changshao and the others and got captured? Yuan Gongzi didn't think too much and hurriedly cupped his hands and said politely, Jun Patriarch, we are honored by your presence. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Yuan Gongzi. Right at this moment, the Antler King shouted. The two of us went to ambush the Azure Sun County and failed. We were captured by this guy. Hurry up and send experts to save us. The two of us went to ambush the Azure Sun County. Ambush the Azure Sun County. PFFF. Yuan Gongzi covered his chest with one hand and tilted his head back. Not only did blood spurt 3 meters high, but it also drew a beautiful arc. Chapter 1001. Yuan Gongzi no longer thought about why Jun Changshao was able to come here despite being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. It was meaningless. All he could think about was why the other party had come to find him again. While thinking, he noticed Shi Jingxian. After comparing her with the information in his sea of consciousness, he instantly realized that she was the palace master of Miaohua Palace. Understood. Understood. Jun Changshao must have come to seek justice for his woman. Big brother, how long has it been? And you're already here. Can't you give some face to the sects that have been living in seclusion all year round? Although Yuan Gongzi was depressed, he wasn't nervous. In his opinion, it was purely an accident. It was just a misunderstanding. As long as he gave them resources as compensation, they should be able to bury the hatchet. Thinking of this, Yuan Gongzi's mentality gradually relaxed. Let's sneak attack Azure Sun County. The Antlered King was caught off guard when he said this. It was as if a palm print from the depths of the universe had slammed into his heart. In the end, he couldn't bear it, and blood splattered 10 feet high. He knew that the two beasts had left Spirit Crossing Valley, but he didn't think of sneak attacking Azure Sun County. After all, this was the Southeast First State. In terms of geographical location, They were at two extremes. Don't panic. Don't panic. Pretend that I don't know these two. Yuan Gongzi. Seeing that he didn't speak, the antlered king said angrily, "We have already formed an alliance. Are you going to leave us in the lurch?" Uft, uft, uft. Yuan Gongzi took 3 steps back and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Gorgeous flowers of blood bloomed in midair. It was magnificent. How decisive of him to betray his teammate. The most annoying thing was that the antlered king had betrayed Yuan Gongzi time and time again without knowing it. He even complained that the latter didn't send experts to save him quickly. Sigh. A godlike opponent and a pig-like teammate. Yuan Gongzi, who was dedicated to supporting the demon sect, could only sleep if he could complete his hegemony under such circumstances. Palace Master Shi, please sit. Okay. Shi Jingxian sat on the chair arranged by Jiangya. Jun Changshao also sat down and said, "Yuan Gongzi, I can still understand that you injured an ally of the sect of all times. However, sending these 2 fellows to Azure Sun County to cause trouble is a little too much." Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi suppressed the blood that was about to spurt out from his mouth and hurriedly raised his hand. "I swear to the heavens that I definitely didn't send the 2 of them to Azure Sun County. Their actions have nothing to do with the Demon Emperor's Gate. You think it's okay for you to form an alliance?" Jun Changshao said coldly. "Do you think Jun is a 3-year-old child?" Yuan Gongzi almost vomited blood again. In the beginning, he formed an alliance with the 2 spirit beasts from the Spirit Crossing Valley and used them as chess pieces. In the end, without his authorization, he had recklessly offended Jun Changshao. This was not AF * king chess piece, but a deadly bomb. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi hurriedly explained, "As a human, how can I form an alliance with beasts? Don't listen to their nonsense." "You didn't form an alliance?" Jun Changshao asked. "That's right," Yuan Gongzi said with a serious expression. "Bullshit," the antlered king roared. "We clearly formed an alliance, and you said that if we assist the Demon Emperor's Gate and achieve great things, we will give the beasts a treasure land." "Humph," Yuan Gongzi said coldly, "those who are not of my race must have different intentions. How can I form an alliance with evil creatures like you?" At this time he had to distance himself. Accidentally injuring the disciples of Miaohua Palace was enough of a headache. If he went to Azure Sun County to cause trouble, that fellow would use these 2 things to blackmail him. He was afraid that it would develop into an all-out war. In terms of strength, the Demon Emperor's Gate might not be unable to fight with the sect of all times. However, Yuan Gongzi knew that if things developed to such a situation, it would only harm him. Moreover, at this moment, the experts of the Falling Star continent had entered the planar battlefield, and their overall strength had been greatly reduced. He had to speed up his progress and achieve a substantial breakthrough. How could he divert his attention to fight against the sect of all times? "Brother," the Tiger King said angrily, "I told you the humans are unreliable." If Jun Changshao allowed it, Yuan Gongzi really wanted to walk over and give each of them a big kick. He roared, "You betrayed your teammates so decisively. Who exactly is the unreliable one?" From a normal point of view, the tiger and antlered were unreliable, but they were still beasts. They were the typical simple-minded and well-developed. Since Yuan Gongzi had roped them in as allies, he had the responsibility to take care of any unexpected situations. "Patriarch," Jiangya said, "Hall Master, Li just sent news that the people of the Demon Emperor's Gate appeared near the little cold village. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the War Cavalry Hall and the Extreme Coldness Palace discovered them in time and repelled them." He did not use sound transmission. Yuan Gongzi heard it clearly, and his facial muscles twitched. "Yuan Feng!" Jun Changshao stood up, startling Shi Jingxian so much that she almost stood up as well. She said angrily, "Do you really think that my sect of all times is a pushover? Believe it or not, I will join forces with the righteous sects and declare war on the demon emperor's gate. These words were very specific. He did not immediately make a move, nor did he start a war with the sections. Instead, he brought out the righteous sects, meaning to tell Yuan Gongzi that he was not going to be a spectator anymore. He was going to join them and stand on the same side as them. Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding, Yuan Gongzi hurriedly explained. I sent people to Luzhou in the northeast to target a third-rate sect. I didn't send my subordinates to any cold village. I can understand if it's a misunderstanding once, but if it's a second or third time, then it's a deliberate provocation. Jun Changshao said with a cold face. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi did not have the energy to explain, so he went straight to the point. I sincerely apologize for all the misunderstandings that have happened. I am willing to compensate with spiritual stones and other resources. Jun Changshao said angrily, even if you take out a few billion spiritual stones, how can you exchange them for 2 Miaohua Palace disciples in their prime? Yuan Gongzi did not say anything. The people who died were not your sect of all times disciples. You don't have to be so agitated. Besides, even if I can bring the Miaohua Palace disciples back to life, I can't take out a few billion spiritual stones. Jun Patriarch, I ordered my subordinates to attack the Lily Holy Sect and accidentally hurt the Miaohua Palace disciples. As an apology, the Demon Emperor's Gate is willing to give you 200,000 spiritual stones. Artificial, natural, artificial. 200,000 artificial spiritual stones for 2 lives? Do you think I'm a beggar? After being scammed once, Yuan Gongzi had some experience. So he asked meekly, how does Jun Patriarch want to compensate? Jun Changshao said, recently your Demon Emperor's Gate has destroyed many righteous sects and sections. You must have obtained a lot of resources. Since Yuan Gongzi sincerely wants to compensate, you should hand over all the resources you obtained. This. Yuan Gongzi's mouth twitched. Jun Changshao said with a dark expression, you can disagree. I won't force you. Big brother, you have a threatening expression on your face, and you have the nerve to say won't force you. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi said with a bitter expression, although my Demon Emperor's Gate has been attacking a lot recently, the sects we destroyed are only 4th or 5th class. There is nothing to gain. How about this? I am willing to give you 2 million artificial spiritual stones, herbs, ores, and other resources as compensation. Without natural spiritual stones, everything is off the table. Yuan Gongzi gritted his teeth and said, I will add another 200,000 natural spiritual stones. These were the resources they obtained from robbing a few 4th or 5th class sections. They were all taken out as compensation, which showed their sincerity. Jun Changshao said, Palace Master Shi, what do you think? Shi Jingxian was silent for a while and said, Jun Patriarch, you decide. This woman was very smart. She handed the matter to Jun Changshao when she was in a difficult situation. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changshao said, then we will compensate you with 2 million artificial spiritual stones, 200,000 natural spiritual stones, and various ores and herbs. Yuan Gongzi was secretly delighted. However, Jun Changshao added, this is only the compensation for Miaohua Palace. Next, we have to settle the matter of your 2 allies causing trouble in Azure Sun County, as well as the matter of Little Cold Village in northeast Lu Prefecture. Yuan Gongzi almost collapsed to the ground. Jun Changshao. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the depths of the Demon Emperor's Gate's inner court. Don't go too far. The voice contained a powerful aura, which shook the space and made the Purple King, Old Ding, and the others frown. The strength of the person who spoke was probably not weaker than the sky battlefield ghost. Wu Sheng at the peak? Jun Changshao thought. Yuan Gongzi, who was standing opposite him, said with a look of disbelief, Gate Master is back? Chapter 1002. In the outer courtyard of the Demon Emperor's Gate, a group of black-clothed masked men jumped out. They stood in 2 rows. Their right arms trembled slightly, and the 3-feet-long swords on their backs flew out of their sheaths and connected to each other in midair, extending to the gate like a paved road. "Welcome, Gate Master!" Whoosh! A black-clothed man with a strong demonic aura flew out from the inner courtyard. His feet stepped lightly on the long sword, and like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he landed on the gate with a plaque with the words Demon Emperor's Gate engraved on it. Holy shit! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. This kind of entrance was simply too flashy. If I have time, I should also study how to make an entrance. Only then can I have the style of a sect master. Gate Master! Yuan Gongzi and the black-clothed old man hurriedly bowed, respectfully. Yes, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master nodded. Because he was wearing a ferocious mask, it was difficult to see his face clearly. Jun Patriarch. He stood in front of the gate like a high and mighty king and said, Jun Patriarch has repeatedly come to ask for money. Do you think my Demon Emperor's Gate is a bank? Jun Changxiao said rather unhappily, You're saying it as if I'm deliberately trying to extort money? The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sneered and said, Jun Patriarch, my Demon Emperor's Gate has hurt your allies. I deeply apologize. As for compensation, I don't need it. Yuan Gongzi's mouth twitched slightly. He was still planning to negotiate with Jun Changxiao, but the Gate Master's appearance completely messed up his plan. If the 2 sides couldn't come to an agreement because of this, the conflict would definitely continue to worsen until it reached an irreconcilable point. My heart. So tired, so tired, so tired. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao looked over and frowned slightly and said, Your Gate Master said that he's deeply sorry and doesn't intend to compensate? Yuan Gongzi. Jun Patriarch. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master said indifferently, I have already given you enough face by expressing my apologies. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. From now on, we will mind our own business. What if I don't leave? Jun Changxiao asked coldly. He had come all the way to Spirit Crossing Valley and had the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace by his side. If he returned empty-handed, how could he show his face in public? Jun Patriarch, it wasn't easy for your sect of all times to achieve what you have today. Don't ruin your future because of petty greed, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master said. Are you threatening me? Jun Changxiao asked with a cold gaze. Who? The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate released a powerful demonic aura that instantly filled the air. He said faintly, I just want to let Jun Patriarch know the truth. A threat. It was a blatant threat. Ding. Side mission activated. Jun Changxiao opened the mission panel. It said, Teach the Demon Emperor's Gate Master a lesson. Elite mission. It was very simple and straightforward. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao retracted the data on the panel that only he could see and said indifferently, Your Gate Master doesn't know how to walk. Yuan Gongzi was silent. He was only the Vice Gate Master and had no right to interfere with the Gate Master's decision. Heavens, what kind of teammates do I have? Fine. Jun Changxiao said, Since you don't want to pay and threaten me, then I can only... His gaze suddenly turned cold. Let's start a full-scale war. Start a war. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sneered. Jun Patriarch, you think too highly of yourself. Is that so? Jun Changxiao pointed to the sky and said, Look, it's a gray plane. Gray plane? Everyone was stunned and looked up subconsciously. Whoosh! At this moment, the Purple King, whose clothes had exploded, was suspended in midair. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a strong demonic aura turned into a strange giant hand that mercilessly pressed down on the gate. Impudent! The Demon Emperor's Gate Master shouted coldly and suddenly raised his hands. Demonic aura surged like waves, and instantly met the palm full of demonic aura. Boom! The two strong forces fiercely collided in midair. Ripples visible to the naked eye instantly rippled in all directions, followed by a deafening explosion. The 100 or so disciples in the outer courtyard of the Demon Emperor's gate were wantonly disturbed and retreated. Their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. Yuan Gongzi's heart was cold. At this point, the conflict between the Demon Emperor's gate and the Sect of all times was irreversible. They had been trying to avoid becoming enemies with Jun Changshao, but in the end, they still met on the battlefield. This was undoubtedly very painful. Boom! Boom! In the area filled with demonic aura and demonic aura, two consecutive explosions were heard. The Purple King and the Demon Emperor's Gate Master were seen flying out. In an instant, they fought from a low altitude to a high altitude. Every punch was enough to shatter the void. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao released his spiritual energy and formed a defensive air wall in front of him. He asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine," Shi Jingxian said. She was only a martial king. If she didn't have the air wall protecting her, it would be difficult for her to resist the pressure released by the Demon Emperor's Gate Master. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the battle was still going on. This level of battle could be said to be earth-shattering. The higher-ups and disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate were all dumbfounded. Boom! The Purple King and the Demon Emperor's Gate Master exchanged another punch. They were immediately sent flying and then staggered to the ground. It was obvious that they were at a disadvantage again. The Purple King wasn't depressed. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised in disdain. In terms of strength, this Demon Emperor's Gate Master was far weaker than the battlefield Spectre. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be defeated too badly. Hall Master Z. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. Wear him down first. When you're almost done, leave it to me. The Purple King's mouth twitched violently. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sneered. No wonder you dared to come to my territory to extort money. It turns out that you have such a powerful subordinate. Cut the crap. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky again. Under the explosion of power, a large area of space collapsed. Roar! Roar! When the fierce beasts of Spirit Crossing Valley felt the two terrifying powers, they all fled in panic. The dimensional battlefield's spatial barrier was very strong, but it still couldn't withstand the battle between the Purple King and the battlefield Spectre. It was needless to say that the spatial barrier of the falling star continent was even more so. Therefore, the two of them had only exchanged a few dozen moves, and the collapsed area in the sky had already spread for hundreds of feet. Demonic aura and demonic aura were rampant, as if the whole world was about to be shattered. Demonic palm. Bang! Boom! The Purple King fell again like a cannonball, and the ground suddenly caved in. The Tiger King and the Antler King, who were restrained, were furious. After all, this was their territory. If they were allowed to fight without restraint, it would be completely destroyed sooner or later. Damn it! The Purple King slowly rose, his eyes flashing with anger. In terms of strength, this Demon Emperor's Gate Master was inferior to the sky battlefield Spectre. Why was it that the more they fought, the more troublesome it became? That was because he was a demonic cultivator who had a mind of his own, mastered all kinds of martial arts, and had rich combat experience. The battlefield Spectre that they fought earlier was just a powerful, low-level creature. Swish! The Purple King raised his hand. The space ring on his little finger flashed, and Hell Fury appeared out of thin air. Seeing him wear a pink boxing glove with a heart pattern, the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate were in a mess. Not to mention that he was naked. He even wore something that only girls would use. This purple-haired guy was definitely a big pervert. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master frowned and said, "Disgusting!" Swish! At this moment, the Purple King appeared in front of him, and a fist full of love suddenly smashed over. Boom! The Demon Emperor's Gate Master flew out and crashed into the mountain peak in the distance. Swish! The Purple King flew over, and the pink fist instantly exploded, blasting toward the mountain peak. Boom, boom, boom! The explosions continued, and dust flew everywhere. The Purple King stopped, and the wind blew everything away. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master crossed his hands in the air, and there was a materialized barrier around him to protect him. The mountain peak behind him was blasted to the ground under the power. Chapter 1003. At first, Hall Master Z was against Hellrage because it did not fit his wild and domineering image. However, after experiencing its benefits, he liked it very much and even asked for a space ring to store it. No one hated equipment that could increase one's strength. Even the Demon Kings from the upper realm were no exception. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master's eyes gradually turned cold, but he was shocked. He thought to himself, "This guy's gauntlet is probably a divine-grade treasure." Swoosh! The Purple King rushed over again. The gauntlet gathered power and instantly burst out with a fierce fist mark. Boom! 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 The two of them fought in the air again. The purple craggy Goblin King, who was originally at a disadvantage, became abnormally bold and unrestrained after equipping Hellish Rage. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master was in a more difficult situation. He could only defend passively and could not launch an effective attack. In terms of means, he was stronger than the battlefield Spectre. However, he did not have an excellent defensive armor like the opponent, so he could not withstand the fierce attacks. Boom! Just then, Z Craggy Monster King landed a heavy punch on the Devil Emperor Sect Master's defensive wall, shattering it into pieces. June Patriarch, Shi Jingxian said in disbelief, "Your Hall Master is so strong." Jun Changshao said, "The show has just begun." He had already communicated with the magically modified vacuum cleaner in the space ring. As long as the Purple King exhausted the Demon Emperor's Gate Master, it would be summoned out and directly attack. He dared to come to the Demon Emperor's gate to extort money without any scruples. He relied on this kind of product that could absorb unclean things. Of course, after all, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master was very strong. Teach him a lesson with the magically modified vacuum cleaner. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance to get close to him. Boom! Boom! The violent battle was still going on. Under the wanton disturbance of power, the space had already collapsed beyond recognition. Yuan Gongzi, who was watching from the outer courtyard, smiled bitterly. A Hall Master was on par with the sect leader and even had the upper hand. This sect of all times was indeed not simple. Making an enemy out of them was indeed a bad idea. Boom! The purple craggy monster monarch threw another punch at him. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master was sent flying, but he managed to stabilize himself in a sorry state. His cold eyes flickered with disbelief. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Xian was still able to test him in various aspects, but after putting on the gloves, he was actually suppressed instead. Even if he was equipped with God-tier equipment, there was no way he could be that powerful. The divine-tier equipment in the Falling Star continent was not that powerful. However, the divine weapon that was exclusive to Hall Leader Z came from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Naturally, it was more powerful. Come on, fight to your heart's content. The Purple King's eyes were blazing as he charged over once more and unleashed an earth-shattering bombardment. He was having a good time. Crossing Spirit Valley was in trouble. This was because under such a high-intensity bombardment, the ground and space continued to crack and spread, and the deepest and most complete destruction was being carried out. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beasts that lived here all year round fled in fear. Under such terrifying power, the only thing they could do was to witness their homes being destroyed. No, the Tiger King and the Antler King were grieving. Boom! Boom! The Purple King continued to bombard the gate with all his demonic aura. In the face of absolute power, even if the sect master of the Devil Emperor sect had an elusive movement technique, he could only passively defend and passively take a beating. After being beaten for the nth time, the mask on his face suddenly cracked. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing a hideous face covered in scars. So ugly. Jun Changshao frowned. The Demon Emperor's gate master's face was like a scar left behind by burns. Due to the beating from the Purple King, it was distorted. Not only did it look ugly, but it was also very scary. Shi Jingxian was so scared that she did not dare to look. She hurriedly turned her head. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's gate master spat out a mouthful of blood. Gate master! Yuan Gongzi and the others exclaimed. The Demon Emperor's gate master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold gaze, "When did the falling star continent have such a powerful spirit beast?" Swish! Swish! At this moment, the Demon Emperor's gate's higher-ups, who had reached the level of Wu Sheng and Half-Step Sage, flew out from the inner court. Then they unleashed their auras and glared. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Is this a gang fight?" The Demon Emperor's gate master said coldly, "Jun Changshao, how dare you blackmail my Demon Emperor's gate? Do you think you can leave safely?" Swish! Swish! In the inner court, Wu Huang and even the Martial King level powerhouses of the Demon Emperor's gate all flew out. The number of people added up to more than 1,000, and they surrounded the Sect of all Times' group. Yuan Gongzi's heart was in pain. The gate master had deployed all the Sect's elites. This was clearly showing that he wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sect of all times and fight to the end. Things had developed to this point. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "This time, I came here hoping to reason things out peacefully. Since the Demon Emperor's gate doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame Jun for being ruthless." Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! Ding Xingwang, Gong Sun Haohai, Jiangya, and the others who were standing behind him released their cultivation. On the screen, the Demon Emperor's gate's experts were hovering around. The Sect of all Times' higher-ups were also prepared for battle. It indicated that an even more intense battle was about to take place in Spirit Crossing Valley. Swish! Swish! Thousands of Demon Emperors, gate disciples, rushed out from the inner court. In terms of numbers, the Sect of all Times was at a disadvantage. In terms of overall strength, the Sect of all Times was still at a disadvantage. After all, the Purple King was being held back by the Demon Emperor's gate master, who would deal with the higher-ups at Wu Sheng's level. Old Ding wasn't weak, but he wasn't that monstrous. 1 against 2 was his limit. From this, it could be seen that the Sect of all Times was still a little weak in terms of top-level combat strength, especially Jun Changshao. As the Sect master, other than a killer move like Unstoppable Blade, his strength was still inferior to the Purple King's. Sect of all Times, Demon Emperor's Gate. The two forces were at loggerheads. Shi Jingxian had already stood up when she realized that the situation wasn't right. She subconsciously approached Jun Changshao and gathered the spiritual energy in her body in her palm. Although she was only a martial king, there was a purified, mysterious energy in her dantian. Once it was activated, she would enter a berserk state, so her combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian transmitted her voice. "I'm sorry." "Why are you sorry?" Jun Changshao didn't understand. Shi Jingxian said, "It's because of my ingenious flower palace that you became enemies with the Demon Emperor's Gate. We're allies. If one of us is in trouble, we'll definitely come to help." If he wasn't afraid that the readers would say that he took advantage of the girl, Jun Changshao might have patted her head and called her an idiot. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, Yuan Gongzi transmitted his voice. "My sect master has a bad temper. Please take her and leave quickly. When I have time, I'll personally go to the Sect of all times and have a peaceful talk. He wanted to stop the two from acting rashly. He didn't want things to get out of hand. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said with a cold gaze, I have a bad temper too. The space suddenly shook, and the world finger appeared out of thin air. The groove flickered, indicating that the cooldown of the Surekill skill, one look through, was completely off. Chapter 1004. When Jun Changshao summoned the Finger of Mountains and Rivers, the Demon Emperor's Gate, Sect Master, and the others were stunned. From the overall shape, they instantly deduced that it was a weapon. However, when they saw the two fingers pointing to the sky at the top, the corners of their mouths twitched. This weapon was too weird. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not here. Otherwise, when they saw the Patriarch take out his exclusive divine weapon, they would definitely subconsciously cover their butts. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian asked in a low voice, Is this Itchy Scratch? Jun Changshao was very hurt. If not for the fact that the Finger of Mountains and Rivers was an indiscriminate attack, he would definitely not take it out. Because it was too embarrassing. Palace Master Shi, this is not Itchy Scratch. Jun Changshao placed the divine weapon in front of him and said proudly, This is a special weapon that is unforgettable. Unforgettable. Shi Jingxuan's bright eyes were filled with anticipation. Although the Finger of Mountains and Rivers' appearance was a bit out of place, since Jun Changshao took it out, it must be extraordinary. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, Step back. Leave this trash to me. Okay. Shi Jingxian took a few steps back. Her cultivation was not high enough to provide him with any help. She could only stand behind and cheer for him in her heart. Shua. Jun Changshao waved the Finger of Mountains and Rivers and pointed at the Demon Emperor's Gate, Sect Master, and said, Tell your people to come at me. He couldn't wait to see the Demon Emperor's Gate from top to bottom. Only then would he be able to use his ultimate skill. Jun Changshao. The Demon Emperor's Gate, Sect Master said in a low voice, Return the resources that you extorted from my Demon Emperor's Gate, and I can consider letting you go. He also didn't want things to develop to a point where they couldn't be reconciled. After all, the Sect of all times could rise so quickly. There might be some great power behind it. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao said, Money that has entered the pockets of Jun's people is Jun's people's money. Why would I return it? If that's the case, then don't leave. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master raised his hand. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Behind him, several Wusheng and more than a dozen half-sages burst out their cultivation, their eyes filled with strong killing intent. If they were to face the Purple King, they would definitely be very afraid. But now that the faction leader was holding them back, the others had nothing to fear. Sovereign, Yuan Gongzi said with an ugly expression, This subordinate believes that there is a misunderstanding. Our Demon Emperor's Gate and the Sect of all times can discuss this peacefully, Yuan Feng. The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate interrupted him. You have repeatedly tolerated the Sect of all times and even gave us a lot of resources without hesitation. You have truly disappointed me. As soon as he said this, several elders were secretly delighted. They had always been unhappy with Yuan Gongzi because he had always emphasized not to provoke Jun Changshao. Now that the Gate Master was disappointed in him, he might directly deprive him of his rights. Sovereign, after this matter is over, you will be in charge of the library. Yuan Gongzi froze in place. Several elders were immediately overjoyed. The Gate Master had let this guy manage the library. It was obvious that he was going to abandon him. Sovereign, the black-clothed old man said, For the sake of the Demon Emperor's Gate, Yuan Gongzi has worked hard without complaint, even forgetting to eat and sleep. You, go and follow him, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master said. Yuan Gongzi spat out blood. and his whole body was on the verge of collapsing. Ever since he was appointed as the deputy gate master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, he had been doing his best to manage the sect. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Even the slightest layout had to be considered late at night. It could be said that he had worked hard until his death. In the end, he was demoted to manage the library. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changshao said, "Have you been fired?" Uft. Yuan Gongzi spat out another mouthful of blood. "I, Yuan Feng, have fallen to this state, and it's all because of you." A place like the Compendium Pavilion can even be guarded by dogs. Asking you to take care of it is a blatant humiliation. Jun Changshao said, "Come, join the Sect of all times. I will provide you with a stage to realize your talents and ambitions." The Demon Emperor's Gate Master's mouth twitched slightly. Did he think of himself as a decoration? That's why he dared to poach him so openly? Sorry. Yuan Gongzi tried to stand firm and said with a firm gaze, "I, Yuan Feng, have become a member of the Demon Emperor's Gate. I swear to follow the Demon Emperor forever." Jun Changshao shook his head and pointed at the Tiger King, the Antler King, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master, and the group of elders who were gloating, and said, "These pig teammates will kill you sooner or later." Forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since you are so loyal, I will not let you bear the name of a traitor. Get out of the way. Jun Changshao said with a sharp voice, "I am going to show off." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, old Ding Gongsun Haohai and the others who were standing behind him quickly retreated. Shi Jingxian, who didn't understand, saw them leave and hurriedly followed. A moment later, there was no one within a few hundred feet of Jun Changshao's area. The stage for showing off could be said to be big and spacious. Swish! He raised his hand. "Jun Changshao, Patriarch of the Sect of all times, please enlighten me." Everyone's mouth twitched. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master said with interest. Jun Patriarch asked his subordinates to retreat. Could it be that he wants to fight with fewer people? That's right, Jun Changshao said. Clap, clap, clap. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master applauded and said, "As expected of the Patriarch of the Sect of all times, who has been in the news recently, you have courage." Swish! He raised his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the Demon Emperor's Gate immediately flew over. Those Wu Huang and King Wu also rushed over from the mountain gate and surrounded Jun Changshao in a fan shape. As a hidden force of the demon sect, they naturally didn't care about fighting with more people. Moreover, it was the other party's request, so they naturally had to cooperate unconditionally. "Go," the Demon Emperor's Gate Master said lightly. Swish, swish. In an instant, the experts of the Demon Emperor's Gate all unleashed their cultivation. All kinds of energy fiercely pressed over from 3 directions. Under such a situation, even the Purple King was a bit overwhelmed. However, not only did Jun Changshao have a calm expression, but his eyes were also looking around to capture any demonic cultivators present. Although there are only a little more than 1,000 people, but he placed his thumb on the groove and said with a sharp gaze, "It's worth using my ultimate skill." Pa! He pressed his thumb on the groove with a little force. Ding! Fingerprint match successful. User is the Patriarch of the Sect of all times. Requirements met. Loading ultimate skill 1%, 10%, 100%. Loading successful. Ultimate skill. See through at a glance activated. Huff, huff! The finger of mountains and rivers suddenly erupted with gray airwaves, spreading to the sky and then condensing into 2 clouds, one in the shape of a vortex, the other in the shape of a middle finger. What is this? The disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate were stunned. The leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate also had a face full of surprise. After feeling the aura from the sky, An ominous feeling suddenly spread from the soles of his feet to his buttocks. The camera turned to Jun Changshao again. This guy held the finger of mountains and rivers in front of him, using his fingers to open his eyes to the maximum, sweeping across the Demon Emperor's gate in his field of vision one by one, trying to make sure that he did not miss out on any of them. Huff, huff. The vortex was vertical and the middle finger was horizontal, suddenly piercing through. Just as the experts of the Demon Emperor's gate were about to make a move, a force from the depths of hell directly stabbed at them from behind. See through at a glance belonged to the category of invisible killing. Normally, there shouldn't be any movement, but after it was used, someone could faintly hear someone singing. Chrysanthemums are ruined, the ground is full of wounds. Your smile has turned yellow. Ah, aha, plop, plop. In an instant, as long as the Demon Emperor's gate martial artists were stared at by Jun Changshao, regardless of their cultivation level, they all knelt on the ground in pain and completely lost the ability to fight. The most tragic ones were Wu Huang and King Wu. Because of the invisible attack, they foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Boom! The Demon Emperor's gate master fell from midair. His legs clamped together, and the expression on his face alternated between green and green. Although he whose strength had reached the great fulfillment of wushang could resist the attack directly, this kind of attack was too unexpected, so much so that a burning pain came from his buttocks, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. More than 1,000 people fell to the ground together with their buttocks sticking out. The scene was quite shocking. Old Ding, Gongsun Hao Hai, and the others widened their eyes. The patriarch didn't do anything, so why did they all fall to the ground in pain as if their vitals were attacked? Shi Jingxian said in disbelief, What's going on? Yuan Gongzi was also very puzzled, because other than the Demon Emperor's gate master, he was the only one who remained standing and didn't suffer the attack of Si through at a glance. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changshao showed a cunning smile and said, Happy cooperation.